Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 151. Lu Yin bade farewell to the courtiers and left, as no one had the time to bother with him at this point. However, at this moment, a spacecraft flew towards Lu Yin without any intention of changing directions. Lu Yin was puzzled, but he easily dodged it and turned around. A man got off the spacecraft and stared at Lu Yin provocatively with a cruel smile on his face. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly when he saw this person. He remembered that this person was from the Outerverse Youth Council and was one of the two Lemeters who followed Bazer. No wonder he was looking for trouble. I was just saying that I was lucky today and didn't expect to run into you. What, did you get chased out of Astral 10? The man sneered as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin disdainfully replied, "Who do you think you are to talk to me?" The Lemeter was furious as he hadn't expected Lu Yin to be so impudent. "We'll settle the score with Ghostfire. Do you know that you've crippled a genius?" Genius? He's just a piece of trash who only knows how to use his innate gift to dodge attacks. His body is so weak that he was crippled with a single palm. Is this your so-called genius? Lu Yin mocked. The Lemeter clenched his fists. There's competition in the Youth Council as well. Ghostfire is a genius that we nurtured, and since you crippled him, I'll cripple you as well. I'll show you who you can't afford to offend, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. He then charged towards Lu Yin and punched out. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This Lemeter had even joined the Outerverse Youth Council. By Outerverse standards, this person was very strong, but compared to Lu Yin, who was used to fighting Lemeters from the Astral Combat Academy, he was too weak. At most, this person's strength was comparable to Craner's. It was not bad for him to be comparable to the second on the Blaze Realms rankings. Even though this person was a Lemeter, the overall strength of an Outerverse Lemeter was similar to that of an Innerverse Melder. This person could be considered outstanding, but he was still far from being comparable to Lu Yin. Bang! The Lemeter's fist was easily caught by Lu Yin, and the palace guards who had been about to attack stopped in their tracks and stared blankly. Lu Yin tightened his grip, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The Lemeter howled in pain, but Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he bent his hand and broke the man's fist. He then pressed down with his palm, forcing the man to kneel on the ground. The Lemeter looked up fiercely. "How dare you? Let go. I'm from the Youth Council. I'm teaching you who you can't afford to offend." He then sent out 3 stacks from his palm, pinning the man to the ground and causing the ground to cave in. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. How could a Lemeter from the Outerverse Youth Council be unable to retaliate against Lu Yin? How long had he been in Astral 10? Could the Astral Combat Academy really change a person's strength that much? Lu Yin retracted his hand and looked down at the Lemeter lying in the crater. "Go back and tell Bazer to remember his words. I'm going to join the Outerverse Youth Council." He then turned around and left. The Lemeter gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger, but he was also extremely shocked. This person had only left the Great Yu Empire for a short period of time, and he had only felt this kind of suppression from explorers. How could a mere Melder be so strong? Not too far away, a few courtiers looked at each other in shock. King Zishan had changed. If he had only been an idle person who used his status to seek benefits, then he was now a young powerhouse who had just shown his talent. Although he was not all-powerful, he had shown great potential that no one dared to underestimate. It was no wonder why Astral 10 had descended upon the Frostwave Weave and attracted millions of people to take the test. The universe's top academy could really change a person. King Zishan's palace was still the same, but Lu Yin was still unwilling to give up. He searched the entire palace, but he couldn't find any information about the Zishan family's treasure. He sighed helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to search, but there was nothing he could do if he couldn't find anything. He looked up at the 3 rings of land and his eyes lit up. It was time to learn the complete Sky Beast Claw. Although it might not be very useful, he was still unwilling to give it up. Challenge the 5 Hall Masters? Let's see if you can stop me now. Although the Great Yu Empire's internal strife had caused some of Yu Academy's elites to leave, most of them had remained behind. The next day, Jirbok sat on the top floor of the tower and looked down at the lake below with a melancholy expression. He didn't know if the Empire would survive this crisis. A beeping sound came from his gadget, and Jirbok's eyes lit up when he looked at it. His lips curled up. "How bold of you to challenge the 5 Hall Masters. Looks like you've learned a lot in Astral 10. It's a pity that the 5 of us didn't come this far for nothing. You're dreaming if you think you can catch up to us in a few months." He immediately notified the others. It had been a long time since someone had challenged the Hall Masters, and all of them had been challenged at once. Now that you mention it, Schutz is also an Astral 10, and the two of them should have fought before. If he dares to challenge us now, does he really have the confidence to do so? No, we can't let him succeed. Otherwise he'll be too arrogant. He can replace Schutz, but he can't challenge us, Gerbach said excitedly. Huozhong, Logan, and Tianming quickly received the news and headed to the formcast pool. Lu Yin had been waiting there for a long time, and the first to arrive was Tianming. Congratulations on entering Astral 10, King Zishan. Tianming congratulated Lu Yin with a smile. Lu Yin smiled. You're welcome, Hallmaster Tianming. You taught me the 3 stacks before, and I'm here today to return the favor. Return the favor? Tianming was puzzled. Lu Yin nodded. We'll talk about this later. Someone's here. Tianming was shocked. Someone's here? He hadn't sensed it. Logan arrived soon after. Tianming's eyes flashed and he looked at Lu Yin solemnly. This person had changed and he was a little terrifying. Lu Yin was very curious about Logan. When he had wanted to learn the first 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw, Logan had immediately agreed and tried his best to be kind to him. He was a strange person, but he had comprehended the Sky Beast Claw the most in U Academy, with a total of 49 forms. Huozhong also arrived at this time. The Hua family shouldn't have been friendly to Lu Yin, but he found that both Hua Qingshan and Huozhong treated him well. Zhang Dingtian is missing, King Zishan. This was the first thing Huozhong said when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin sighed, let him be. Fate is fated and life and death cannot be forced. Huozhong nodded and silently stood to the side. Logan glanced at Lu Yin from time to time with a complicated expression. There was curiosity, doubt, suspicion, and even anticipation. Gerbach soon arrived and laughed when he saw Lu Yin. Brat, you've only been studying in Astral 10 for a while, and you're already so arrogant. You even dare to challenge us? Didn't Schutz make you suffer enough? Lu Yin smiled. So what if I try? I'm bored anyway. Gerbach grinned. Fine, let's try. Come, let's cut the crap. Do you want to fight one-on-one or as a group? Lu Yin grinned. It doesn't matter. Gerbach had only joked about challenging a hall master in a group, but Lu Yin's nonchalance angered him. He was a hall master of U Academy, one of the top youths in the great U Empire, and yet he was being looked down upon like this. He didn't even think about it before taking out a lightning fruit. Lightning arrow. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he raised his hand, mimicking Gerbach's actions. Lightning arrow. Crackle. Thunder rumbled and spread into the distance. Tianming and the rest were shocked, and Gerbach's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Yin had really used the lightning arrow. Although it wasn't real lightning, it was much more powerful and didn't require the help of a lightning fruit. How is this possible? You have an innate gift for lightning? Gerbach exclaimed. The others stared at Lu Yin as well. Even the powerhouses guarding the formcast pool, including some explorers, were staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin explained, star energy isn't that simple. Control over it is very important. Students of the Astral Combat Academy rarely rely on external objects in their battles. Whether it's natural phenomena or anything else, they can all be transformed with star energy. Even if it's not real, it's still better than the real thing. Gerbach and the rest were shocked. Lu Yin's words seemed to open a new door for them. Star energy could be used in this way? The Outerverse naturally had its own division of control over star energy, but not everyone knew about it. Lu Yin had only learned about it after joining Astral 10 through the Rainmaster's compensation. Perhaps even Schutz didn't know about it. This wasn't a secret, but no one was willing to announce it. No one wanted to see others surpass them. Lu Yin didn't want Gerbach and the rest to cultivate without knowing anything. They were all good people. However, it was very difficult to improve one's control of star energy. Astral 10 had the Rain Observatory, but the other academies also had similar facilities. Gerbach and the others might not have known about it because of this. Even if Undying Yushan had told them about it, it would have been useless. The Great Yu Empire did not have any similar facilities. I lost, Gerbach said gloomily, feeling a little disappointed. He hadn't expected the difference between them to be so great after only a few months. Tianming, Lakong, and Huozhong didn't object. Lu Yin's ability to transform his star energy into lightning and defeat Gerbach proved that he was far stronger than them. There was no need to compete. King Zishan, you can learn all of the Sky Beast Claw. No one will stop you. This is the address, Tianming told Lu Yin. Lu Yin solemnly replied, thank you. Back on Earth, Lu Yin had wanted to learn all of the Sky Beast Claw, but after coming to the Great Yu Empire, even King Zishan couldn't do it. The 5 Hall Masters were so strong that they couldn't be defeated. However, it hadn't been long since they'd arrived at Astral 10, and the environment was sometimes more important than one's ability. Lu Yin couldn't comfort Gerbok when he saw how gloomy he was. Unless he could bring them to Astral 10, he wouldn't be able to change their cultivation environment. Gerbok, Lakong and Huozhong quickly left, leaving only Tianming behind. Hallmaster Tianming, let's exchange palms, Lu Yin said. Tianming nodded and didn't ask why. He had an easygoing personality and hadn't been angry when Lu Yin had stolen his 3 stacks, so he didn't care about Lu Yin's strange request. He raised his palm and slapped Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his own and the 2 palms collided. 3 consecutive sounds rang out. This was their 3 stacks. But the next moment, Tianming's expression changed and he took a step back. 4th stacks appeared, and before he could react, 5th stacks appeared, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 152. This is 5 stacks? Tianming was shocked and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you for teaching me 3 stacks, Hallmaster Tianming. 5 stacks is my repayment. Tianming was stunned. How do you know 5 stacks? That's an ultimate technique from Grand Top Weave's 9 stacks sect. Did you meet a disciple there? Lu Yin smiled and shook his head. I learned it from a mentor in Astral 10. Hallmaster Tianming, 5 stacks isn't difficult. Try it out a bit more and I'll start learning the Sky Beast Claw once you've mastered it. Tianming suppressed his shock and joy and nodded. He raised his palm again with a solemn expression. This was 5 stacks. As a disciple who had been expelled from the 9 stacks sect, 5 stacks was very attractive to him. Even though he would owe Lu Yin a favor, he was still willing to learn it. It wasn't that Lu Yin didn't want to teach him 9 stacks, but that it would take too much time, and he didn't have the time to slowly teach him. Even learning 5 stacks had taken him 2 days before Tianming could barely grasp how to use it. It would take months for him to become proficient in it. Tianming wasn't Lu Yin and didn't have the serious technique, so he needed time to slowly understand battle techniques. It was at this point that Lu Yin felt the value of the serious technique. He desperately wanted to simulate the 9th star and form a galaxy. That would be a qualitative change. All of the Sky Beast claws had been recorded on a stone wall, and each of the 5 Hall Masters had kept 20 forms. This was only a portion of the simulated stone wall, and when Lu Yin saw the real stone wall, he felt an ancient aura wash over him, followed by a giant beast claw tearing through the sky. Lu Yin instantly saw the scales on the claw, but it was only for a moment. The Sky Beast Claw stone wall was brought out by His Majesty from the Innerverse. Back then, the Great Yu Empire didn't have the Sky Beast Claw or Flash Step. It wasn't until His Majesty returned from the Innerverse that these 2 battle techniques were created, and they shook the entire Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin had long since immersed himself in the Sky Beast Claw technique. It was clearly a very ordinary claw tearing through space, but he saw endless transformations. It was like a peerless powerhouse who had returned to his original state. Even a single form would be able to counter any battle technique. The Sky Beast Claw gave Lu Yin the feeling that it could deal with any battle technique. Lu Yin stared at the Sky Beast Claw and subconsciously raised his hand to imitate it. Faint beastly roars could be heard in the void. In the history of Yu Academy, the person who had comprehended the Sky Beast Claw the most was a Hall Master from the previous 3 generations who had passed away. He had been an explorer, but he had died in a war with another weave. That Hall Master had comprehended the 72 forms and could be considered an innate genius. He had been able to defeat 2 powerhouses at the same level by himself, but he had still died in a siege. It was truly lamentable. This was just Yu Academy, and the Sky Beast Claw wasn't limited to just Yu Academy. The royal family could learn it as well. Lu Yin had once seen a shadow of the Sky Beast Claw in Duke Yushan's posture when he drank, and it had already fused into his body. Duke Yushan had lived for hundreds of years, so his understanding of the Sky Beast Claw was definitely strong. Crown Prince Doran had definitely learned it as well. Lu Yin had originally only learned 20 forms, but after facing the ancient stone wall for 5 days in a row, he had already learned 43 forms of the Sky Beast Claw. The 8 stars in his art of Sirius were operating at full power, and his learning speed had greatly increased. Sometimes a person's emotions were more important than anything else. Lu Yin knew that he wasn't a selfless person, and he was also greedy for small gains. He would also do shady and secretive things, but he would never sacrifice himself to save someone else. He had always thought that such people were idiots, but he couldn't turn a blind eye to his family. Otherwise, how would he be any different from a wild beast? Undying Yushan had treated him well ever since he had arrived in the Great Yu Empire. He wanted to protect this person even if he had to pay a price. Lu Yin returned to Undying Yushan's side. "Your Majesty, can you let me take a look at the purple star?" Everyone looked at Lu Yin. The purple star was something Undying Yushan used to preserve his life, and this request was no different from murder. Hua Qingshan and Zhu Lang's gazes turned cold. Undying Yushan opened his eyes tiredly. "Sure. Your Majesty, you can't. The purple star is a life-saving treasure." Undying Yushan weakly asked, "How long can it last?" The doctor lowered his head. It wasn't a question of how long it could last, but rather that it couldn't. Undying Yushan only had a single breath left. "Give it to little Yin," Undying Yushan said tiredly. Zhu Lang stood up and stared at Lu Yin with an icy gaze. He didn't know what King Zishan wanted to do, but asking for the purple star at this time was definitely not a simple matter. Lu Yin hadn't expected Undying Yushan to give him the life-saving treasure without any hesitation. He took a deep breath and hoped that his luck wasn't too bad. He had to draw 3 pips. He had to. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 153. The purple star was a spherical purple plant that shone like starlight, but it was clearly shriveled. This was the result of poor care and the loss of its medicinal efficacy. Lu Yin couldn't help but sigh at Duke Yushan's astonishing schemes. He had planned for this day 100 years ago, and his betrayal had been timed perfectly. He didn't know how many star crystals it would take to upgrade the star, but he had 160,000 on him. He hoped that it would be enough, otherwise he would have to ask Undying Yushan for more. Holding the star, Lu Yin was led to a nearby lounge where Zhu Lang kept an eye on him. Lu Yin smiled wryly. "Captain Zhu Lang, the star no longer has any effect on Uncle's life. I want to see if I can restore its medicinal efficacy, but I can't do it with you watching me." Zhu Lang was shocked. "You can restore its medicinal efficacy?" Lu Yin nodded. "There's a chance, but it's still worth a try." Zhu Lang looked deeply at Lu Yin before turning away and closing the door without another word. Lu Yin took a deep breath. As the saying went, a gentleman would not stand beside a collapsing wall, but it all depended on who he was facing. He had lost his memories and didn't know where he had come from. Uncle Reuben and the others had saved him, so they were his family. Undying Yushan was also family, so it was worth it to risk it all. He took out the die and sat there for nearly 20 days before it returned to its original state. Lu Yin was glad that he had 20 days free so he could roll it 4 times in a row. He tapped it lightly and it spun until it finally stopped at Enhance. Enhance was very easy to roll, so he entered the time-stop space and spent the next 3 days relaxing as he tried to simulate the 9th star again and again. He walked out of the gray space 3 days later, still unable to simulate the 9th star. However, the crazy director had helped him simulate it a little more clearly, so there was no rush and he could take it slow. He rolled the die a second time, this time at Enhance. 5 minutes later, the disintegration vortex disappeared. Lu Yin rolled the die a third time, hoping that it wouldn't fail. Unfortunately, he rolled Enhance for the 3rd time. Lu Yin didn't move. There were experts like Hua Qingshan and Zhu Lang outside, so there was definitely no lack of powerhouses with innate gifts. It was a pity that he couldn't touch it, so Enhance was wasted. He took a deep breath and rolled the die for the 4th time. After 5 tries, his mind would collapse and he would need to sleep. He would have to wait at least 10 days before rolling the die again, so the 4th time was very important. Lu Yin watched as the die slowly stopped spinning, ending at Enhance. Another wasted opportunity. Lu Yin clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute. 3 and 6 pips were already difficult to get, so he had to try again. Of a person. How? Lu, C.T. T. He rested for a while and then opened his hand to reveal a dull die. He could still use his innate gift in the time-stop space, but the cost was several times higher than in the outside world. In other words, he could roll 4 times in the outside world, but here he had to rest for 10 days after each roll. Otherwise, the consequences would be even more severe than rolling 5 times in the outside world. Fortunately, he was in the time-stop space, which allowed him to squander freely. Now, it all depended on whether or not the crystals could hold out. Lu Yin generously added another 30 days, which cost him nearly 6,000 crystals. He had 40 days left, which meant he could only roll 4 times. Everyone was shocked. They had all heard of the billowing star. Undying Yushan had been heavily injured for many years, and the people guarding him were all his most trusted people. They had heard countless doctors sigh about how a billowing star could heal Undying Yushan's injuries. Hua Qingshan had gone to the Starfall Sea several times and almost lost his life there, but he still hadn't been able to find a billowing star or even a purple star. The same went for 5th Princess Wendy Yushan. Whether it was a purple star or a billowing star, they were both treasures that could only be found by chance. Compared to a purple star, a billowing star was even more precious, worth dozens of times more. It was extremely precious even in the Innerverse. How had Luin done it? Everyone looked at him. Wait, this isn't a billowing star, the doctor said regretfully. It's still a purple star, but it's transforming into a billowing star. Is it useful for Uncle's injuries? Luin asked. The doctor nodded happily. It's definitely useful. How did you do it, Your Highness? Luin waved a hand. Treat Uncle first. I'm tired, so I need to rest. He then returned to the resting room and fell into a deep sleep. Hua Qingshan and the rest didn't disturb him and instead urged the doctor to treat him. The outside couldn't hear Lu Yin's conversation, but they could hear the doctor's cries of surprise. A guard's expression changed when he heard the doctor's cries, and he slowly left. An hour later, several figures appeared in the sky above the palace, emitting terrifying undulations. Hua Qingshan and Zhu Lang exchanged glances, but they didn't react. Within the palace, the 4th Squadron's Captain D.O., the 6th Squadron's Captain Peach and the 9th Squadron's Captain Rocky Anna floated up and stared coldly outside the palace. This is the Great Yu Empire's palace. Unrelated people, please leave immediately. Outside the palace, an elder sneered, a mere Outerverse empire dares to show off? Undying Yushan is already dead. Step aside if you know what's good for you. Otherwise your Xenu star will be bathed in blood today. D.O.'s gaze was cold. The Innerverse powerhouses have never interfered with the Outerverse. You've violated the universe's rules. Outside the palace, a woman giggled, rules? Your Outerverse can only listen. We're the ones who set the rules, so get lost immediately. Otherwise, the moment we attack, this enormous palace will be reduced to dust. There were no less than 10 powerhouses outside the palace. Although the Innerverse guessed that Undying Yushan had obtained the Undying Manual was very low, they didn't really care. Even so, there were still quite a few people sent by the various great powers, which put a lot of pressure on Dio and the rest. Suddenly the sky turned red and countless people on Xenu Star looked up. Scorching flames covered the sky and covered not only Xenu Star, but also the 3 ring continents and the entire universe. This was the power of a hunter. Hua Qingshan had appeared. As a powerhouse who had roamed the Innerverse and was one of the few hunters in the Great Yu Empire, his appearance caused everyone outside the palace to feel apprehensive. They were only explorers and the stronger ones were only cruisers. Even if they didn't care about the Outerverse, they still didn't dare to underestimate a hunter. Not far from the palace, in the Hua family's courtyard, Hua Xiaoling's face was pale as she worriedly looked up at the sky. On the other side, the Anna family was in a similar situation. All the great families of the Great Yu Empire were bound together for good or ill. Faced with the pressure from the Innerverse, they had chosen to resist. It would be fine if they succeeded, but if they failed, everyone would die. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 154. Bezer was relaxed as he watched the scene unfold. He was a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, so the Innerverse powerhouses did not dare to touch him. He was the most relaxed person here, and he would never forget how Undying Yushan had suppressed him. Die. If you die, I'll personally slaughter that person. The 3 rings of the continent were on high alert. At this moment, no spacecraft was allowed to enter Xenu Star. Outside the planet, explorers appeared one after another and stared coldly at Xenu Star. My Great Yu Empire does not fear war. If you want to trample on my empire's dignity, you'll have to go through the 13 Imperial squadrons first. Hua Qingshan shouted. As he spoke, the flames in the sky grew even stronger, causing everyone to gasp in shock. The Innerverse powerhouses were apprehensive. There were not many powerhouses in the Outerverse, and even large organizations that controlled entire weaves did not have many hunters. However, the Great Yu Empire was an exception. If not for the Outerverse covert actions over the past few hundred years, the Great Yu Empire would not have only controlled half of Frostwave Weave. With the Empire's strength, it might have even annexed the surrounding weaves. The Great Yu Empire was like a ferocious and brutal beast that had been trapped. Today, however, they would have to face this beast head-on. Suddenly, another violent force appeared and overturned the flames that covered the sky. A mere hunter from the Outerverse dares to spout such arrogant words. Today your Great Yu Empire's Imperial Palace will cease to exist. The voice swept across Xenu Star, causing the three rings of the continent to tremble. The oceans on Xenu Star boiled and the continents cracked. Countless spacecraft were damaged and fell to the ground. Countless people were shocked and fearful as they looked up at the sky. A giant palm had appeared and was grabbing at the Imperial Palace. Do and the other captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons were shocked. Only Hua Qingshan's eyes burned with passion. His body vaguely turned red and he was even hotter than the sun. An indescribable power was brewing, and the palm in the sky suddenly paused. The person who had attacked felt an extraordinary threat. Hua Qingshan was not a simple person. He had once roamed the Innerverse and even left his name in the Blaze Realm. At that moment, a green wave pulsed like a heart and then inexplicably exploded. It tore through the palm and shot into space, instantly dispelling all of the power that was affecting Xenu Star. At the same time, the Innerverse powerhouses who had surrounded the Imperial Palace all coughed up blood, their faces as white as paper. In outer space, an elder's pupils shrank. He was the hunter from the Innerverse who had been about to crush the Imperial Palace. At this moment, green star energy appeared in front of him and transformed into Undying Yushan's palm. The elder was aghast. "You're not dead? Your domain is actually so terrifying. Go back and tell your master that I, Undying Yushan, don't have what he wants." The old man was swept by the green star energy, and all 4 of his limbs were broken. He quickly fled in fear. Green star energy replaced everything else, and it became the only color on Xenu Star. Everyone was enveloped in green star energy. To the people of Xenu Star, this star energy gave them warmth, but to the people of the Innerverse, this star energy caused them to tremble in fear. Hua Qingshan was overjoyed. This was His Majesty's power. His Majesty had finally recovered. Peach was speechless. How terrifying. She recalled the time when she was forcefully conscripted as the captain of the 6th Imperial Squadron. Back then she had felt this power. The memory was still fresh in her mind. Under the shroud of Undying Yushan's power, the Imperial Palace became unfathomable and terrifying. The powerhouses of the Innerverse half knelt and looked at the Imperial Palace. Not long after, Undying Yushan's imposing figure floated into the air and looked down at the crowd. "I'll give you a warning. Scram," he shouted, causing everyone to cough up blood again. They could feel the terrifying pressure on their internal organs, but they endured their injuries and retreated. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Empire is invincible. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Empire is invincible. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Empire is invincible." Undying Yushan scanned the crowd and sighed inwardly. Glory? How could it be that easy? He could only struggle at death's door for a little while longer. The more he used his power, the closer he would be to the end of his life. The Empire will return to normal. Check all entry and exit records and arrest any suspicious individuals. "Hua Qingshan, you're in charge of this matter?" Undying Yushan ordered. Hua Qingshan hurriedly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." After issuing a few more orders, Undying Yushan descended and returned to the Imperial Palace. In outer space, many powerhouses from the Innerverse were furious. They had been ordered to hide in the Great Yu Empire for so many years just to wait for the final moment. They had even been afraid that the Great Yu Empire was stronger, so they had secretly tried to stop them from expanding their territory. They had never expected to be tricked by Undying Yushan, and all of their efforts had been for naught. The Hunter Realm Elder was even more resentful. All of his limbs had been severed, and he was relying on star energy to maintain his life. His blood stained the heavens and he had to take revenge. However, he knew that there was a huge gap between him and Undying Yushan, so he could only think of a way to ask his master for help. Everyone thought that this was all part of Undying Yushan's plan, but they did not know that without Lu Yin, Undying Yushan would already be dead. Lu Yin really did fall asleep. He had only been pretending to be asleep to make his innate gift look better, but he was truly tired. He slept until the 3rd day and he slept soundly. When he woke up, the first thing he saw was Undying Yushan, whose back was facing him. Lu Yin's gaze turned from confusion to clarity, and he hurriedly stood up. "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" Undying Yushan turned around and looked at Lu Yin with gratification. He nodded. "Little Yin, thank you." "What are you saying, Your Majesty?" "Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today," Lu Yin said solemnly. Undying Yushan smiled and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. "Your ancestor, Undying Zishan, saved my life more than once. Now you, a descendant of the Zishan family, have saved my life as well. I owe the Zishan family too much." Lu Yin did not speak as he knew that Undying Yushan was reminiscing. Undying Yushan sighed and turned to look at the sky. Little Ian, what do you think of the Great Yu Empire? Do you think I wouldn't use the treasures if they were real? Have they always been hidden? It's not just the Zishan family. Many of the Empire's destroyed families have legends of treasures hidden in the palace, but because of the passage of time, no one talks about them anymore. However, those rascals from the Innerverse won't forget, and they'll do everything they can to investigate. Undying Yushan pointed at the empty plaza. Look, they don't need anything. The so-called Zishan family's treasures don't exist at all. Do you think they'll believe that? They've been hiding for hundreds of years and they'll definitely go in to investigate. This is the tomb I prepared for them. Even a hunter would find it difficult to survive. There are a total of 5 such tombs in the palace. Undying Yushan raised his head. Lu Yin was shocked. This was the first time he felt the spirit of this dying emperor. He was delusional enough to want to bury all the powerhouses of the Innerverse in one fell swoop. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 155. This was an overt scheme that had been set up hundreds of years ago. Even if they were told that there was no treasure, they wouldn't believe them and would search every inch of the palace. They also didn't dare to directly destroy the palace since they didn't know how the Undying Manual was recorded. They were afraid of destroying it with a single blow. Even if the chances of the Undying Manual being in the palace were 1 in a million, they still didn't dare to take the risk. Undying Yushan had tied everyone up and buried them with him. What do you think? Undying Yushan looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin respectfully replied, Your Majesty is bold. Do you have any questions? Undying Yushan smiled. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Aren't you afraid that the Innerverse powers will destroy the Great Yu Empire in anger? Undying Yushan replied, Who do you think forced that unfilial son Duke to do this? Lu Yin was puzzled at first, but then he thought of something and looked at Undying Yushan in shock. Undying Yushan clasped his hands behind his back. The entire universe knows that Duke betrayed the Empire. Even if the Empire is destroyed, he can still live. He is the only remaining bloodline of the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he recalled Duke Yushan's bitter gaze that night, as well as Doran's blatant attempt to steal the throne. Everything was clear. Duke Yushan hadn't wanted to steal the throne at all, but had been forced to do so by the dying emperor in front of him. He wanted the Great Yu Empire to continue its legacy, and perhaps even Duke Yushan himself didn't know that he had become a chess piece. This was too ruthless. Undying Yushan had forced his own son to rebel just to bury the powerhouses of the Innerverse. He had schemed for hundreds of years just to bury those people? Was it worth it? Duke had set up a scheme to destroy the Purple Star 100 years ago in order to kill Undying Yushan, but he hadn't expected that everything would be part of Undying Yushan's plan. He didn't want to live at all and just wanted to take those people down with him. Your Majesty, why are you telling me this? Lu Yin was apprehensive. Undying Yushan looked at Lu Yin seriously. I'm not joking with you. As long as you're willing, I can let you inherit the Great Yu Empire. Because of something, the Great Yu Empire has been targeted by the Innerverse powers, and it's only a matter of time before it's destroyed. Duke and Wendy are 2 options, but that's not safe. I need a 3rd option. That still shouldn't be me, Lu Yin said. Undying Yushan smiled. You are King Zishan, and you are the 4th person qualified to inherit the throne. Of course it should be you. Don't worry, I'm not making you emperor. I just want you to inherit my will. When the day comes that you have the ability to rebuild the Great Yu Empire and protect this part of the universe, it will be enough for me to live up to my ancestors. Furthermore, he wasn't the real King Zishan. This person in front of him had told him everything, and he had complete trust in him. Lu Yin didn't want to betray this trust, and he had his own moral bottom line. At the same time, he also felt the intentions of the emperor. For the sake of inheritance, they would do anything. They would force their own children to turn against each other, make brothers kill each other, and murder their own fathers. They would not care about the lives of countless people. He did not want to become such a person. Undying Yushan sighed. I know that it will be difficult for you to accept everything in such a short period of time. Take this. He took out a ring and passed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took it. What's this? This is the Ring of Authority of the Empire. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 156. Lu Yin felt a little guilty when he saw Rocky Anna. He had just discussed many things with Undying Yushan about how to use the Anna family, but he hadn't expected to run into the main character as soon as he left. Sure enough, he couldn't talk behind someone's back. Hello, Captain Rocky, Luin greeted him warmly and modestly. Rocky Ana nodded, his usual indifference vanishing as he forced a smile. King Zishan, do you have time to visit the Ana family? The family head has been waiting for you for a long time. Luin wanted to decline, but after some thought he decided against it. That day would have come sooner or later, and if he didn't pay them a visit even though he was engaged, it would be considered a lack of etiquette, but it could also be considered as looking down on them. This was the Ana family, a powerful family with a cruiser overseeing them. I'll accept your invitation. I've long wanted to visit Uncle Shuashan as well, Luin politely replied. Rocky Ana smiled and led the way. Soon, a luxurious spacecraft appeared, and the two boarded it and set off for the Ana family. At the same time, an ancient longsword pierced through the stars in the darkness of space, heading straight for the Great U Empire. It was a sword-shaped spacecraft that looked like a longsword at first glance. It was incredibly fast, and it was a rare spacecraft that came from the Interverse Myriad Sword's peak. Inside was Wendy Yushan, who was rushing back. Inside the spacecraft, Wendy Yushan's face was as cold as ice. Although she didn't care about the Great U Empire, it was still her home with her family. If anyone dared to provoke her, she would kill them without mercy. Not long after, a spacecraft appeared in front of them and charged into the distance. Wendy Yushan's gaze turned cold when she saw the spacecraft. She lifted her foot and tore through space to appear in front of it. With a wave of her hand, countless sword rays flashed and merged into one to destroy the spacecraft. Everyone inside was killed, and only a middle-aged man emerged in a sorry state. He looked at Wendy Yushan in shock. You're back. Wendy Yushan's gaze was icy. Give me an explanation. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, his face pale. Your father, Undying Yushan, is fine. We were tricked by him and didn't hurt him at all. Wendy Yushan's gaze remained cold. I know, but this isn't the explanation I want. Wendy Yushan, you might be the successor of Myriad Sword's peak, but I'm not someone to be trifled with. I have someone backing me up as well. Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Wendy Yushan cut him down with a single slash. He was a dignified cruiser, and even though he had been heavily injured, he still had the power of an explorer. However, he hadn't even been able to last a second against Wendy Yushan before he had been killed. I'll find the person behind you. You're just an ant. Wendy Yushan's tone was calm, as she did not care about the life or death of a mere cruiser. Arrogance was not enough to describe her. In her eyes, these Interverse powerhouses were nothing. Just as she had said, they were just ants. After returning to the ship, the sword-shaped ship continued to fly into the distance. All of the Interverse spacecraft that they encountered along the way were destroyed by Wendy Yushan without exception. She did not care about these people, nor did she care about the powers behind them. She was the successor of Myriad Sword's peak and a member of the 10 Arbiters' Council. No matter how impudent these people were, they would not dare to act against a member of the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters represented the pinnacle of tyranny, authority, and strength. Soon, many Interverse powers received the news and were furious. However, they could not do anything against Wendy Yushan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 157. At most, the Great U Empire knew that Astral 10 had been exiled, but they didn't know exactly how bad it had been. Luin tried his best not to divulge Astral 10's situation. Even if he omitted many details such as the teleportation stone, ported battles, the rain observatory, the sand ocean, the trial zones, and so on, this information was enough to shock Shuashan Ana and Rocky Ana. Very few people in the Outerverse knew about these miraculous events, especially the ported battles. Being able to fight against powerhouses of the same generation in the Innerverse made Rocky Ana excited, but unfortunately he wasn't part of the younger generation. I wish I could have been born a few hundred years later. If I were your age, I would have risked my life to get into the Astral Combat Academy, Shuashan Ana lamented. It's a pity that Jenny didn't get in, Rocky Ana sighed. Shuashan Ana's expression changed at the mention of Jenny. Don't mention that useless thing. As a direct descendant of the Ana family, it's fine if she failed the Astral Combat Academy exam, but she even failed the Sentinel trial and was captured. What a piece of trash. Luin felt awkward. He was the one who had captured Jenny, so was Shuashan Ana trying to make him feel guilty? Although he was angry, Jenny was still Shuashan Ana's biological daughter, and she was even his eldest daughter. He couldn't hide the affection in his eyes. Luin discovered a very interesting phenomenon. Regardless of whether it was hunters who could live for 1,000 years or cultivators who could only live for a few hundred years, they would delay having children as much as possible. Lu Yin had done some research before, and it was rumored that cultivators wanted to have children when they were at their strongest. This way, their descendants would have a greater chance of inheriting their innate gifts and creating a powerful family. For example, the Daynite clan's children were much stronger than the average person, and there were also the Mavis clan and so on. Many cultivators in the universe dreamed of creating a powerful family, which was why they gave birth late. Shuashan Anna had lived for several hundred years, but he only had one daughter, Jenny Anna. Even undying Yushan only had a few children. Shuashan Anna looked at Lu Yin and softened his tone. What do you think of Jenny, little Yin? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. She's a good person. She's kind and beautiful. Shuashan Anna smiled. You don't have to be so courteous. As her father, I know her character. She's mischievous and has poor talent, but she's kind and beautiful. Lu Yin smiled. Miss Jenny is indeed very good. Shuashan Anna nodded and seriously asked, the engagement between our clans has already been set. When do you plan on marrying Jenny? Lu Yin fell silent, and after a while he looked up and said seriously, Uncle, I want to increase my strength for the time being. Can you give me some time? Shuashan Anna replied, His Majesty has already discussed this with me. Although 3 years isn't a long time, it isn't short either. You can marry Jenny after 3 years, but you have to be engaged first. I don't agree. Someone suddenly shouted, and they all looked towards the door. Jenny angrily rushed in and glared at Lu Yin. Give up. I won't marry you. You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. Shut up. How dare you? Shuashan Anna slammed the table as he stood up and pointed outside. Get out. You have no right to speak here. Tears welled up in the corners of Jenny's eyes as she glared at Shuashan Anna. Father, I won't marry him. I won't marry him even if I die. I already have someone I like. What right does this person have to compare himself to Brother Feng? He's not qualified at all. Get out. Shuashan Anna waved his hand, causing an icy wind to sweep across the living room and sweep Jenny out before violently tossing her out. Rocky Anna hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Brother, don't be angry. I'll go talk to Jenny. Lu Yin didn't say a word from start to finish, and he didn't care either. In fact, he was very happy. This woman had done the right thing by rejecting him. If they were really engaged, he wouldn't know how to refuse. However, he still had to put on an act. Uncle, who is this Brother Feng that Jenny is talking about? Shuashan Anna smiled bitterly. The young master of the Fire's Melt planet, Yen Feng. Jenny went there to experience the two extreme powers and was unintentionally saved by Yen Feng. Little Yin, don't take it to heart. There's nothing between her and Yen Feng. She was still young at the time, and I couldn't let her marry into the Fire's Melt planet either. That place isn't suitable for the Anna family. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. He remembered Yen Gang from the Fire's Melt planet, and he also remembered what Ghostfire had said during Astral 10's exam. That planet was tangled up with the Great Yu Empire, and its target seemed to be Wendy Yushan. Yen Feng? Uncle, can I speak to Miss Jenny alone? Lu Yin requested. Shuashan Anna thought about it and agreed. Please bear with her. She's spoiled, so don't mind her. Lu Yin smiled. It's normal for girls to be a little willful. She'll be fine after marriage. Shuashan Anna's eyes lit up. This meant that Lu Yin was willing to marry Jenny, which was good news. Yes. All right, you can go. Rocky Anna returned and told Lu Yin where Jenny Anna was. Lu Yin slowly walked over. Jenny Anna gritted her teeth in anger. You still dare to come looking for me? I'll show you how powerful the Anna family is. She immediately activated her gadget and sent a message. Lu Yin slowly walked through the courtyard, experiencing the Anna family's history. This family was truly impressive, and every place was filled with the family's cultural heritage. This was something that had been accumulated over time. Not long after, Lu Yin saw Jenny Anna and the two cultivators beside her. They were both Lemeters. Lu Yin didn't mind and continued walking forward. Jenny Anna pointed at Lu Yin. Teach him a lesson. The two Lemeters didn't hesitate. They didn't know who Lu Yin was, so they immediately attacked him. Lemeters weren't uncommon in the Anna family. A cold glint flashed through Lu Yin's eyes. He hoped that Jenny Anna would resist, but he couldn't go overboard and cause trouble. He needed to teach her a lesson and let the Anna family see his worth. With that thought in mind, he took a step forward and disappeared, causing the void to distort. With two soft thuds, the two Lemeters who had attacked Lu Yin collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Fresh blood flowed down their arms and dyed the ground red. 4 arms fell to the ground as Lu Yin had severed their arms in an instant. He then appeared in front of Jenny Anna and raised his hand to slowly touch the side of her face. Her skin was smooth to the touch. This scene completely terrified Jenny Anna. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 158. Peach was delighted and quickly put away the snacks. She looked up at Wendy Yushan and laughed. Thank you. Wendy Yushan nodded. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare much. Next time I'll get someone to move your favorite snack production line to Xenu Star. Many people were stunned. How domineering. Peach shook her head. No need. A little is enough for me. I don't know how to appreciate anything more. Wendy Yushan looked up. Yes, some people don't know how to appreciate things. She then took a step forward and disappeared. Zhu Lang and the others were shocked, but they hadn't found any trace of her. Wendy had become even stronger. Beizer's eyes were filled with passion and a trace of infatuation, but he quickly suppressed it. Wendy Yushan was very beautiful and naturally had a heroic aura about her. When she wielded a sword, it gave people the desire to conquer her. Beizer was no exception, but he hid his thoughts well and didn't dare reveal them. This was Wendy Yushan, and she would kill him without hesitation. He didn't think that he could stop her. Unfortunately, he didn't know who would benefit from this in the future. Beizer felt that it was a pity, and a man's figure appeared in his mind. In the palace's garden, Undying Yushan was quietly admiring the purple plant. Behind him, Wendy Yushan appeared with an indifferent expression. Undying Yushan turned around. You're becoming more and more impolite. Wendy Yushan didn't care and casually sat down. I killed nearly half of those people from the Innerverse. Undying Yushan sighed. I heard that I'm not a good father, and I even need my daughter to avenge me. Wendy Yushan stared at him. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? With me overseeing things, even if their ancestors came, nothing would have happened. Undying Yushan shook his head. Showing off isn't a good thing. Myriad Sword's peak isn't the strongest, and the 10 arbiters are powerful, but they still have to consider the interests of all parties. Sometimes there's a gap between the rules and the results, and this gap is enough to bury all of us. Wendy Yushan's tone was icy. Even if there's an exchange of interests, it won't harm me. Undying Yushan smiled. I know who's behind you, but the winds of this universe will never stop. That person isn't immortal, so how do you know that she doesn't want the Undying Manual? Even if there's a 1 in a million chance that it's with me, it's enough for her to abandon you. Yushan, Wendy Yushan, Father, you're still so narrow-minded. That Undying? The person behind me doesn't care, and neither does the 10 arbiters. Immortality is an irresistible temptation. Undying Yushan sighed. No one can live forever. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, they'll naturally understand. I dare say that none of the 10 arbiters wants to steal the Undying Manual. Otherwise, if they reveal even the slightest bit of information, I and the Great Yu Empire would no longer exist, Wendy Yushan said. Undying Yushan nodded. Perhaps you're right. Alright, let's not talk about this. Now that you've shifted the conflict from me to you, what do you plan to do next? Wendy Yushan arrogantly replied, I'll kill anyone who dares to cause trouble for me. It looks like you're very confident in your own strength. Do you want to compete with me? Undying Yushan suggested with a smile. Wendy Yushan turned her head away and did not respond. She was confident that she could defeat many powerhouses, but she was helpless against Undying Yushan. Even though he had been heavily injured and his strength had declined over and over again, he was still a powerhouse who had lived for nearly 1,000 years. He far surpassed many people in the Innerverse and could not be judged by the Outerverse standards. I'm the eldest senior sister, so a single word from me can get a disciple from the Myriad Sword's peak to take him to another academy. It won't be difficult. Undying Yushan fell silent. He felt that his daughter was too arrogant, and from her perspective she did have the right to be arrogant. However, there was a saying in the universe, do not underestimate anyone. The humiliation that Beizer had brought upon little Ian could not be resolved with a single word. Wendy wanted to use her overbearingness to resolve the grudge, but it would only make little Ian even angrier. It would be fine if little Ian was an ordinary person, but if he were to rise up one day, the consequences would be unimaginable. Undying Yushan could guess that this was not the first time Wendy had done something like this. She had offended too many people, but no one dared to do anything to her under the might of the 10 arbiters. However, nothing was absolute, and the 10 arbiters were not invincible. Little girl, listen to your father. Go to the bottom and take a look. There are many things that cannot be seen from the top, Undying Yushan advised. Wendy turned around. Father, you've reached a certain height before, so you should know that some people do not need to be humble. Only by remaining at the top can one create a powerful future. I only need to look up. She then tore open the void in front of her, stepped through and disappeared. Undying Yushan sighed. It was precisely because he had reached such heights that he felt even more strongly. The top 20 of the astral combat rankings were not the top, there were still the top 10 and even the top 5. Above that were the 10 arbiters and even more ancient and powerful seniors. Although these seniors had not been strengthened by formcast models, the accumulation of power over time was unimaginable. Lu Yin left the Ana family and flew towards King Zishan's palace in a spacecraft. His mind was filled with thoughts about the Great Yu Empire. Undying Yushan had created many legends about the Zishan family's treasures in order to scheme against the various great powers of the Innerverse. It was also because of these legends that his family had allowed him to become King Zishan, which made sense. But what about Silver? He was from the Neo-Human Alliance, so he had a deep understanding of the Great Yu Empire. What? Was it also because of the Undying Manual? The Neo-Human Alliance's influence was great, but it was limited to the shadows. The great powers of the Innerverse had all concealed themselves when facing the Great Yu Empire, waiting for Undying Yushan's death. The Neo-Human Alliance's influence in the Great Yu Empire should not surpass that of the Innerverse, so why did they have such a deep understanding of the Great Yu Empire? There were only two possibilities. Either the Neo-Human Alliance was certain that the Undying Manual was in Undying Yushan's hands, which was why they were sparing no expense in investigating the Great Yu Empire, or they had other motives. Lu Yin thought about how Silver had taken special care of him, and he guessed that this person had other motives. His family had also asked him to find a way to join the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, so they definitely had other motives. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. The Great Yu Empire definitely had more secrets that he did not know about. Up ahead, King Zishan's palace appeared in front of him. Lu Yin was sitting in a spacecraft when the void in front of him suddenly distorted. A beautiful woman with a simple sword shuttled through it, causing the spacecraft to almost explode. Lu Yin ignored the spacecraft and instead stared at the woman. She was Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan crossed through the void and accidentally brushed shoulders with Lu Yin. She glanced at him and a strange look flashed across her eyes, but it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and his surroundings returned to normal. Everything seemed like a dream, but that woman was indeed Wendy Yushan. She had recognized him, but she had not paid him any attention. This was the first time Lu Yin had been so close to Wendy Yushan. The woman's gaze was calm and everything seemed normal. She didn't purposely show any arrogance, but this was her greatest arrogance. She didn't need to care about anyone or anything, including Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled. He had not expected to bump into Wendy Yushan by accident. Was this fate? He did not know what would happen the next time they met. For some reason, Lu Yin became excited. He hated Wendy Yushan's calm gaze and he wanted to break it. The next time they met, he wanted to see shock, confusion, or even regret in her eyes. The Astral Combat Tournament was an opportunity for him to display himself to the entire universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 159. Not long after he returned to the manor, Peach arrived with a conflicted expression. Lu Yin could guess what had happened when he saw her. "I'm sorry I lost your friend," Peach apologized sincerely, her face adorable. Lu Yin smiled. "Peach, Bai Shui is an adult, and she has to take responsibility for her actions. Losing her is her own problem, it has nothing to do with you." Peach was helpless. "I don't know what happened either. She just mysteriously disappeared and I didn't even sense anything." Lu Yin was shocked. He had assumed that Bai Shui had been taken away during the chaos at Yu Academy. The second prince had betrayed Yu Academy, and some of the Academy's people had left. It was very likely that Bai Shui had been taken away since she was an innate talent, but now it seemed that there was more to it. What happened? Peach was puzzled. "I really don't know what happened." "Didn't she go missing on the first ring of the continent?" Peach shook her head. "No, she went missing at the 6th Squad's base. Some super powerhouse must have taken her away, but I couldn't sense any trace of star energy. I reported it to His Majesty, and he said that only a hunter or above could have done it. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary hunter either, as even he didn't sense anything strange." Lu Yin was shocked. Someone who could hide from Undying Yushan had to be a super powerhouse. Why had they taken Bai Shui away? Wait, Zhang Dingtian, Saruzin, and Susan had all gone missing as well. Could it be related to this person as well? They were all very ordinary people and the only connection they had was Earth. However, Earth was a very ordinary planet, so there shouldn't be any powerhouses involved. Lu couldn't figure it out, so he helplessly told Peach, "It has nothing to do with you, so don't blame yourself." Peach nodded with a dejected expression. She liked Bai Shui very much, but she had gone missing. She left not long after, telling Lu that Wendy had brought her many snacks from the Innerverse. Lu knew that she was referring to him, but he really didn't have any snacks, so he could only coax her away. Not long after Peach left, Tori Anna arrived. "King Zishan, this is a gift from the Anna family. Please accept it," Tori Anna said as he handed a chip to Lu. Lu took the chip and smiled at Tori Anna. "Please thank Uncle Shueshan on my behalf." Tori Anna nodded and left. He inserted the chip into his gadget and saw a list of people who had once been loyal to the Zishan family. Sigmund Maddox was on the list, but of course there were also some who had betrayed the Zishan family. This name list was similar to the one Silver had given him. Although it was more detailed, there were no differences. The Anna family had already shown their sincerity by giving him this list of names. Lu would have been very happy if they hadn't given him any silver, but unfortunately he already had it. He had received a favor for nothing, so he might as well have just given them money. Lu destroyed the chip and looked at his gadget, remembering something. Before leaving Astral 10, Master Wuxing had instructed Lu to wait for the Lockbreaker network to succeed. Lu didn't know if it had succeeded, but he immediately keyed in the code that Master Wuxing had given him. Soon the login screen appeared on his screen. Lu entered his identification number in the Lockbreaker Society, and after several rounds of verification, a message appeared. "Congratulations, Lu for successfully becoming a lockbreaker. Please name yourself and begin your great lockbreaking path." Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he immediately named himself Seventh Bro. The next moment the screen changed and an interface appeared in front of Lu. It was filled with all sorts of information about lockbreakers, and the bottom right corner kept flashing. Someone was trying to contact him. Lu curiously clicked on it and countless congratulatory messages flooded in. They came from all sorts of places, including the universe's great empires, powers, companies, academies, and even various lockbreaker societies. The countless congratulatory messages almost dazzled him. Lu knew that lockbreakers had a high status, but he had not expected it to be this high. He had not even made a single contribution to the Lockbreaker Society, and yet, there were already so many people congratulating him. This was too exaggerated, and even the Great Yu Empire was among them. Lu immediately closed the page. There were too many messages and he didn't have time to read them all. Not too far away, there was a flickering light with the words Sourcebox Catalog. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had read the book that Master Wuxing had given him, so he wasn't completely clueless about lockbreaking. Source boxes were the general name given to items that needed to be unlocked. The universe had existed for countless years and countless treasures had been sealed away. These treasures were source boxes and lockbreaking was the only way to unlock them. The Sourcebox catalog was a video that could unlock lockbreaking. Any lockbreaker who uploaded a lockbreaking video would be able to add it to their Sourcebox catalog. These Sourcebox catalogs could be sold or exchanged. Of course, if one was qualified enough, they could also upload them to the Sourcebox catalog on the Lockbreaker network for future generations to view and worship. The Sourcebox catalog flashing indicated that there was a new lockbreaking video. Lu opened it expectantly, and one message after another appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, 7th Bro, for joining the Lockbreaker Society. The Mavis Bank has sent you 5 Sourcebox catalogs. Congratulations, 7th Bro, for joining the Lockbreaker Society. The Exotic Metal Alliance has sent you 3 Sourcebox catalogs. Congratulations, 7th Bro, for joining the Lockbreaker Society. Shamrock Enterprises has sent you 3 Sourcebox catalogs." Each message made Lu excited. They were all from powerful organizations in the universe, and there were dozens of messages. Lu had never heard of most of them, but anyone who could enter the Lockbreaker network and send messages was not simple. There had to be at least a Lockbreaker in the organization. The Mavis Bank, Shamrock Enterprises, the Day-Night Clan, the Blaze Realm, and various other organizations were all expressing their goodwill to Lu. Even the Day-Night Clan, a powerful ancient clan, didn't dare to be arrogant in front of a lockbreaker. This was the power of a lockbreaker. Lu rejoiced that he had joined the Lockbreaker Society, as he had seen another world. Filled with excitement, Lu began to browse through the Sourcebox catalogs that these organizations had sent him. The first one was from the Mavis Bank. In a desolate area, there was a strange black rock that towered into the clouds. A man slowly approached it, and as he approached, the void began to crack. The desolate land seemed to change as the man's appearance seemed to disrupt the balance of the area, causing the land to crack and the void to shatter. However, this was not enough to affect the man. The man walked step by step to the bottom of the black rock and raised a hand to touch it. He muttered something to himself as he circled around the rock and struck it in different directions. After an hour, the black rock gradually cracked and finally crumbled. The moment it crumbled, the void seemed to shatter. The man pressed down on the void with one hand and forcefully solidified it. Finally, a green halo enveloped the desolate land, causing countless plants to grow. In front of the man's eyes, a green root that towered into the clouds appeared. This root had been sealed by the black rock for a long time, and now the man had released it. Luin stared at it in shock. This was lock-breaking. The black rock was actually formed from the universe's star energy and various other strange energies that had transformed over time. The root had been sealed in dust, allowing it to become a source box, and now the man had successfully unlocked it. The process seemed simple, but every step was fraught with danger. The entire desolate land was enveloped by the source box's constant energy field, and anyone who stepped in would have to endure unimaginable pressure. Even the void would shatter. In order to successfully unlock the source box, the man had spent an hour disintegrating the outer layer of the source box's energy field. This was a huge undertaking, and any mistake would not only kill the man but also destroy the source box. The man was definitely a space-exploring powerhouse, or else he would not have been able to forcefully solidify the shattered void. Lock-breaking sometimes required more than just star energy control and understanding, it also required great strength. Without strength, one would not even be able to get close to the source box. Luin remembered that the title page of the book that Master Wuxing had given him had said, "There are no identical source boxes in the universe." Every lock-breaking process was unique, which was why the requirements for both star energy and experience were extremely high. This was why the source box catalog had been created. Hundreds of thousands of lock-breakers constantly watched other people's source box catalogs in order to increase their experience. Not only did they want to succeed in lock-breaking, but they also wanted to preserve their lives. Lock-breakers enjoyed the highest status in the universe, but at the same time, they also shouldered unimaginable dangers. This was because the source boxes were sealed in the universe, and trying to unlock any one of them was like fighting against the universe itself. Luin sighed and muttered to himself for a moment. He wanted to watch the source box catalog again, but unfortunately he could not click on it. Any source box catalog could only be viewed once, and he had to purchase it if he wanted to watch it again. Luin was helpless, so he moved on to the next one. This time it was at the bottom of the sea, and the view was not panoramic. Instead, only a pair of hands could be seen. It was obvious that this video had been recorded with a gadget, which meant that this was a lockbreaker's own lock-breaking video. The pair of snow-white hands clearly belonged to a woman. As the video shook, Luin finally saw the source box. It was a fish, or more accurately, a fish that had been solidified by a gray substance. This fish had been sealed for an unknown period of time, and it looked very ancient. It slowly floated up from the bottom of the sea. As it floated up, countless sea creatures rushed over with scarlet eyes and attacked the woman. The woman casually waved her hands, and the sea instantly turned red. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 160. Luin looked again and clicked on the next one. This time, what appeared in front of him was a dark chamber. There was a very small stone in the middle of the chamber. A man appeared and slowly approached the stone. However, in the next second, a white light flashed in the void. The space was cut into pieces by an invisible attack, and the man was also reduced to pieces. Luin was shocked, as this was a case of failure. Lockbreakers took on a huge risk, and many lockbreakers died every year, which was very normal. The sourcebox catalog not only contained successful cases, but there were also cases of failure. In comparison, many people were more willing to look at failed cases, as they were all bloody experiences. Although there were no identical source boxes in the universe, many of the dangers were similar. For example, the white light that had flashed through the void had left Luin traumatized. He was certain that in the future, he would run away as soon as he saw such a white light. This was experience, and the experiences of those who had died were very precious. Luin had obtained more than 100 sourcebox catalog videos, and it took him several days to finish them all. Most of them were successful and only a few were failures. Only 3 of them were videos of lockbreakers dying. These videos were very precious and others would not easily give them away. Luin rubbed his head. The job of a lockbreaker was difficult, but it was also simple. There was not much specialized knowledge, and it relied on one's strength and experience. However, this was also the reason why it was so dangerous. Lockbreakers were like a suicide squad that humans had created to compete with the universe for treasures. They enjoyed the highest glory, but they also had to bear great risks. It was no wonder why Master Wuxing had told Lu Yin to contact him before his first lock-breaking attempt. He had been afraid that Lu Yin would accidentally die. To be honest, after watching so many videos, Lu Yin did not feel the urge to lock-break. In fact, he even wanted to avoid it as much as possible. This was gambling with one's life, especially for someone like him who did not have a mentor to guide him. It was very easy to lose one's life. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at the die. His eyes flashed, and he decided to postpone his lock-breaking until he had a better understanding of the situation. He would withdraw his money first. He only had 3,000 star crystals on him, and he did not feel safe at all. Elsewhere, Bezer met with Wendy Yushan. "Take this and contact that lock-breaker. Ask him to help you lock-break," Wendy Yushan said as she tossed a lump of dirt to Bezer. Bezer was put in a difficult position. "Representative Wendy, is this a source box?" Wendy Yushan looked at Bezer coldly. "Just do as I say. Tell that lockbreaker that this source box isn't offensive, and he can try it out. Whatever he obtains from the lock-breaking will be his reward. This is the Outerverse Youth Council's sincerity." "Yes." Bezer was shocked and quickly left. Wendy Yushan retracted her gaze and looked at her gadget. A screen popped up showing Lu Yin's lockbreaker page. Of course, Lu Yin's name did not appear, only 7th bro. "I didn't think that a new lockbreaker would be on Xenu Star. I hope that it's not someone from the Innerverse." Wendy Yushan's gaze was icy cold. Even she did not dare to underestimate lockbreakers, as any lockbreaker had the potential to become a peerless powerhouse because they were the key to opening source boxes. Many lockbreakers did not interact with the outside world and instead focused solely on exploring ancient planets in search of source boxes. Once they found a heaven-defying item, they had the potential to become a powerhouse, and such people could not be provoked. "That's enough. Do you still want to meet me?" Lu Yin grew impatient. Bezer gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll do as you say. Don't worry, I'll send it over tomorrow." Lu Yin hung up, satisfied. As long as he left the source box in the palace, he wouldn't have to worry about Bezer finding him. There were many people in the palace, and there were also court officials and foreign officials who entered every day. With the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons present, even Bezer wouldn't be able to monitor him, so his identity wouldn't be exposed. Bezer reported the situation to Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan smiled. The Imperial Palace? She was very curious about a lockbreaker who could enter the palace, and she wanted to see who it was. Lu Yin entered the Mavis Bank, but he suddenly stopped after taking a few steps. He had forgotten that Bezer couldn't monitor the palace, but Wendy Yushan could. The palace was her home. He had to think of a way to lure her out, or else it would be dangerous to obtain the source box. He currently had a total of 22,000 star crystals in his bank card, so he took them all out and stored them in his cosmic ring, filling it up in an instant. The cosmic ring in his hand was a super large one, and he had spent over 1,000 cubic meters to purchase it. It was definitely enough for most people, but it was still not enough for him. Furthermore, super large cosmic rings were only for the average person. There were a few more types of spatial rings, but unfortunately, those cosmic rings could not be bought in Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin walked out of the Mavis Bank and used his gadget to check on Wendy Yushan. He was pleasantly surprised to find that she didn't live in the palace, as she had moved out after reaching adulthood. Her residence was some distance away from the palace. Lu Yin thought about it and his lips curled up. He wanted to test Princess Wendy's limits. The next day, Bezer entered the palace under the pretense of visiting Undying Yushan, but he left not long after. Wendy Yushan had already entered the palace before him. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to retrieve the source box, and he instead stayed in King Zishan's palace to study the star charts. This had become something he did whenever he was bored. On this day, no one touched the source box hidden in the palace, so Wendy Yushan wasn't in a hurry. The next day, Wendy Yushan monitored the source box for another day, but no one touched it. She guessed that the lockbreaker might have known that she was watching. On the third day, no one took the source box. Wendy Yushan frowned and muttered to herself. On the morning of the fourth day, just before the start of court, Wendy Yushan was considering whether or not she should give up her surveillance when a piece of news infuriated her. Her residence had been attacked, and dozens of drunkards had flown a flying device into the residence, leaving it in a mess. Wendy Yushan didn't even think about it and immediately left. At the same time, Lu Yin entered the palace and followed the courtiers into the palace. He had just retrieved the unremarkable source box from his cosmic ring. He didn't know if Wendy Yushan had left, but he had done everything he could. If that woman was smart enough not to leave, then it didn't matter if he was exposed. However, he guessed that there was a 90% chance that she had left. According to the information he had gathered, the princess's residence was very important to her, very important. Today was a special day, as the Great Yu Empire's war against Duke Yushan was temporarily suspended. Many foreign courtiers were participating in the court session, so there weren't enough seats. Lu Yin only strolled around once before leaving without showing his face. Less than a minute after he left, Wendy Yushan returned to the palace. She glanced at the flower bed and her expression turned cold. The source box had been taken away, and when she thought about what had happened in the princess's residence, she was furious. She had been played. Wendy wasn't stupid, and she had been played because she hadn't expected that someone would dare to trick her. She was Wendy Yushan. You can run now, but you can't run forever. You better pray that you become a useful lockbreaker, or else I'll let you know the price of fooling me. Within King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the black dirt in his hand. This was the source box. Although it looked a little shabby, it was indeed a harmless source box that he could experiment with. Lock-breaking was something that required both ability and experience. He was about to begin his first lock-breaking session in his life. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 161. Master Wuxing had asked Lu Yin to contact him during his first lock-breaking attempt, and after some thought, Lu Yin decided to contact him. But even after a while, Master Wuxing still couldn't be contacted through his gadget. Lu Yin closed his gadget, thinking that Master Wuxing must be busy. Lu Yin didn't wait any longer and decided to directly unlock the source box. However, he needed to activate the camera function on his gadget before he could actually unlock the source box. He wanted to record the entire process and upload it to his source box catalog. Every successful lock-breaking attempt was equivalent to unlocking the secrets of the universe. Source boxes were sealed by the universe and lock breakers were the key to unlocking them. Thus, every successful lock-breaking attempt, regardless of whether it was done by someone paying a price or by one's own initiative, was a contribution to the Lockbreaker Society. This contribution was graded by stars. For example, although Lu Yin had officially become a discerning elementary lockbreaker, his contribution was 0. There were many people like him in the society, and more accurately, they weren't true lockbreakers. Only lockbreakers who successfully unlocked a source box could be considered true lockbreakers. 1-star contribution would be awarded, and with this contribution, one would be considered a true lockbreaker. A lockbreaker with contributions was completely different from a lockbreaker without contributions. One's contribution had to be proven by a lock-breaking video, which could be recorded by oneself or by someone else. In any case, no source box was exactly the same, and there was no such thing as stealing the lock-breaking process. Thus, when someone paid a price to ask a lockbreaker to unlock a source box, the lockbreaker had to allow that person to watch from the side. This made it easier to record, and it also helped to avoid suspicion. If a lockbreaker secretly hid something that had been unlocked, they would be hunted down by the Lockbreaker Society. This was the professional nature of a lockbreaker. After preparing everything, Lu Yin placed a hand on the source box and closed his eyes. Star energy flowed out of his body and touched the source box. The moment he touched the source box, Lu Yin was stunned. It was too complicated, and the layer of energy on the source box's surface was rather chaotic and disorderly. It didn't seem very large, but from the perspective of star energy, it was as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. It could even be considered another world. The star energy that roamed the universe was invisible to the naked eye, but once it became visible or even tangible, it meant that the concentration of star energy had reached a terrifying level. The surface of a source box was like this, and it wasn't just star energy. There were other types of energy mixed within the source box, and they were strangely balanced. Baser was right, as this source box was not dangerous. However, it was impossible for Lu Yin to unlock it without using the serious art. It was like asking an illiterate person to decipher the principles behind a spacecraft's operation. It was so complicated that it gave him a headache. This was the true face of the source boxes that lockbreakers had to face. This source box was of the lowest grade, but it was already so complex. Lu Yin could not even begin to imagine how complex the first source box that he had seen in the source box catalog had been. Amateurs were only here to watch the show, but only insiders could sense how powerful that lockbreaker was. Luin had no choice but to use the serious art. 8 stars revolved around his body and enveloped the source box. The seal on the source box's surface suddenly became clear, but it was still as messy and disorderly as before, like a randomly tangled string. If Luin wanted to unlock this source box, he would have to dissolve this complex energy bit by bit. He took a deep breath and began his attempt. As long as he could see it clearly, it was not difficult to dissolve it, but it would take a long time. After all, the energy had already become tangible and there was just too much of it. 5 hours quickly passed, and the source box's surface became slightly smoother. This proved that Lu Yin's lock breaking had been effective. He looked up and exhaled with a bitter smile. It would probably take him more than 20 hours to completely unlock the source box. Whatever, he decided to continue. Without the serious art, Lu Yin would not have been able to succeed. Even with the serious art, it still took him 27 hours to finally unlock the source box. When the last thin layer of energy disappeared, a very inconspicuous piece of gray metal fell to the ground, making a clattering sound. Lu Yin's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. He had already reached his limit after continuously using the serious art for 27 hours. He really could not hold on any longer. Fortunately, he had succeeded at the last moment. He picked up the gray metal, which was probably a component of some sort. Because too much time had passed, most of the component had decayed, and only this piece of metal remained. It was a pity, but since this piece of metal could withstand the corrosion of time, it should not be simple. Lu Yin put the metal away and activated his gadget. He uploaded his entire lock-breaking process to the sourcebox catalog and waited for it to be reviewed. He then closed his eyes and went to sleep. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, his gadget beeped and he opened his eyes. When he looked at it, his eyes lit up. His lock-breaking video had been reviewed, and a new star had appeared on his own page on the Lockbreaker network. Lu Yin was delighted. From this moment onwards, he was a true lockbreaker with contributions, a 1-star discerning junior lockbreaker. The star was so bright that it almost dazzled Lu Yin. With this star, his status had risen once again. Lockbreaker status was not only because they were sought after by outsiders, but also because they were protected from within. Any lockbreaker with contributions was a treasure to the Lockbreaker Society, and killing one would result in the retaliation of all lockbreakers. It could be said that the Lockbreaker Society was very protective of its members. Lu Yin liked this sort of protective organization. When he had become a 1-star lockbreaker, the society had immediately sent him a congratulatory message and given him 20 sourcebox catalogs. These were all lock-breaking videos of discerning junior lockbreakers, which were very suitable for him and were very precious. At this moment, someone contacted him. Lu Yin took a look and saw that it was Master Wuxing. He tapped on his screen, and Master Wuxing appeared with a serious expression. "Student Lu Yin, you were too rash." Lu Yin smiled. "Sorry, Master. I couldn't help myself." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 162. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity as he had been hoping to get a gift. Forget it, even Master Wuxing had said that the price was high, so it probably wasn't something he could obtain right now. It was better to return to Astral 10 first since he had been out for so long. Lu Yin closed the Lockbreaker network and suddenly found an unread notification. He looked at it and saw that it was from Old Kai from Astral 10. Temporary mission: head to the Umbral Butterfly Weave and obtain the Giant Emperor's third eye. Complete the mission and return to the academy. Giant Emperor? Third eye? Lu Yin was puzzled and immediately checked the network. The Umbral Butterfly Weave was very far from Frostwave Weave. There were 7 weaves in between, and there were less than 100 regions in between. Compared to Frostwave Weave, the Umbral Butterfly Weave was slightly smaller. The Giants were a barbaric race in the Umbral Butterfly Weave that possessed great power and had even produced space-exploring powerhouses. Every giant was 100 meters tall and had sharp mouths and monkey cheeks. They were bald and had long arms, and forests grew on their backs. Their bodies were green and their eyes were filled with black threads. There were almost 10 million of them, and the one who ruled over them was the Giant Emperor. Lu Yin searched for a long time, and he managed to find quite a bit of information regarding the Giant Emperor. However, there was no mention of a third eye. He even managed to find many images of the past Giant Emperors, but none of them had a third eye. Could Old Kai have made a mistake? He originally wanted to contact Old Kai to ask, but after some thought he decided against it. He would go take a look first. It took a month to travel from Frostwave Weave to the Umbral Butterfly Weave, and Lu Yin planned to continuously look at the star charts during this time. Now he needed to roll his die. Only a few days had passed since he had last rolled the die, and Luin calculated that it was still not time yet. He took out the star chart and studied it, trying to figure out the feeling that the crazy director had given him when he had activated the 9th star. A few more days passed and Luin finally took out his die. It was time to roll it. He tapped the die and it stopped spinning. Lu Yin's surroundings changed and he appeared in the time-stop space. He was a little depressed as this space was starting to wear him out. However, he couldn't bear to change the scenery. Forget it, it was only 3 days and they would pass by quickly. When the 3 days were up, Luin returned to the manor and continued rolling his die. This time he rolled one and a crystal card from an unknown bank dropped. It wasn't from the Mavis Bank and Luin pursed his lips. It's useless, so he continued. When he saw that the die was still on one, he sighed. A pink dress had dropped and he was stunned. How was this possible? Without a second thought he burned it. If anyone saw it, his reputation would be ruined. Luin sighed. He would never be able to roll his die in front of others again in this lifetime. He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen if a set of female underwear suddenly appeared in front of him. He took a deep breath, squeezed his fingers and tapped the die once more. When it stopped spinning, the number that appeared before him was 6. 6 points, a mysterious number. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as his eyes burned with passion. This number was just right for him. Everything in front of him changed, and he turned into a ball of light that appeared in a pitch-black space. There were balls of light everywhere, some warm, some hot, some large and some small. Lu Yin's ball of light flew further and further away. He had 200,000 cubes of crystals in his cosmic ring, which was enough for him to travel very far. This had shaken Astral 6, and he had become the most talented lockbreaker after Dao Bo. Luin replayed the process of unlocking the revealing sword, and he was shocked by Karen's exquisite control of star energy. Although this person could not see as clearly as Luin could when he used the serious art, he had relied on his familiarity with star energy to forcefully unlock the source box. This was the method that most lockbreakers used, and Luin would have been cheating if he had used the serious art. Sharon was truly a genius lockbreaker. Even though Luin was replaying the process, he was still sweating profusely from exhaustion. However, his gains were not small as he had fused with Karen's body, which was equivalent to having Karen's lock-breaking experience. This was a valuable asset. With a clang, Luin retrieved the revealing sword from his cosmic ring. The sword's blade was light and agile, and it was silvery white in color. The sword's edge glowed with vibrant colors, and there were faintly discernible veined patterns on its surface. With a casual wave of his hand, a huge crack appeared in Karen's cultivation room. Luin was shocked, as a room that could be used for a Lemaitr's cultivation was definitely not made of ordinary materials. However, the revealing sword had been able to easily cut through the room. It was too sharp. Furthermore, the veined patterns on the sword's edge were clearly not simple. This was a weapon that had been sealed away for an unknown period of time, and it possessed a mysterious power. Luin was a little greedy, and he really wanted to obtain this sword as well as the wealth within Karen's cosmic ring. However, after some thought he decided not to be too greedy. He had already obtained Karen's lock-breaking experience, and if he robbed Sharon of everything he would be met with retribution. The universe was mysterious, and although Luin did not believe in retribution, he still felt apologetic. This was also a type of retribution. Although he did not want to rob Sharon of his wealth, that did not mean that Sharon was useless. Sharon was one of Astral Six's strongest powerhouses and the Tao of Purgatory's area master. He was on the same level as Frankfurt, so he had a ready-made backer. Luin recalled Karen's experiences, and his lips curled up into a strange smile. This guy was definitely a genius, but it was a pity that he was emotionally miserable. However, he was just right for Luin. Luin took out dozens of letters from the corner of his cosmic ring and blinked. Sharon, don't blame me. I don't want to do this either, but there's no other way. You'll have to suffer for a while. Just as he finished speaking, a pulling force appeared, and Luin closed his eyes and reappeared in the dark space. He then traversed an unknown distance and returned to King Zishan's palace. When he opened his eyes again, he immediately took out a piece of paper and began writing. At the same time, in the distant Timor weave, Sharon crawled up from the ground and rubbed his head. What was going on? Why was he lying on the ground and his memory seemed to have disappeared? Suddenly, Karen's pupils shrank and his face went pale. There were dozens of letters on the ground, and they caused his mind to rumble. His secret had been discovered. Sharon could die, but there were some secrets that could never be discovered. However, The letters on the ground clearly told him that someone had mercilessly scanned through his secrets. Sharon trembled as he put the letters away, his entire body cold. Who could it be? Who could have knocked him out without a sound? This was his most secret training room, and he hadn't told anyone else about it. Who could it be? At that moment, a string of numbers appeared in front of Karen's eyes. It was the number of his gadget, and Karen's expression changed. This was left behind by that person. Did they want him to contact them? Sharon opened his gadget and hesitated. In King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin checked his cosmic ring and was saddened to find that he only had a little more than 500 star crystals left. He had used up 200,000 in one go, which was too terrifying. This was definitely a huge money grubber, but he didn't regret it. If he could fuse with Sharon, it would have been worth it even if he had to spend another 200,000 star crystals. Without those 200,000 star crystals, he wouldn't have been able to reach the Timor weave. 6 points had given him a huge surprise, but at the same time, it had also made him a pauper. Lu Yin felt both pain and joy. It was time to make some money. The commotion caused by Shiyu's incident had gradually died down, and there were no more spendthrifts knocking on his door. He had to find another reason. Just as he was thinking about how to scam someone, his gadget suddenly rang. His lips curled up as he tapped it open. A screen appeared in front of him and Karen's bloodshot eyes appeared. Sharon was stunned when he saw Lu Yin. He had thought that the person who had plotted against him was a space-exploring powerhouse, but it was a young man who looked to be around 20 years old. It was impossible for someone of that age to plot against him. Who are you? Lu Yin smiled. You must be the Sharon that my uncle was talking about. Uncle? Karen's eyes widened and his expression turned ferocious. At the same time there was a trace of fear. Where is your uncle? I want to see him. Lu Yin shrugged. Sorry, my uncle has something to do, so he won't see you. However, he did tell me a few things about you. How interesting, huh? Karen's body turned cold again and he stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? What do you know? What do you want? Tomorrow is New Year's Eve and Windborn would like to thank everyone for their support over the past year. I also wish everyone a happy new year. May you gain both fame and fortune, and may your wishes come true. The 15th and 16th will both be updated at midnight. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll also spread the word that you are under my protection. What is your name? Lu Yin. Sharon nodded and casually closed the screen. He knew that there was no point in continuing the conversation, as Lu Yin had already grasped his weakness. At the same time Lu Yin sighed and smiled. He now had a backer. An area lord was enough to make many shrink back. Unfortunately, it would be better if he was a realm lord. That way there would be almost no one in the entire trial zone who would dare to act against him. Karen's deterrence could only intimidate a group of students at most, and area lords were not included in this list. He thought of Jared, who was at the top of the Blaze Realms rankings. If Sharon spread the word, then Lu Yin didn't know if that person would personally appear to attack him. After spending 2 days reviewing Karen's lock-breaking experiences, Lu Yin opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. With Karen's experience and the serious art, he could definitely become a 5-star discerning elementary lock-breaker. However, Sharon himself had only succeeded because of luck. If Lu Yin wanted to successfully unlock a source box similar to a sword-shaped source box, then he would need to activate the 9th star just to be safe. Once the 9th star appeared, both the serious art and serious palm would undergo a huge transformation. That would be the opportunity for Lu Yin to rise to prominence. Right now, everything could be pushed back and the most important thing right now was the 9th star. However, the 9th star was far too difficult. Even if he remembered the crazy headmaster's deductions, it was useless. He just couldn't find the right opportunity to activate it. Perhaps he would have a better chance in outer space. Lu Yin rested for another day before heading to the Imperial Palace to bid farewell to Undying Yushan. You're going to the Umbral Butterfly Weave? The Undying Yushan was astonished. Lu Yin replied, My mentor gave me a mission, so I have to go. Undying Yushan nodded. Then go. Although it's far, your spacecraft has Astral 10's insignia. Not only will you be protected by the Astral Combat Academy, but you'll also be protected by the 10 Arbiters Council. You won't encounter any danger, but remember to take a detour if you encounter any strange phenomena in outer space. Astral disasters are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Even I can't guarantee that you'll be able to safely pass through them. Lu Yin grunted. I understand, Your Majesty. Also, Wendy is back. Do you want to meet her? Undying Yushan asked as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head. I've already met her. It was a coincidence. Undying Yushan nodded. In that case go. Complete your mission and return to the academy as soon as possible. Remember your responsibilities and remember that ring of authority. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Undying Yushan didn't tell Lu Yin that Wendy had wanted to resolve the grudge between him and Bezer with a single sentence. Although he hadn't interacted much with Lu Yin, he understood that unless Bezer died, the humiliation he had suffered that day would not disappear. Furthermore, Bezer probably wasn't the only person in Lu Yin's heart. Wendy was as well. Just thinking about this gave Undying Yushan a headache. Although Lu Yin's innate gift was extraordinary, he didn't think that he could surpass Wendy. Reality wasn't a fairy tale. Wendy had received the inheritance of Myriad Sword's peak, and even the 10 arbiters valued her highly. There were almost no youths in the Outerverse who could compare to her. However, this couldn't become a knot in Lu Yin's heart for the rest of his life, and it could only slowly fade away with time. Lu Yin watched as the scenery on both sides of him rapidly receded. The aurora broke through space and with a slight tremble, it stabilized and sped towards the umbral butterfly weave. This journey took a month and they had to pass through dozens of wormholes. Without these wormholes, who knew how long it would take to reach the umbral butterfly weave? Lu Yin took out his star chart, tossed aside all distracting thoughts, and immersed himself in the 9th star. He hoped to leave as soon as possible. A day after Lu Yin left Xenu Star, Wendy Yushan checked the Lockbreaker network and was surprised to see that there was a new star on Lu Yin's interface. It was so bright and dazzling. Wendy Yushan was shocked. He succeeded so quickly. She immediately paid some money to check Lu Yin's sourcebox catalog. There was only one lock-breaking video, and it was a video of Lu Yin unlocking the Earth-like sourcebox. Wendy recognized this sourcebox as she was the one who had given it away. Wendy looked at it for a long time before retracting her gaze. This person had really succeeded. She had thought that a newly certified lockbreaker like him would take at least a few months or even a year before he could successfully unlock a sourcebox. It seemed like this person was a genius in the field of lockbreaking. Bezer, immediately contact this lockbreaker called 7th Bro. I need to let him know of the Outerverse Youth Council's goodwill, Wendy ordered Bezer. Bezer immediately acted and contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin was in outer space looking at a star chart when he heard his gadget beep. When he saw that it was Bezer, his eyes turned cold, but he smiled and changed his voice. Bezer, what's up? Oh, sorry to disturb you, Mr. 7th Bro. I just wanted to ask if you've succeeded in unlocking the sourcebox? Bezer's tone was much more respectful than before. Lu Yin grunted and then sternly asked, What, do you want to take back what you obtained from unlocking the sourcebox? Of course not, please don't misunderstand. I've already said that everything obtained from unlocking the sourcebox belongs to you. This is the Outerverse Youth Council's decision as well as Counselor Puyu's. Lu Yin raised a brow. Puyu? Bezer replied, Yes, Counselor Puyu. He's one of the highest-ranking counselors in the Outerverse Youth Council. This is his goodwill to you. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Puyu? It seemed like this person was the one behind Bezer, and it was probably this person who had allowed Bezer to humiliate Lu Yin. Otherwise, Bezer wouldn't have needed to do that just because he had defeated Ghostfire. Ghostfire had also provoked Lu Yin and everything was related to Puyu. This person wanted Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin analyzed everything in an instant. I understand. Counselor Puyu, right? I'll remember him. Bezer was delighted as this was exactly the effect that he had been hoping for. Puyu needed any lockbreaker who had made contributions, as such lockbreakers had limitless potential. Who knew when they would be able to bring them something good? In that case, I won't disturb Mr. 7th Bro any further. Lu Yin grunted and then ended the call. Puyu. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This person was troublesome and he was on the same level as Wendy Yushan. He was definitely powerful, and if Lu Yin wanted to join the Outerverse Youth Council in the future, he would definitely run into Puyu. He had to be prepared. Traveling through outer space was an extremely tedious task. Although the sky was beautiful, it was also filled with danger. Half a month passed, and Lu Yin had rearranged his route 6 times. Each time he had avoided danger ahead of time. Even so, he had almost been swallowed by a black hole that had suddenly appeared. That time, Lu Yin had almost been scared to death. If he had been swallowed, he would have died. His spacecraft was not strong enough to tear apart a black hole. Danger ahead. Rearranging route. Route updated successfully. A pleasant voice rang out. Lu Yin was astonished. Did he have to take a detour again? As he thought about it, he looked into the distance and his expression changed. Were those 2 people? Happy New Year's Eve. The third update will be released at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support, brothers. As long as he returns to normal, no one will dare to provoke him. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. He touched something that he shouldn't have. It has nothing to do with us. The Astral Combat Tournament is approaching, so let's just watch. That brat isn't bad. He actually managed to escape. He was lucky. At least we didn't have to save him. Let's continue. I want to see how much you've improved over the past few hundred years. What a joke. When have you ever beaten me? Shameless. I only beat you once in the Cosmic Sea. Why don't you say that you beat me in the Neoverse as well? Don't try to deny it. You talk too much. Lu Yin's spacecraft continued to travel smoothly. Right in front of him, a large spacecraft was strangely parked in space. From a distance, the lights on the spacecraft were dazzling. However, everything changed when a smear of blood spilled onto the glass. Countless wails could be heard from the large spacecraft as blood flowed out from the gaps in the spacecraft, adding a touch of terror to the originally dark space. A few hours later, Lu Yin saw the large spacecraft and wondered why it was parked in space. Soon, Lu Yin's expression changed when he saw the blood spreading out from the spacecraft. Something was wrong. He stared at the spacecraft vigilantly, not daring to relax. A figure appeared before Lu Yin's eyes. It was a woman with long black and white hair that drooped down and dripped with blood. She held a red sword in her hand while countless corpses lay beneath her feet. Lu Yin knew how cruel the universe was, but he did not care about the corpses. Instead, he cared about the woman's black and white hair, which meant that she was from the Day-Night clan. When had another woman from the Day-Night clan appeared in the Outerverse? This clan was truly all-pervasive. Sensing Lu Yin's gaze, the woman turned around and shot him a cold glare. Lu Yin's heart trembled. What kind of gaze was that? Cold, emotionless, despairing, remorseful, helpless, and yet there was also an unforgettable sadness. That complicated gaze was imprinted into Lu Yin's heart, and he would never forget it. The woman only glanced at Lu Yin before standing quietly in the spacecraft and looking into the distance. Nobody knew what she was thinking. At that moment, Lu Yin's spacecraft overtook the large spacecraft, and he saw a murderous symbol at the front of the spacecraft. It was the symbol of an interstellar pirate, and everyone in the spacecraft was an interstellar pirate. The Day-Night clan was a powerful clan in the universe, and they could not possibly be pirates. Did that mean that this woman had killed pirates? Although it was just a glance, Lu Yin was sure that aside from that woman, no one else had survived. What a murderous aura. Soon, Lu Yin's spacecraft was far away, and he could no longer see the large spacecraft. However, that woman's gaze left a deep impression on him. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a complicated gaze, and the sadness and helplessness in it had shocked him. He shook his head. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 165. It had to be said that beauties had an advantage at certain times, and Michelle's outstanding appearance dazzled anyone who saw her. Few people in the trial zones were willing to have someone else appear beside them, but Michelle was not one of them. Michelle looked around and saw that everything around her was black. This was the Tao of Purgatory, the place where Astral Six's main forces gathered. She turned around and saw a towering black mountain range in the distance. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have recognized it as Spear Mountain, the place where he had lost his life. Michelle pondered for a moment before heading towards Spear Mountain. Just as she got close, a black shadow suddenly attacked her. Michelle's expression changed and she instinctively retreated to avoid the attack. She looked up. War Spirit? Michelle knew more about the trial zones than Lu Yin, and she immediately prepared to fight the moment she saw the War Spirit. War spirits had no intelligence and could only fight when they encountered each other. Suddenly, danger descended, not from the war spirit in front of her, but from the other side. Michelle subconsciously activated her innate gift, and a red lotus bloomed beneath her feet as she disappeared from her original spot. A red lotus? 2 men and 2 women walked out from not far away. The leader was a young man, and he was looking at Michelle, who had appeared in the distance with surprise. Michelle looked at the man in shock. She felt an extreme sense of danger from him. This man was very strong, very strong. He was strong enough to kill her easily. That was what Michelle felt at the moment. The war spirit suddenly attacked the man, but he casually raised a hand and flicked his finger. There was a flash of light in the void and the war spirit froze. The space around it collapsed, and the war spirit vanished along with it. Michelle's pupils shrank and she retreated a few more steps. She stared at the man in shock. He was too terrifying. He could tear through the void so easily. She was on a completely different level from him. Red Lotus, I remember that there's a Red Lotus witch bow in Astral 6. What's your relationship with her? The man asked curiously. Although the question was abrupt, his tone was gentle, and he didn't seem overbearing. The three people behind him also looked at Michelle curiously. She's my sister, Michelle answered in a low voice. The man nodded. No wonder. I've seen her before. She's a very flirtatious woman. He then looked up and smiled at Michelle. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm Lu Tang, the captain of the Spirit Hunters. Michelle was astonished. The Spirit Hunters were teams that specialized in hunting war spirits in the trial zones. Their purpose was unknown, but it was rumored that they were there to find out the truth of the trial zones, or perhaps to comprehend something. No one could say for sure, but one thing was clear. The Spirit Hunters were all very powerful. My name is Michelle. Lu Tang smiled again, nodded, and turned to leave. Michelle watched as Lu Tang slowly left. She took a deep breath. She hadn't expected to encounter such a terrifying person right after entering the trial zones. Lu Tang? Oh, primeval surnames? At this moment, another man appeared and walked up to Michelle. His eyes lit up as he said, You must be Michelle. Michelle stared at this person warily. This person was also very strong and had a hint of dominance. The man smiled. My name is Frankfurt, and I'm the area master of the Spear Mountain Range. Senior Mira helped me in the academy. Hello, Senior, Michelle said politely. Frankfurt waved his hand. You're welcome. Senior Mira has helped me a lot. Michelle, since you've come to the Spear Mountain Range, you should stay. You can comprehend some things here. Michelle shook her head. Thank you, Senior, but the Spear Mountain Range doesn't suit me. Frankfurt felt that it was a pity. That's true. You and Senior Mira both have the innate gift of the Red Lotus. In the entire Tao of Purgatory, the only place that suits you is the Heavenly Drum. Michelle nodded. The Heavenly Drum was the greatest place to gain insights and experience in the Tao of Purgatory. It was also where the Realm Master of the Tao of Purgatory resided, so it was the only place that suited her. By the way, Senior, have you heard of Lu Tang? Michelle suddenly asked. She was very interested in that person. Although they were both from the same generation, he was too strong. When he heard Lu Tang's name, Frankfurt's expression changed. How do you know him? Did Senior Mira tell you? Michelle shook her head. He was here just now. Frankfurt's expression darkened. These spirit hunters are still so unruly. This is Spear Mountain, my territory. He then looked at Michelle and asked, Lu Tang didn't do anything to you, did he? Michelle shook her head. Who is he? Is he also an area master? Frankfurt replied, He's not an area master, but he's definitely not weaker than any of them. He's a student of Astral too, and he's from the Sword Sect. Michelle's expression changed and she exclaimed, The Sword Sect. Frankfurt nodded solemnly. That's right. The Sword Sect's leader is the Lu family. They're an ancient family with a primeval surname that's viewed as an enemy by countless people in the universe. Lu Tang is from that family. You should know that one of the 10 arbiters also has the surname Lu, and he's also from the Sword Sect. Michelle did not ask any more questions. The words Sword Sect represented many things, and it was no wonder why she felt that the surname Lu was familiar. Her sister had once mentioned that one of the 10 arbiters had single-handedly flattened an entire weave with a single sword. He was unrivaled among the younger generation, and Lu Tang was from the same sect as that person. It was no wonder why he was so powerful. Michelle left as Spear Mountain no longer attracted her. She wanted to go to the Tao of Purgatory's most important training ground, the Heavenly Drum. Whoever occupied the Heavenly Drum would be the Realm Master. This statement represented the Heavenly Drum's status. He arrived at the Umbral Butterfly Weave, but he was still a few dozen realms away from his target, the planet where the giant tribe resided. A few days later, Xia Luo completed his 100 victories at the Trial Zone entrance of Astral 10. He then followed the Trial Master's guidance into the Trial Zones. Not long after his success, Silver also completed his 100 victories and entered the Trial Zones with his trademark foxy grin. Xia Luo entered the Tao of Heaven, which was where the powerhouses of Astral 5 resided. He was very lucky as this place was very close to his destination. In less than 3 hours, he saw a gigantic spacecraft-like technological product inserted diagonally into the ground. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 167. Just like the Day-Night clan, the Mavis clan and the Phoenix clan, they had all inherited the outstanding bloodlines of their ancient ancestors. Human inheritance passed down from one generation to the next, and everything from the previous generation was stored in the genes of the cells that multiplied. Descendants who retained the genes of their ancient ancestors could easily obtain great power. This inherited power was also a type of innate gift that could be developed together, just like the Phoenix clan's immortal bird. This umbral butterfly clan was clearly in the same category, but they could not compare to a powerful Interverse clan like the Phoenix clan. Many powerhouses waited until they were at their strongest before reproducing. This was so that they could preserve as much of their own power as possible so that the next generation would have a better starting point. Countless years later, a powerful clan might be born. Your umbral butterfly clan has preserved the bloodline of some ancient powerhouse and then reproduced with that bloodline as the core, right? That means that you're not really related by blood, Luin said. Amu shook his head. No, we're related by blood. As long as we inherit the ancient bloodline, our own blood will be replaced. Our entire umbral butterfly clan is the closest blood relative. At this point, Amu suddenly lowered his head and sadly said, except for me. What? Luin was puzzled. Amu's tone was gloomy. My mother was chosen to be a member of the umbral butterfly clan. Because of a mistake, she was pregnant with my bloodline. The umbral butterfly clan only chooses pure young girls, but my mother made a mistake and gave birth to me. That's why I'm the only male in the umbral butterfly clan, and I'm not a pure bloodline member. Luin patted Amu's shoulder sympathetically. He could imagine how miserable this guy had been in the umbral butterfly clan. He was basically being used as a negative example by an entire clan. What about your mother? She passed away not long after I was born, Amu said in a low voice. It was obvious that he did not want to talk about this matter. Luin did not ask any more questions and instead looked around. After a while, Amu said, sorry, I told you something unrelated. Luin casually replied, the umbral butterfly clan must be very strong for them to be able to name this weave. Amu's expression changed and he nodded. Very strong. They can absorb the power of nearby plants to strengthen themselves, which is equivalent to stacking a lot of power onto themselves. Every member of the umbral butterfly clan is very difficult to defeat at the same level. The more plants there are, the stronger the umbral butterfly clan members. Cheating! Luin exclaimed. Amu smiled wryly. This is the umbral butterfly tribe. Their weaves are named after their tribe and no one dares to challenge them. Even the surrounding weaves don't dare to provoke them. Amu then looked at Luin. I remember that your spacecraft has the symbol of Astral 10 carved on it. What a coincidence, the umbral butterfly tribe's strongest young mistress, Angie, is an Astral 7. You two are classmates. Luin raised an eyebrow. Was he imagining things? He could clearly see Amu's gloating eyes. But then again, the Astral Combat Academy was truly a gathering of freaks. Not only were there geniuses from the various powerful clans and organizations of the Interverse, but there was also the strongest descendant of an organization like the Outerverse Umbral Butterfly Tribe. Although it was rare for the Outerverse 72 weaves to produce geniuses that could not be understood, it was still normal for a few geniuses to appear. Luin stepped on the blood-soaked soil and walked over to the woman's side, squatting down. The woman's injuries were too severe, and her body had almost been crushed. She had no hope of surviving, and when she saw Luin, she painfully said, according to the diagonal directions of the stone house, I can find the giant emperor. The giant emperor is in the center of all the tribes. Please kill me. Luin casually waved his hand and the woman was killed, ending her pain. Luin stood up and looked around. The stone house that the giants lived in was huge and it looked very crude. There were many white bones hanging from it, and the main doors weren't facing the same direction. Instead, they were spread out in a fan shape with all the corners facing southeast. Luin formed a diagram in his mind. With the giant emperor as the center, all the giants spread out in a circle. The way to find the giant emperor was to follow the diagonal directions of the stone house. The giants didn't have much intelligence and they mostly acted on instinct. This method was simple. Amu peeked out from behind a large tree, and when he saw Luin standing in the blood-soaked soil, he suppressed his disgust and shouted, "Let's go." Luin waved at him and then rushed towards the southeast. Amu hurriedly followed. If Amu had wanted to separate from Luin before, then he didn't want to leave Luin at all now. It was too terrifying, and the fate of those people had completely terrified him. They had been his classmates, and now they would never be able to return. In the distance, a huge crater appeared in one of the giant tribes. The spacecraft had fallen and crashed into the tribe, killing several giants. Inside the spacecraft, the trial taker stared at the power level displayed on his gadget in fear. Several Lemeters had appeared around him, and he didn't dare to go out. The giants were also terrified of the spacecraft, and they didn't approach it either. Time passed, and just as the giants were about to dig out the spacecraft, several trial takers appeared out of nowhere and attacked them. Those who dared to participate in the Weave's trial were all at least Melders, and one of them was even a Lemeter student. He killed 2 Lemeters by himself and wiped out the entire tribe. Inside the spacecraft, the trial takers still didn't dare to come out. They glanced at each other with disdain, observed the direction of the stone house, and then flew off into the distance. The giant planet was huge, and the giants were just one of many species. All of the trial takers' spacecraft landed in the giants' territory, and it didn't take long for the entire place to descend into chaos as the giants and trial takers began to madly clash. From a bird's eye view, the entire giant territory was in chaos. The central region where the giant emperor resided was no exception. A few unlucky spacecraft crashed right in front of the giant emperor. The giant emperor's terrifying peak Lemeter strength and intelligent eyes almost scared the trial takers to death. Ordinary giants didn't have intelligence, but the giant emperor did. Having intelligence and not having intelligence were two completely different concepts. The trial takers' spacecraft were very sturdy, and even Lemeters couldn't damage them. The moment they saw the giant emperor, those unlucky fellows decided not to leave until the trial ended. However, they had underestimated the giant emperor's intelligence. He grabbed a spacecraft and shook it with all his might, shattering the trial takers inside into pieces. This scene caused the other trial takers' souls to leave their bodies, and they immediately opened the doors to escape. Unfortunately, they were easily killed by the giant emperor, one slap for each. The giant emperor's eyes flickered as he looked at the spacecraft on the ground. The battles between the trial takers didn't stop either. How dare he flirt with my Shiyu? What? Sharon said that he would protect him? Oh, that's just a misunderstanding. Brother Luin is an open and upright person, generous and polite. How could he flirt with Shiyu? Luin? He's the son of the Lockbreaker Society's president, Jeffrey. Do you think Sharon wouldn't protect him? Veins popped out on Hui Daynight's forehead. He had heard many answers, but none of them were repeated or reliable. However, there was one thing that he was certain of, and that was that Luin was definitely not an ordinary Outerverse citizen. Sharon was a genius lockbreaker, and Dao Bo stood behind him. Could Dao Bo be protecting Luin? The more Hui Dayknight thought about it, the uglier his expression became. He felt that it would be very difficult for him to catch up to Luin. This guy was definitely not simple. Luin, who was sitting on an ant's back, didn't know that Karen's words had caused him to become a celebrity once again. The matter of him flirting with Shiyu had also been brought up, but because of Sharon, no one dared to cause trouble for him. Luin didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse, but in any case he wouldn't be able to rely on that matter to make a fortune. The ant was very fast, but its back was unusually stable. Luin almost fell asleep while sitting on it. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked behind him. He didn't know when a woman had started following them, but she was also sitting on an ant's back. Her long black hair was rather eye-catching. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the Day-Night woman he had seen in outer space, the one who had slaughtered an entire interstellar pirate ship. Why was she on the planet? She also didn't have any aura on her body. If not for his intuition, he wouldn't have noticed her existence. Amu, when did that woman follow us? Luin asked in a low voice. Amu was puzzled. What woman? Luin was speechless. He hadn't noticed her even now. Amu turned around and was stunned. Seventh bro, it's a Day-Night woman. There's a Day-Night woman here. I know, Luin replied before turning back to look at the woman. She looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. This time he didn't see any grief or regret in her eyes. Instead, he saw only calmness and indifference. Amu was clearly frightened. The Day-Night clan was famous throughout the universe, and they were a terrifying clan in the Interverse. The arrival of any of their members was enough to cause chaos. He had never imagined that someone would suddenly appear behind him while he was sleeping, and that red sword had almost scared him to death. Seventh bro, what should we do? That woman won't try to kill us, right? Let's run, Amu said fearfully. Luin frowned. Ask your aunt when she arrived. Amu grunted and lowered his head to approach the ant. Very quickly, Amu looked up as if he had seen a ghost and whispered, "Seventh bro, the ant doesn't know." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This woman had perfectly concealed her aura. His invisible aura technique could conceal his power level, but this woman had even erased her own existence. The ant had no idea that there was someone on its back. What a terrifying technique. Lu Yin suddenly thought back to Earth's trial, when Zhang Dingtian had been assassinated by Silver. Back then Zhang Dingtian had almost died, and they had all thought that Silver had concealed his power level, which was why Zhang Dingtian hadn't been able to sense him. However, that wasn't the case. Zhang Dingtian had a warrior's intuition, but he still hadn't been able to sense Silver's presence. He had only been able to dodge that fatal blow by relying on his instincts. Lu Yin turned around and stared at the woman. Who are you? Why are you following us? The Day-Night woman didn't speak and she just sat there indifferently. Lu Yin's brows rose. You're from the Day-Night clan. I know Hui Day-Night. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 169. Far to the southeast of them was the center of the giant tribe. A black-robed man stood there quietly, surrounded by hundreds of giants. The sky was dyed red with blood. Not far away, a Lammeter giant knelt on the ground and stared at the black-robed man in fear, trembling. The black-robed man looked up, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes that quickly returned to normal and returned to human eyes. If Lu Yin were here, he would definitely recognize these eyes as the same scarlet vertical eye that he had obtained from Silver. No earthling would ever forget these eyes. They were the eyes of a zombie. The black-robed man walked to the giant's side. Take me to the giant emperor. The giant trembled as it lay down. When the black-robed man climbed onto its back, it immediately began to sprint northwest. In outer space, one of the surveillance cameras on the giant planet was completely empty. What's going on? Why did the surveillance cameras in the center of the giant tribe disappear? I'm sorry, my lord. The battle must have caused the surveillance cameras to be destroyed. That's impossible. Even the giant emperor can't destroy the surveillance cameras. How can those trial students do it? I'm sorry, we'll immediately investigate the cause. Another 5 days passed, making it 20 days since Lu Yin and Ayin had arrived on the giant planet. They were still riding on the backs of ants, and the Day-Night woman was following them for some unknown reason. A short distance to the northwest of Lu Yin's group was a huge swamp filled with countless venomous creatures that emitted hair-raising sounds. The giant emperor's towering figure appeared, and it leapt into the swamp before slowly sinking into the ground. The creatures in the swamp were alarmed. One after another, the terrifying creatures let out cries. Strange, colorful gases spread across the sky. It took a long time for the swamp to return to normal. At this point, the giant emperor had already disappeared. Only the giant footprints outside the swamp proved that he had been here. When the ant colony arrived, the giant emperor's footprints were still clearly visible. When the ant colony approached the swamp, they all rushed in, leaving Lu Yin, Amu, and the Day-Night woman behind. Lu Yin was delighted. The giant emperor was indeed here. He turned to look at Amu, only to find him dispirited and listless. What's wrong with you? Lu Yin was puzzled. Although there was poisonous gas here, it shouldn't be able to harm a melder. Amu smiled bitterly and pointed around. This is a swamp and the gas is harmful to the plants. Even if we Umbral Butterfly tribe members don't use battle techniques, our bodies still slowly absorb the power of the surrounding plants. Our absorption of poisonous gas is 10 or even 100 times that of normal people. Lu Yin was puzzled. Does that mean that if I wanted to attack the Umbral Butterfly tribe, I only would poison? Amu looked at Lu Yin's eyes and thought, I haven't, which is why I'm like this. Lu Yin looked at Amu and fell into deep thought. Even if the members of the Umbral Butterfly tribe cultivated battle techniques that could prevent them from becoming as dispirited as Lu Yin was, they would still not be able to obtain the power of plants from the outside world. They would be no different from ordinary people. It was no wonder why this tribe could only remain in the Outerverse despite their powerful innate gifts. Their weakness was too obvious. It looks like the giant emperor is in this swamp. Amu, you trial takers should have a local area network, right? Lu Yin asked. He remembered that Earth's trial takers had one, but they would have to wait for 2 months before they could find out where the others were. Yes, but I never said anything in there, Amu said, looking at Lu Yin suspiciously. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 170. Luin smiled. Of course it was business. He wanted to do everything he could to earn money. He only had 500 star crystals on him, which made him feel very insecure. He couldn't even roll his die, which was too wasteful. The deeper they went into the swamp, the darker it became. Disgusting creatures could be seen wriggling about in the muddy soil, and strange black birds flew through the sky. Each bird was huge, and as they flew past, they covered the sky and made the swamp even darker. Zhuo Day-Night was a woman, but she wasn't afraid of such a scene. Although the Day-Night clan was arrogant, every single one of them could be considered an elite. Coupled with their battle techniques, it was no wonder that they could dominate the Innerverse. Zhuo Day-Night followed the footprints, but they disappeared once she entered the swamp. She could only use her sword to open up a path in a futile attempt to force the giant emperor out. This method was effective, but the swamp was too large and she couldn't use her sword indefinitely. Although it was effective, it wasn't efficient. For 3 consecutive days Zhuo Day-Night searched the swamp, but from a bird's eye view she couldn't even search 1,000th of the swamp, let alone the entire swamp. With her speed it would take her at least a few months to search the entire swamp. Helpless, Zhuo Day-Night walked out and calmly sat down 100 meters away from Luin and Amu. Luin smiled. He had asked Amu to announce the giant emperor's tracks for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to do business, and second, he wanted everyone to work together to find the giant emperor. The giant emperor knew how to escape, which meant that it wasn't stupid. How could it let them find it so easily? If the giant emperor knew what Luin was thinking, he would definitely be depressed. In fact, he had already understood the situation when the spacecraft had landed in front of him. The giant emperor had once been a space-exploring giant emperor, so he wasn't completely ignorant of the universe. He had tried his best to leave behind some information, which was why he had immediately fled when he saw the spacecraft. He had wanted to buy time for the other trial takers to leave. However, Luin had announced his whereabouts, so the giant emperor was destined for tragedy. 7 days later, Luin and Amu were roasting meat out of boredom when a group of trial takers appeared in the distance. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It had begun. People were arriving one after another and business was coming. The trial takers also saw Lu Yin's group, especially Amu, since he was the one who had announced the giant emperor's tracks. Amu, where's the giant emperor? Someone asked bluntly. Amu pointed at the swamp. It's inside, but I don't know the exact location. That person clearly didn't believe him and wanted to say something else, but he was stopped by his companions, who gestured for him to look to the side. Several trial takers were staring blankly at Zhuo Day-Night, who was calmly standing not too far away. Someone from the Day-Night clan was terrifying, and they immediately fell silent. They were the elites of the younger generation in the umbral butterfly weave, and they were peak melders. Since they had been in the first batch to arrive at the swamp, they were definitely the top elites among the trial takers. They were comparable to the hall masters of the Great Yu Empire's Yu Academy, but they did not dare to be impudent in front of the Day-Night clan. The giant emperor has entered the swamp. We don't know where it is, so we announced its whereabouts. Anyway, I can't complete the mission, Amu said. At least he had some self-awareness. This was what the trial takers thought. They didn't say anything else. After checking the giant emperor's footprints, they walked straight into the swamp. They were the first batch, but they were definitely not the last. Not long after, the second batch arrived and quickly entered the swamp to search for the giant emperor. In just a few days, no less than 40 trial takers had entered the swamp in search of the giant emperor. These trial takers surprised Luin. They were all quite strong, at least when compared to the Outerverse. He saw quite a few melders who were comparable to Jerbak and the others, and some of them were even stronger than Schutz, who had just entered Astral 10. They were definitely the top geniuses in the umbral butterfly weave. However, these geniuses were useless to Luin at his current level. His experience in Astral 10 had allowed him to look down on them. The swamp was bustling with activity and trial takers were everywhere. Battles never stopped, and most of the fights were between trial takers and swamp creatures. Of course, there were also infighting. At this time, another batch of people arrived. This batch surprised Luin because there were 2 extremely beautiful women in the group. They were charming and enchanting, and their figures were graceful enough to attract the attention of most men. Amu saw them as well and he lowered his head. A bone-deep hatred flashed in his eyes, but he hid it well. This batch of people walked straight into the swamp. The 2 beauties glanced at Amu with disdain, but they didn't say anything and just walked in. Luin noticed Amu's strange behavior, but he didn't ask. The battle in the swamp didn't stop, and after an unknown amount of time, there was a loud roar as the giant emperor appeared. He was unlucky as two trial takers were fighting right above his head, which had forced him to come out. The entire swamp shook, and all of the trial takers rushed towards the giant emperor. Jua Daynight's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed over, but Lu Yin stopped her. "You can't attack yet." Jua Daynight's gaze was icy. "You want to stop me?" "That's right." Lu Yin raised his head. Jua Daynight was furious and she gripped her sword tightly. A scream startled Lu Yin, and he immediately gave up on Jua Daynite and rushed into the swamp. At this moment, there were more than 10 trial takers fighting the giant emperor, and Lu Yin also saw the giant emperor. Compared to an ordinary giant, the giant emperor was clearly larger. More importantly, it was wearing clothes. No, they couldn't really be considered clothes as they were just beast hides. However, this meant that the giant emperor had a sense of shame, which was a sign of intelligence. The giant emperor was far more terrifying than an ordinary giant, and it could cause the swamp to boil with a casual slap. A terrifying shockwave swept over several trial takers, and one of them was unlucky enough to fall straight into the swamp and fall upside down, leaving only his feet exposed. The others immediately retreated as their attacks were useless against the giant emperor. The giant emperor was furious as it didn't even know how it had been exposed. It grabbed the unlucky person and lifted him upside down before opening its mouth. Such a terrifying scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb, as that person was about to be eaten. "Brother, do you want to save him?" Lu Yin shouted. Before anyone could react, the unlucky person who had fallen upside down was screaming for help. "I can save you, but you have to give me everything in your cosmic ring." Lu Yin shouted again. This time many people looked at him strangely, including Jua Daynite. Was this guy trying to extort them? Fine, I'll give it all to you. Save me." The trial taker could already count the giant emperor's teeth, and he was so frightened that he almost pissed himself. Lu Yin used flash to appear in front of the giant emperor and kicked out with his 9 stacks. 9 explosions rang out as the giant emperor's arm was kicked away, and the unlucky person fell back into the swamp and fell upside down again. The giant emperor glared at Lu Yin and clenched its fist to punch him. Lu Yin had no interest in fighting the giant emperor head-on, so he used Flash to evade and grab the unlucky person to escape. With his current physical strength, Flash was unbelievably fast, and the giant emperor's punch missed, creating a huge crater in the ground. Lu Yin tossed the unlucky person to the ground, who still hadn't recovered from the shock. His eyes were still filled with fear, and he had almost been scared to death. Anyone who was about to be eaten would react the same way. Lu Yin squatted down in front of the unlucky person and patted his face with a smile. "Alright, the deal is done. You can give me your cosmic ring now." The unlucky person finally regained his senses and heaved a sigh of relief. His entire body was drenched and he looked at Lu Yin with gritted teeth. He took off his cosmic ring and poured out everything inside. "It's all here. Take whatever you want and you can take it all." He didn't dare to go back on his word. No matter what situation this person was trying to extort him, he had still saved his life. A deal was a deal and he couldn't go back on his word. Lu Yin was satisfied and looked at the items in the ring. Not bad. Those who dared to participate in the Weave's trial weren't ordinary elites. There were more than 1,000 crystals, so he couldn't be considered poor. There was also a Mavis bank card. "How much money is inside?" The unlucky person was embarrassed. "No, I don't have any money. I spent all of it to participate in the Weave's trial. I bought a set of Melder ring armor and some other things." "Stop, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony as he picked through the items and took away some strange metals. The deal was over. During Earth's trial, Roz and the others hadn't even had 1,000 crystals. That was because the trial had been of a different level, and there hadn't been any danger. If Roz had participated in the Weave's trial, Lu Yin was certain that Sicker would have filled his cosmic ring to the brim with at least 10,000 crystals. If there was one, there would be a second. Lu Yin saved another unlucky person who had almost been crushed by the giant emperor's palm. Most of the person's body had been paralyzed by the time Lu Yin had saved him, and Lu Yin had even treated him. This unlucky person had contributed more than 2,000 crystals to Lu Yin, which wasn't bad. 1, 2, 3. Lu Yin was like a medic who constantly saved people, but never repeated himself. He had no money, and those who had been saved didn't dare to act again. More and more trial takers rushed over from all directions, including the two beauties. They attacked at the same time and the giant emperor was apprehensive. Lu Yin was surprised. These two weren't weak. "Seventh bro, can I ask you for a favor?" Amu asked softly. Luin grunted. Go ahead. Don't save those two, Amu said in a low voice. Luin was confused. What? I'm short on money and they look rich. Amu gritted his teeth and looked at Luin pleadingly. He took out his cosmic ring and handed it to Luin. This is all I have. It's not much, but I'm begging you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Are they from the umbral butterfly tribe? Amu nodded. Luin nodded and casually glanced at the battlefield. All right, I won't save them. Thank you, Amu said gratefully. The giant emperor's power shocked everyone. It was a peak limiter, and it even had traces of a battle technique. The reason it was called a trace was because no one was sure if it actually knew a battle technique, but the way it attacked made it seem like one. Luin stared at the giant emperor the entire time. He was sure that this fellow knew a battle technique, but it was hiding it. What? Luin looked up. Was it because of those spies? This was the tragedy of a backward civilization. They clearly had the power, but they didn't dare to display it for fear of arousing fear. Earth had been the same back then, and if not for Lu Yin's status as King Zishan, everyone on Earth would have been reduced to cannon fodder. The universe was cruel, and Luin once again understood the meaning of that phrase. Working hard at writing was the best gift to the readers. Thank you, Brother Wesley, for the tip. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 171. There were many trial takers, and no matter how strong the giant emperor was, it was difficult to withstand their attacks. Countless wounds appeared on its enormous body, and the forest behind it was torn apart. The giant emperor roared and slapped out with both palms, killing one of the trial takers. Blood splattered into the swamp, and then it slapped out again, targeting the two beautiful women. The two women's expressions changed, and they immediately retreated. However, the giant emperor seemed to have locked onto them, and it was willing to suffer the attacks of the others just to kill them. Hey, you over there. Save them. Someone shouted, hoping that Luin would intervene. Amu was shocked, and he hurriedly looked at Luin. Luin did not reply. Someone grew anxious and continued to attack the giant emperor, shouting, You over there. They're from the umbral butterfly tribe. If you save them, you'll gain the favor of the umbral butterfly tribe. Besides, I have money. I'll give you all my cosmic rings. Luin still did not move. Day Knight glanced at him calmly. You over there. This time, the person was slapped to death by the giant emperor before he could finish his sentence. The entire swamp seemed to shake, and the giant emperor reached into the depths of the swamp and grabbed a strange snake before viciously flinging it at the two umbral butterfly tribe women. The two women were shocked as their bodies were struck by the snake, and they spat out blood as they were sent flying. One of them died on the spot. Luin calmly watched the scene unfold before him. Since he had promised Amu that he would not intervene, he would not attack at the same time. Someone shouted, and dozens of trial takers attacked at the same time. Countless attacks landed on the giant emperor's body, and it was pierced by numerous powerful attacks. It roared in frustration and fell to its knees, its head drooping as it gasped for breath. Again. It can't hold on any longer. The person shouted excitedly, and the people around him attacked again. Luin stared at the giant emperor. Where was its third eye? Since old Kai had said that it had a third eye, then it definitely had one. But why had he not seen it yet? Just as the crowd was about to kill the giant emperor, a black shadow flitted past. The next moment, more than 10 trial takers had black feathers pierced through their foreheads, and they collapsed to the ground, dead as could be. The black shadow passed by the crowd and grabbed at the giant emperor's forehead. The giant emperor suddenly looked up and opened its mouth to roar. A shockwave swept out, and the black shadow disappeared into the void, reappearing less than 10 meters away. The giant emperor wasn't exhausted. He still had a considerable amount of combat power left. He was just pretending. The surrounding trial takers were unable to react in time, and the black shadow attacked once again. Day Knight made her move as well, her red sword slashing towards the giant emperor. Luin flung Amu out of the swamp, and at the same time he attacked with his 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. The 3 attacks caused the giant emperor's scalp to go numb. He instinctively felt threatened, so he simply dove into the swamp. The 3 attacks did not hit their target, but they collided in the void. A crack extended from the void into the distance. Everyone who saw this scene was horrified. This was a spatial crack. The attacks of the 3 had caused the void to crack. Lu Yin's 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm simultaneously repelled Day Knight and the shadow, and the three of them landed on the ground. It was only then that Lu Yin saw the true face of the shadow. It was a pale-faced man. Zhuo Daynite glanced at the black-clothed man in shock. She had never thought that a small weave's trial in the Outerverse would produce two powerhouses who were on par with her. The black-clothed man remained expressionless as he looked towards the bottom of the swamp. Lu Yin did not want him to take action. Although the giant emperor was strong, it was not a match for any of the three of them. Both Zhuo Daynite and the black-clothed man had the strength to kill the giant emperor, so it would be troublesome if the black-clothed man took action. As he thought about this, Lu Yin flashed to the side of the black-clothed man and clawed at him. He used the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw. The black-clothed man's expression did not change as he punched out. There was a loud bang and a shockwave swept out in all directions. A layer of the swamp was shaved off, and the strong wind caused dozens of trial takers to retreat. Zhuo Daynite took advantage of Lu Yin and the black-clothed man's battle to stab her sword into the bottom of the swamp. A sword shadow spread through the void, and the white void sword appeared once again. The sword sealed off an area of 100 meters in a similar manner to a domain. This sword cut through the swamp and even severed one of the giant emperor's arms, causing it to howl in pain. The black-clothed man's figure disappeared as he charged towards Zhuo Daynite. Her red longsword swept out and sliced apart the black-clothed man's phantom image. In the opposite direction, a few black feathers pierced towards her, but Zhuo Daynite quickly evaded them. At that moment, the giant emperor leapt out of the swamp and charged out of the swamp. Zhuo Daynite and the black-clothed man attacked at the same time. The red longsword and black feathers descended and struck the giant emperor. Its body was pierced through, and it fell powerlessly to the ground before crashing into the muddy swamp soil. Both Zhuo Daynite and the black-clothed man were determined to defeat the giant emperor. Lu Yin did not know why, but he guessed that it might have something to do with his third eye. As the two landed in the forest on the giant emperor's back, Lu Yin used flash to appear high up in the sky. On the other side, more than 10 trial takers attempted to deal the final blow to the giant emperor. Lu Yin waved his hand, and his star energy swept out, injuring all of the melders. "If any of you come forward, you'll die." His deep voice reverberated through the swamp, causing the trial takers to tremble in fear. They could not imagine how there could be such a huge gap between melders. This person's strength could easily crush a peak Lemmeter like the giant emperor. Perhaps no one in the entire umbral butterfly weave could compare to him. On the other side, Amu appeared not too far away from the surviving umbral butterfly tribe woman. His eyes were cold, and his originally timid expression had turned sinister as he glared at the woman. The woman was already heavily injured and could not move. There was no one else around, so when she saw Amu walk over, she was terrified. "Stop. You're not allowed to come near me, you bastard. Stop." Amu walked over to the woman, and a broken sword appeared in his hand. He gripped it tightly and stabbed it into the woman's heart without hesitation. Blood dyed the black swamp red. The woman's pupils dilated, and her face contorted in pain as she glared at Amu with hatred. Finally, her eyes dimmed and she died. Amu collapsed to the ground and closed his eyes. "Mother, she's the first, but she won't be the last. Don't worry, Amu will avenge her." Boom. There was a loud explosion as the forest behind the giant emperor crumbled. Zhuo Daynite was pushed back by a huge force and stopped in midair. Her red longsword drooped down, and in the next moment, the area within 100 meters was filled with sword images once again. She then slashed at the black-clothed man behind the giant emperor. The black-clothed man suddenly turned around, his gaze so cold that it caused others to tremble. He raised an arm, and a layer of black substance spread out and gradually covered the void, blocking Zhuo Daynite's path. Zhuo Daynite's red longsword slashed at the layer of black substance with a teeth-numbing screech, and an icy aura filled the area. Lu Yin was shocked. This person actually had an innate gift of ice, and it was not ordinary ice either. It was black ice that was extremely cold. Zhuo Daynite's sword sliced through the black ice and arrived in front of the black-clothed man, but its power had been greatly weakened. In the end, she was sent flying by a single punch from the black-clothed man. Her red longsword was unable to withstand the force of the attack and fell out of her hand. It stabbed into the swamp in the distance, where it shook violently. Zhuo Daynite had been defeated. After defeating Zhuo Daynite, the black-clothed man raised his fist and smashed it at the giant emperor once again. Lu Yin used flash to close in and kick out, but the black-clothed man had already anticipated this. He changed the direction of his fist and punched at Lu Yin. This punch was different from the previous ones as it caused the void to distort. There was a loud bang as an arc of air swept through the swamp and pushed the giant emperor to the bottom. The trial takers in the distance felt their brains explode, and they all spat out mouthfuls of blood as they retreated once again. Joy Knight had blood at the corner of her mouth, and she stared at the scene in shock. The black-clothed man's punch that had pushed her back was too terrifying, and it was far more powerful than any of her previous attacks. However, it had not been able to push back that person. That person was still hiding his true strength. Lu Yin and the black-clothed man followed the giant emperor into the bottom of the swamp. Surging star energy pushed the swamp aside as they stared at each other. The black-clothed man had probably not expected Lu Yin to be able to block his punch. When the two of them reached the bottom of the swamp, he aimed a palm at Lu Yin. Solid black ice instantly spread out and sealed the bottom of the swamp. The extremely cold aura caused a layer of mist to form above the swamp, and the trial takers all trembled. Lu Yin was covered by the solid black ice. This ice was rather hard and cold, and any other melder or even many millimeters from the Astral Combat Academy would not be able to do anything about it. However, Lu Yin simply raised his right hand and covered it with battle force. He grabbed the ice and exerted some force, causing the ice to shatter with a bang. The black-clothed man was shocked and he croaked, "Battle force." Lu Yin frowned. This person's tone was very strange, as if he had just learned how to speak. However, Lu Yin did not pay much attention to it and used flash to approach the black-clothed man. He raised his hand and 8 stars sparkled above his battle force. Serious Palm was a perfect combination of battle force and serious palm. The black-clothed man's pupils shrank as his body was ruthlessly smashed into the ground by Lu Yin. Even the giant emperor was pushed aside. The swamp rumbled as the area where the two had sunk suddenly caved in. Mud from all directions surged into the swamp and formed a whirlpool around them. In the distance, Amu watched this scene in shock. The other trial takers did not even dare to approach. Joy Knight's gaze was fixed on the swamp. During the Astral Combat Academy's new student competition, Lu Yin had used a combination of his 9 stacks Shockwave Palm and Battle Force to defeat Dark Void. The 9 stacks Shockwave Palm was only comparable to a 7-star Serious Palm, which was far inferior to an 8-star Serious Palm. Now, Lu Yin had used an 8-star Serious Palm and Battle Force against the black-clothed man. He did not believe that this person would not be defeated. Lu Yin landed on the giant emperor's back and wondered where he could find his third eye. Suddenly, a soul-stirring force swept out from underground. Lu Yin's expression changed and he looked down at the ground. The black-clothed man was slowly crawling up from the muddy ground. His black robes had been torn apart, revealing his firm muscles. The area where Lu Yin had struck should have had a clear palm imprint, but as the man's muscles wriggled, the palm imprint automatically disappeared. Lu Yin's face sank when he saw this. This was too unexpected. This person's physical body was terrifyingly strong. Lu Yin did not know what the limits of his own body were, but it seemed that this person's limits would not be so easily broken. The black-clothed man suddenly looked up, revealing a pair of scarlet vertical eyes. In that instant, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. Those eyes caused his expression to change drastically. This was a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. This person was a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. An inhuman roar rang out as the black-clothed man charged at Lu Yin. He punched out, causing the void to distort and crack. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 172. The Giant Emperor's attack was simple but brutal. Lu Yin evaded the attack with flash, and the Giant Emperor was blasted into the ground. The Giant Emperor, which had been heavily injured and unconscious, was now jolted awake. Its body had been pierced through and large amounts of blood splattered everywhere. The black-clothed man's punch missed and he turned to stare at Lu Yin. His scarlet eyes sent chills down Lu Yin's spine as he charged forward again. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. The Neo-Human Alliance was the greatest enemy of the entire human race, and he wanted to test the strength of these corpse kings. He also punched out. He still didn't know the limits of his physical body, so he decided to test it out with this corpse king. Bang! The entire swamp shook inexplicably, and a terrifying shockwave overturned the swamp. The shockwave almost engulfed the entire sky, and everyone, including the Giant Emperor, was swept away by the shockwave and thrown into the distance. Amu's legs went numb, and the shockwave from the shockwave made it impossible for him to move. He couldn't imagine what kind of battle was taking place underground. He had seen Lemeters from the Umbral Butterfly clan fight before, but it wasn't as terrifying as this. The black-clothed man's physical body was abnormally strong, but this punch still shocked him, and he even felt like he had seen a ghost. He had been forced back. Lu Yin stood in place, unmoving, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. It seemed that this person couldn't force his body to its limits. During the ported battles, Lu Yin had tried to use powerhouses to force his body to its limits multiple times, but he had never succeeded. The ported battles were more focused on battle results, and most opponents would use other methods to attack him as soon as they realized how terrifying his physical body was. Very few people were willing to fight a battle of attrition, and Lu Yin's physical body had yet to be seriously injured. Only his internal organs had been crushed by his opponents many times. "You're from the Neo-Human Alliance," Lu Yin probed. The black-clothed man stared at Lu Yin with his scarlet eyes, and his killing intent surged when he heard this. He charged forward and swept out with his leg again, the force of his kick causing the void to distort and another crack to appear. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes as he no longer had any interest in fighting. The day-night woman outside the swamp had already appeared beside the giant emperor, and it seemed like she wanted to secretly do something. Lu Yin opened his right palm. First, 8 stars sparkled, and then a 9th star appeared, forming a perfect constellation. He then struck out at the black-clothed man, but this attack was completely different from the previous ones. If the serious palm with 8 stars was considered a Melder's attack, then the 9th star had already broken through the Melder realm. It was an attack from a Limiter freak. The black-clothed man was struck by Lu Yin's palm. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood as his sturdy muscles were torn apart. His entire body seemed to be on the verge of disintegrating as he crashed into the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood as his scarlet eyes dimmed. He had been severely injured. Lu Yin walked over to the man's side, wondering if he should kill him. Corpse kings were not considered humans, and not only did they possess terrifying physical bodies, but they could also devour natural crystals to obtain their innate gifts, allowing them to walk a different path of evolution. They were abnormally powerful, and the 10 Arbiters Council had once announced that anyone who killed a member of the Neo-Human Alliance would be rewarded with great glory. Glory rewards were very important, as they could provide a certain amount of help anywhere in the universe. However, this reward was not important to Lu Yin because he was a lockbreaker, so it was not inferior to glory rewards. Still, from a human's perspective, he should deal with this corpse king. He crouched down and took out the man's cosmic ring, using his blood to open it. Aside from a few hundred star crystals and a bunch of black crystals that emitted a cold aura, there was also a pile of items that Lu Yin did not recognize. One of the items in particular caught his attention. It was a ring with a black border and a gray-silver hollow. The interior was engraved with flying wings and a sword, surrounded by 10 shadows. This was the Outerverse Youth Council's authority ring. The 10 Arbiters Council's authority ring had a black border and a gray-silver hollow, while the Outerverse Youth Council's authority ring had a black border and a gray-silver hollow. This corpse king had actually joined the Outerverse Youth Council? How ironic. Had no one discovered it? Aside from this ring, Lu Yin also saw something familiar. It was a scarlet vertical eye that was exactly the same as the one he had obtained from Silver. As expected, he was from the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin sighed and glanced at the man's gadget. At the bottom of the gadget was a familiar name, Puyu. Go to the umbral butterfly weave and retrieve the giant emperor's third eye, Puyu. This was the order that the black-clothed man had received. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw this order. This person was actually Puyu's subordinate, which meant that Puyu was also from the Neo-Human Alliance. No, that shouldn't be the case. If Puyu was a member of the Neo-Human Alliance, then he would not have given Lu Yin a mission so brazenly, nor would he have accepted Lu Yin. It was meaningless, as there was no need for 2 members of the same organization to be together. In other words, if this person really was Puyu's subordinate, then there was only one possibility. Puyu did not know Lu Yin's true identity. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Puyu was the person behind Bezer. Bezer had humiliated Lu Yin in the past, so it was very likely that he had been acting on Puyu's orders. This person would become Lu Yin's greatest enemy, and since that was the case, Lu Yin could not kill him. If he allowed this Neo-Human Alliance Corpse King to continue following Puyu, then Lu Yin had no idea what the future would be like. A dignified member of the Outerverse Youth Council had recruited a Neo-Human Alliance Corpse King. He hoped that Puyu would like this gift. Lu Yin's lips curled up. He was not in a hurry to go up, as he did not even know where the giant emperor's third eye was. If he did not know, then this corpse king and Zhuo Day Knight might very well know. This was also the reason why he had allowed Zhuo Day Knight to approach the giant emperor. Above the swamp, Day Night observed the giant emperor for a while before finally stabbing her sword into the back of its head. She pulled out a white crescent-shaped crystal, scanned the ground and then rushed off into the distance. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly rushed out with flash towards Day Night. When Day Night saw Lu Yin appear, she frowned and tried to escape at top speed. However, she was much slower than Lu Yin. In theory, there was no limit to Lu Yin's flash. Back then, the Sandmaster had used flash to tear through the void, so he quickly caught up to Day Night. Day Night swung her longsword at Lu Yin. Her first attack was the white void sword. Lu Yin did not hold back, and his battle force enveloped his palm as he slapped the blade of the sword. Day Night was pushed back, and her internal organs were shaken. She had already been injured by the black-clothed man, and now that she had been struck by his battle force, she spat out a mouthful of blood and took several steps back. Her face was pale. Lu Yin stood in front of her and stretched out a hand. "Give it to me." Day Night's gaze was cold, and there was a hint of helplessness in her voice. "This thing is useless to you, but I can pay a price for it. You must be lacking star crystals." "Very much, but this thing is useful to me. Give it to me." Lu Yin's tone was much colder. Day Night gritted her teeth and her eyes flickered. She helplessly took out the white crystal and tossed it to Lu Yin before turning to leave. "Wait," Lu Yin called out, but he still blocked her path. Day Night stared at Lu Yin and asked coldly, "What else do you want?" Lu Yin picked up the white crystal. "What's the use of this thing?" Day Night's eyes narrowed. "I don't know." Lu Yin sneered. "You don't know? Your Day Night clan traveled an endless distance from the Innerverse to Umbral Butterfly Weave just for this thing, and you're telling me that you don't know? I don't like it when people lie to me." Day Night gripped her sword tightly and muttered to herself for a moment. She then said, "This is the Giant Emperor's third eye. The giants on this planet don't have any intelligence, but the Giant Emperor used this eye to awaken intelligence. The elders of my clan told me to bring it back for research. Perhaps we can discover the origin of human intelligence." Lu Yin frowned. He didn't believe her, but it did make sense. Humans had spent countless years researching the origin of their intelligence. Why did they think? Why did they create? All of these questions troubled humanity, and there was nothing wrong with saying that it was for research. Lu Yin thought about it and then let Day Night leave. Old Kai wanted this thing anyway, and he didn't intend to ask too much about its use. Besides, he couldn't force a confession out of her. She was a member of the Day Night clan, and although he didn't like them, he had to admit that they were powerful. In outer space, in the monitoring room, the images of the various trial takers were mostly normal. However, the images of the top batch of trial takers in the swamp had been cut off. When everyone could see clearly again, they discovered that the Giant Emperor was already dead, and the killer was still unknown. The other trial takers all claimed responsibility for the Giant Emperor's death, but no one could prove it. In the end, the trial in Megastar Weave ended and everyone failed. The one with the best results was actually Amu, as he was the one who had provided the Giant Emperor's whereabouts. Amu had never dreamed that he would achieve the highest results. He had only wanted to muddle through, but now it felt like a dream. He glanced at the calm Lu Yin beside him, and his eyes filled with adoration. "Seventh bro, let's be friends." Lu Yin was speechless and he patted Amu's shoulder. "Live well. We'll meet again in the future." Amu nodded. Not long after, the two returned to the spacecraft. Lu Yin didn't say much to Amu, and he simply piloted the Aurora and left. He was also afraid of being discovered by the Weave's trial watchers. Although they wouldn't do anything to him, it would still be quite troublesome. After all, he had messed up the Weave's trial and had even extorted quite a few people. He now had more than 5,000 star crystals in his cosmic ring, all of which he had obtained through extortion. Unfortunately, he still didn't have enough star crystals, and he didn't feel safe until he had 10,000 star crystals. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss if he rolled possession, which was why he hadn't rolled his die yet. It had been almost 2 months since he left Frostwave Weave, and 3 months since he left Astral 10. It was time to return. He had gained quite a bit from this trip. Not only had he become a 1-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, but he had also vaguely activated his 9th star and found a backer in the trial zones in Sharon. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing Karen's expression when he saw him. Amu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Yin's Aurora leave. He took out an irregular object that emitted a faint green glow from his cosmic ring. This was something that the Giant Emperor had taken from the center of the giant tribe. The ant colony had been searching for the Giant Emperor for this item, and Amu had obtained it without Lu Yin knowing. This thing is useful to me. 7th bro, I'm sorry but I can't give it to you. Amu swallowed the item in his hand, and a trace of ambition flashed in his eyes as he roared inwardly, Shadow Butterfly Clan. No one knew how big the universe was. The so-called innerverse and outerverse were just places that humans had explored, and the same was true for the 4 great astral fields. As for how big the universe was outside of the 4 great astral fields, humans were still unable to determine. Thank you for your tip, brother. Endless Rotation. Next chapter will be released at 2 p.m. on the 17th. Thank you again and I wish all of you a happy new year. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 173. Lu Yin discovered that it was much faster to simulate the stars in the universe, and the 9th star could already be formed. He only needed to spend a little more time to stabilize it. It would take about a month for him to return to Astral 10. He didn't know how Astral 10 students were doing, but it would be about 4 months by the time he returned. They should have made great progress and perhaps some of them had already entered the trial zones. When he thought about the trial zones, Lu Yin rejoiced in their misfortune. Even a student leader like himself was in such a miserable state, so those people should be even worse off. Less than 2 days later, Lu Yin was circulating the Sirius when the spacecraft sounded an alarm. Alert, a spacecraft is blocking the way ahead. Alert, a spacecraft is blocking the way ahead. Lu Yin looked over and saw a warship. His heart sank. He had seen the terror of a warship before. It could destroy a planet with a single strike and even kill an explorer. Generally speaking, warships were the strategic weapons of some large organizations, so why would one appear here? And why was it blocking his path? A voice came from the spacecraft. The other party wanted to talk to him. Lu Yin frowned and pressed a button. Give me the giant emperor's third eye, a cold female voice rang out. Lu Yin was furious. This was the voice of the woman from the Day-Night clan. She was the one who had piloted the warship. Zhuo Day-Night, don't you think that using a warship to threaten me is too despicable? Lu Yin growled. I'll say it again. Give me the giant emperor's third eye and I'll let you go. Otherwise you'll be reduced to dust in the universe, Zhuo Day-Night said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yin felt a sense of danger from the warship. He had been targeted and if he didn't agree the next attack could really destroy him. Lu Yin was helpless. Zhuo Day-Night, can you afford to offend a lockbreaker who has no enmity with you? Lockbreaker? Zhuo Day-Night was shocked. You're a lockbreaker? Lu Yin smiled. That's right. Not only am I a lockbreaker, but I'm also a 1-star discerning junior lockbreaker. If you kill me, the Lockbreaker Society will not let you off. On the warship, Zhuo Day-Night fell silent while the soldiers around her were all stunned. They were soldiers from an empire in a nearby weave, and they had only lent the warship to the Day-Night clan. They had thought that it would be a small matter, but they had never expected this woman to want to deal with an Astral 10 student. Although they were afraid, they weren't too afraid, and the Day-Night clan would bear the brunt of the consequences. However, they had never imagined that this woman would be a lockbreaker. They were lockbreakers, treasures of the human race. To put it bluntly, a lockbreaker represented the extent to which humanity had explored the universe. No one dared to kill a lockbreaker, especially one who had made contributions to the universe. There weren't many people like that in the entire universe, and killing one would be the end of their empire. They were certain that the other party was recording a video. This matter could not be hidden from the Speaker's Society. Confirm your identity. Zhuo Day-Night was unwilling to give up. Lu Yin smiled. The Lockbreaker network was open to the public, and those who weren't lockbreakers could view it as tourists. They could also send messages to other lockbreakers. Lu Yin used the Lockbreaker network to send a message to Zhuo Day-Night so that she would completely give up. Alright, let me go. This farce should end soon, Lu Yin said casually. Zhuo Day-Night clenched her fists and growled, Impossible. Give me the giant emperor's third eye, or you'll be buried in space. Lu Yin raised his brows. Are you crazy? You're trying to kill a lockbreaker. Being a lockbreaker won't protect you. San, I'm a member of the Day-Night clan. The Lockbreaker Society won't cause trouble for my clan for a mere 1-star discerning junior lockbreaker like you, Zhuo Day-Night said coldly. Is that so? If they won't cause trouble for the Day-Night clan, then what about the owner of this warship? Can he withstand the Lockbreaker Society's retaliation? Don't tell me that you're controlling such a large warship by yourself. Zhuo Day-Night narrowed her eyes and looked to the side. There was a middle-aged man in military uniform with a gloomy expression. The man shook his head when he saw Zhuo Day-Night look over. Jue Day Knight felt helpless as Luin was right. The Day Knight clan was not afraid of the Lockbreaker Society, as Jue Day Knight was just a discerning junior lockbreaker. However, this person was different. No power in the Outerverse could withstand the Lockbreaker Society's retaliation. Once a Lockbreaker was killed, the Lockbreaker Society would definitely pursue the matter to the end. They would not downplay the fact that a Lockbreaker had been murdered. If they did, then the Lockbreaker's protection would be gone. Even the Day Knight clan would have to pay a considerable price to appease this matter, and this price was much heavier than the Giant Emperor's third eye. Jue Day Knight could not afford it. There was a moment of silence. Luin was certain that Jue Day Knight would not dare to make a move. No matter how important the Giant Emperor's third eye was, it could not compare to the price of appeasing the Lockbreaker Society's wrath. He was not in a hurry and he could wait. However, this matter was a wake-up call for him. He was powerful, but he was only a melder. He had not become an explorer, so he could not explore the universe. Once he did, even a spoiled brat would be able to use all sorts of methods to destroy him. Jue Day Knight was one such example. She had clearly left the giant planet after Luin, but she had been one step ahead of him with her warship. The reason for this was because his ship was too slow and had not been upgraded, which made his life in danger. There was still a gap between an Aurora and a normal spacecraft that had not been upgraded. Luin secretly made up his mind to upgrade his ship as soon as he left the planet and increase its speed as much as possible. This sort of thing could not happen again. Not everyone was afraid of the Lockbreaker Society, and there were many madmen in this universe. He did not want to risk his life. "You're really short on money, aren't you?" Jue Day Knight asked. Luin rolled his eyes. "You already said that on the giant planet. I won't sell it. You can keep the third eye, but I want to make a deal with you." Luin was surprised. "What kind of deal?" "I have 50,000 star crystals on me in exchange for your help once. At any time at any place as long as I need you to lockbreak for me," Jue Day Knight said calmly. Luin sneered. "Woman, are you crazy?" Luin tossed all sorts of materials that he recognized and did not recognize into the converter, including the gray metal that he had obtained from lockbreaking. Rather than upgrading the spacecraft, it was more like he was venting. These metals disappeared without a trace after entering the converter. It was as if they had been tossed into space through the spacecraft. Luin was puzzled when the spacecraft suddenly stopped moving. It floated motionlessly in space and only the words "converting metals" appeared on the control panel. Luin was speechless. He had forgotten that the spacecraft would need to stop moving if there were too many metals or if they were too rare. His other metals were fine, but the gray metal that he had obtained from lockbreaking might be a little rare. After all, it had been obtained through lockbreaking and had been eroded by the passage of time. "Thank you for your gift, brother Endless Rotation. Here's the third update." "Thank you." After all, he was a student of Astral 10 and should be treated with respect. Furthermore, the Nayland family was never arrogant. This was an ironclad rule. "Mr. Lu, what would you like to eat?" "I'll get someone to prepare it," the captain asked with a smile. His tone was respectful but not overly humble. Luin was grateful. "Anything is fine. Thank you for letting me in. Otherwise, I don't know how long the spacecraft would have been parked." The captain smiled. "Unless it's upgraded, the Aurora will only take a day to decompose the metal. You should be able to operate normally after that." Luin hurriedly asked, "May I know where you're from? If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay your kindness." The captain smiled. "It's just a small matter, Mr. Lu. We're from the Nayland family." "The Nayland family?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had heard of this family before. They were the wealthiest in the Outerverse. He hadn't expected to run into them. "Thank you again, Captain. I'll remember the Nayland family's kindness." The middle-aged captain quickly left and ordered his men to deliver food and drinks to Luin. Luin had only heard of some of the food before, but he had never seen it before. For example, there was caviar that glowed with a faint white light and had a refreshing floral fragrance. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, this should be the famous Endless Weave's whitefish caviar from planet Ran Jupiter. There was also a piece of food that looked like dried tofu that constantly flickered. It was probably made from an ingredient called the jumping bean that could hide in the void and was quite difficult to catch. There was also a cup of colorful drink with a faint flow of energy. Luin had heard of this drink before. It came from the Innerverse. There was also a plate of steak that glowed with a faint golden light. Was this the meat of an astral beast? Lu Yin only recognized a few of the dishes on the table. He didn't recognize any of the others, but he knew that they weren't simple. Every dish here was worth dozens of star crystals because the ingredients were rare. Each dish was worth dozens of star crystals and Lu Yin was stunned. The entire table was worth hundreds of star crystals, which would be worth hundreds of millions of cosmic dollars. Of course, this wasn't how it was calculated. Cosmic dollars were the currency used by ordinary people, and cultivators rarely used them as a unit of payment because the amount was too large. Generally speaking, powerful organizations use star crystals as their payment method. For many, star crystals were easy to obtain, such as the Nalan family. It was rumored that they controlled a lot of star crystal mines, but cosmic dollars were difficult to use for them. When Lu Yin had first seen the Mavis Bank, he had been shocked by how they hung cosmic dollars on trees and let the wind blow. Anyone who picked them up could keep them. At the time, he had been shocked by the Mavis Bank's wealth, but as time passed, such a scene no longer shocked him. In the eyes of the Mavis Bank, cosmic dollars were just paper. Lu Yin retracted his star energy and put away the giant emperor's third eye. Everything in front of him returned to normal, and it was as if the lights had brightened a little. Madame Nalan's appearance had also become clearer. It had to be said that this woman was extremely attractive to a man of Lu Yin's age. Regardless of her appearance, her aura alone was enough to make other women pale in comparison. Even Bai Shui's beauty couldn't compare to her mature beauty. She was like a peach, fresh and tender. Any man would want to take a bite out of her. "Hello, Madame Nalan." Lu Yin had only been dazed for a moment, but he quickly recovered. The woman smiled. "How did you know that I was Madame Nalan, Student Lu?" Lu Yin smiled. "With such an aura, if you're not Madame Nalan, then I don't know who else in the universe is more qualified to be Madame Nalan." Madame Nalan laughed and her bright eyes stared at Lu Yin. She clearly wasn't wearing any makeup, but her appearance was captivating. She didn't try to flirt, but she still gave off an incomparably enchanting vibe. Her snow-white skin was exposed, and her skin was as smooth as ice. She had an intoxicating fragrance as she slowly approached Lu Yin. This woman was a seductress. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 175. Welcome to the Nalan family, Student Lu. Madame Nalan stopped a meter away from Lu Yin. Her position allowed Lu Yin to clearly see her graceful figure and her hair-raising curves. She wasn't trying to seduce Lu Yin, and her actions were very normal. However, every step she took was a test for Lu Yin. If Myra's charm was shown through her appearance and actions, then this woman's charm was completely natural. No, it should be said that she was naturally seductive. Lu Yin reigned in his thoughts. He was a man and a hot-blooded one at that. He could not handle this seductress, so he hurriedly asked, "May I know who gave you the pendant around your neck?" Madame Nalan was flabbergasted by his sudden question. She smiled and said, "My best friend." Lu Yin nodded. "It seems like your best friend isn't very friendly towards you." Madame Nalan's eyes flashed and she was puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Lu Yin muttered to himself. "Actually, I don't want to hide it from you. I'm a lockbreaker and I can see things that normal people cannot." He then waved his hand. "Madam, my stomach hurts, so I'll be leaving first. See you later." He then quickly left. He really could not stand this seductress. She had only taken 2 steps, but he could not control himself. This woman seemed to be a widow, so could her husband have been seduced to death by her? That was very likely the case. Madame Nalan did not mind Lu Yin's departure, and she pulled the pendant off her neck. Her gaze was so cold that it seemed like it could freeze the entire universe. It was hard to imagine that a woman who had never cultivated would have such a cold gaze. "Go investigate. I want to know what's on this pendant." A young girl appeared behind her and respectfully accepted the pendant. "Yes." Madame Nalan would not believe Lu Yin's words, but there was no harm in investigating. Besides, what Lu Yin had said was not impossible. At that moment, Lu Yin returned to his lounge and immediately contacted Old Kai. The Frostwave weave was not too far from the Umbral Butterfly weave, so he could contact Old Kai through his gadget. "What is it?" Old Kai's impatient voice sounded. "Old Kai, I obtained the Giant Emperor's third eye," Lu Yin said. "So what? Do you want to show off?" Old Kai was unhappy. Lu Yin replied, "I want to know what the third eye is used for." Old Kai was surprised. "You still haven't found its use? You're so useless. I don't understand how you managed to unlock it. You know that I've become a lock breaker?" Nonsense, how could the teachers not know about their students? That's right, this mission won't be easy, right? There should be quite a few people competing with you for the giant emperor's third eye, right? Old Kai laughed strangely. Luin replied, that's not the case. Nobody's fighting over it. That's impossible. News of the Umbral Butterfly Weave's trial being held on a giant planet will definitely attract a lot of attention. Those people definitely won't waste the giant emperor's third eye, so there should be quite a few Melder geniuses competing for it, Old Kai reasoned. There are, but there are only two of them. One is from the Day-Night clan, and the other is from the Outerverse Youth Council, Luin said. He did not mention anything about the Neo-Human Alliance, as Puyu had a Corpse King by his side. That Corpse King would be Lu Yin's bargaining chip in the future. Old Kai replied, that makes sense. So it was the Outerverse Youth Council that interfered. No wonder no one dared to fight for it. It's not bad that you managed to snatch the third eye from the Outerverse Youth Council, huh? You still haven't told me what it's for. Idiot. Have you ever heard of a lock-breaking tool? Old Kai barked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he excitedly asked, are you saying that the giant emperor's third eye is a lock-breaking tool? Of course. You can see something different by injecting star energy into it. If it's not a lock-breaking tool, then what is it? Alright, I still have other things to do. Old Kai then hung up. Lu Yin excitedly looked at the giant emperor's third eye. He had already guessed this when he had first used it to see star energy, and now it had been confirmed. This eye was just like Master Wuxing's two leaves, and it could help lock breakers. It was priceless, and it was no wonder why both the Day-Night clan and the Outerverse Council wanted to obtain it. Half an hour later, a young girl walked out of a lounge on the top floor and respectfully said, Master Su has found the other accessories that Madame Liv gave you. One of them contains a substance that is harmful to you. This substance will make you tired and will gradually blind you. Madame Nalin's gaze turned cold. How long has it been? 3 years. Master Su said that this substance is very faint, and it will take at least 10 years for it to take effect. Even if he did not specifically check it, he would not have been able to tell. He formally apologizes to you. Also, Master Su would like to meet the young lockbreaker who was able to detect the problem with a single glance. Tell Master Su that there's no need to worry. Also that young lockbreaker has already left. The young girl nodded. Madame Nalin clenched her fists. You slut, you actually dared to make a move against me. You've been quite cautious for the past 10 years. This time, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. The day quickly passed and Lu Yin did not see Madame Nalin again. Someone had only asked him if he had any urgent matters to attend to when they were delivering food, to which Lu Yin casually replied that he didn't. His eyes were already attracted by the luxurious feast, which was several times more than the previous one. The quality of the food was also clearly several times better, and Lu Yin felt hungry just by looking at it. After eating, he went to find the middle-aged captain and asked about the spacecraft's progress. The captain smiled. Mr. Lu, your spacecraft still needs 7 days to complete its upgrade. 7 days? Upgrade? Lu Yin was shocked. The amount of metal that he had thrown in was not enough to upgrade the spacecraft. This is our madam's reward for you. You can ask her in person, the captain said politely. Reward? It seemed like Madame Nalin had confirmed that there was something wrong with the pendant. She was really rich and her reward was actually an upgrade of the spacecraft. Lu Yin knew that upgrading an Aurora from a basic grade to a radiant grade would require a huge amount of materials. Correspondingly, the upgrade of the spacecraft's performance would be terrifying as well. There was a 10-fold difference, and this was the performance of a radiant grade Aurora. Its speed was 10 times that of a normal spacecraft. What did 10 times mean? It had taken him more than a month to fly from Frostwave Weave to Umbral Butterfly Weave, but with an upgraded spacecraft, it would only take him a few days. This was a 10-fold difference. He had originally thought that he would have to wait for a long time before upgrading his Aurora, but he had not expected Madame Nalin to do it so quickly. All he had to do was say a few words. It was no wonder that lockbreakers had such a high status and could see things that normal people could not. If Lu Yin had not been a lockbreaker and had only been a student of Astral 10, even if he was the student leader, Madame Nalin might not have been willing to meet him. Lu Yin was beginning to realize how high a lockbreaker's status was, and he had made the right move. Lu Yin straightened his clothes as he wanted to thank Madame Nalin. Although she was quite seductive, he still had to pay his respects. Before Lu Yin could find his way, someone led him to a lounge on the top floor. It was transparent and he could almost touch the stars if he reached out. In front of him was a smiling Madame Nalin. Compared to the day before, Madame Nayland was wearing more clothes, which covered her graceful figure. Although she was still very seductive, Luine could finally relax. Madame Nayland, your gift is too valuable. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to repay it, Luine said with a bitter smile. Madame Nayland smiled and gestured for him to sit. Have a seat. Luine nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He sat across from Madame Nayland, and just like the day before, they were less than a meter apart. He could smell the alluring fragrance of Madame Nayland's body. Student Lu, you've saved me. Upgrading your spacecraft is not enough to fully express my sincerity, Madame Nayland said solemnly. Although she was still smiling, Luine could tell that there was a trace of sincerity in her smile. The Nayland family had started out as a merchant family, and all merchants were evil. No matter what this woman had been like in the past, the fact that she had been able to maintain the Nayland family's wealth meant that she had done well in the business circle. She had subconsciously put on a veil of hypocrisy. If a merchant wanted to succeed, they had to treat others with sincerity. Hypocrisy was used to guard against despicable people. Unfortunately, there were too many despicable people, and Madame Nayland had always treated people differently. However, at this moment, her veil of hypocrisy seemed to have become thinner in front of Luine. The value of a gift depends on the recipient. For me, upgrading my spacecraft is already very precious, Luine said seriously. Madame Nayland covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes turning into crescents that were bright and clear. Student Lu, do you speak so seriously to everyone? Luine was stunned and then smiled awkwardly. He had gone overboard. He had actually wanted to treat this temptress with a serious attitude so that he wouldn't be bewitched, but going too far was just as bad as falling short. Madame Nayland laughed again and personally poured a drink for Luine. Luine accepted it, thank you. Madame Nayland looked at Luine and smiled, actually, I want to apologize to you. Luine was sipping his drink when he heard this and looked over in confusion. What are you sorry for? I investigated you, Madame Nayland said honestly. Luine's eyes flashed, and he continued to sip his drink without saying anything. Madame Nayland stared at Luine with a resplendent look in her eyes. In just half a year, you went from being an ordinary sentinel from a fringe weave of the Outerverse to becoming the leader of Astral 10. You even became a lockbreaker and achieved a 1-star academy. Student Lu, your experience is very unique. Luine put down his drink and looked at Madame Nayland, his voice low. I don't like people investigating me. Madame Nayland smiled but didn't say anything. But since I boarded your ship, there's nothing wrong with you investigating me, Luine said in a different tone. Madame Nayland's lips curled up beautifully. Even so, I was in the wrong first and I'm willing to make up for it. Luine shook his head and said, Madame Nayland, you're too polite. You've already helped me upgrade my spacecraft, so there's no need for you to do anything else. Including the Astral Combat Tournament? Madame Nayland tempted. Luine was surprised. The Astral Combat Tournament? This year's Astral Combat Tournament is different from the previous ones. The defeat at the Astral Domain's border war has angered some people, and in order to regain their confidence, they decided to announce the tournament to the entire universe. However, no matter how high some people's status is, they can't decide everything in the universe with a single word. Madame Nayland poured herself a glass of juice and took a sip. She licked her red lips and continued, generally speaking, a gadget can connect to several weaves, but once the distance exceeds 10 weaves, it will become very difficult to connect. Only a special gadget can do that. This year's Astral Combat Tournament requires a connection to the entire universe, and it won't work without money. Thus, my Nayland family has become one of the sponsors of this tournament. However, only one person in each generation can inherit the 13 swords. In this generation, 2 people have appeared. One is one of the 10 arbiters, and the other is the disciple I mentioned, Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had heard of the sword sex Lu family before. They had a primeval surname that was viewed as an enemy by countless people. They had never received a proper status, but they still looked down on the universe. They were an extremely terrifying family. Lu was originally a royal surname, and the Lu family was like the emperor of the sword. Anyone who wielded a sword would yearn to join the Lu family. The first thing Lu Xiaoqiu saw when he was born was not his mother or any of his relatives. Instead, he saw a rusted iron sword that had been abandoned by the door. From that moment on, that sword became his weapon, Madame Nayland said in a reminiscing tone. Lu Yin was stunned and he looked at her. That was a very ordinary iron sword and cultivators can easily break it. However, this sword was used by Lu Xiaoqiu to defeat countless geniuses. After he inherited the 13 swords, the iron sword never left its scabbard again. There is no one in the same generation in the sword sect who is worthy of him drawing his sword. He will be a terrifying opponent in the Astral Combat Tournament, Madame Nayland said seriously. Lu Yin took a deep breath as the pressure on him increased. What is this Lu Xiaoqiu's cultivation? How many swords can he use? He should be a Lemaitre. As for how many swords, no one knows. Some say that he has only comprehended the second sword, while others say that he might have comprehended the third. No one knows for sure, but he once injured an explorer during his travels through the universe, Madame Nayland said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Lu Xiaoqiu really was a powerful opponent. Explorers could explore the universe, which was a realm that Lu Yin had yet to reach. There were already people who could challenge those of a higher realm. When she saw Lu Yin's gloomy expression, Madame Nayland swirled her cup and clinked it against Lu Yin's. The soft sound startled Lu Yin out of his thoughts. Student Lu, I'm not telling you this to pressure you. I just want you to know the strength of the top powerhouses in the Astral Combat Tournament. I don't like to fight unprepared battles, and since you saved my life, I will let you know more about them. However, if you fall into fear of your enemies, then the losses will outweigh the gains. Lu Yin laughed. Madam, you're overthinking things. No matter how strong my opponents are, I am still me. So what if I lose? There will always be a next time. Besides, the date of the Astral Combat Tournament hasn't been set yet. If I can become Astral Combat Academy's leader in a few months, then I might be able to catch up to those monsters. Then I wish you victory in the tournament and become the champion. Madame Nayland raised her cup and congratulated him from afar. Lu Yin also raised his cup and clinked glasses with Madame Nayland's. Lu Yin glanced at him. Why are you here? Did you go out on a mission? Hui Day Knight sneered. It's great that I ran into you. Hand over the position of leader, you're not qualified. Lu Yin nodded. All right, I'll give it to you. Hui Day Knight was stunned. Lu Yin found it funny and looked at him. So what if I give it to you? Can you handle it? Hui Day Knight's eyes flashed with anger. How dare a stray from the trial zones boast so shamelessly? Lu Yin's expression turned cold. You're still asking for a beating. Am I wrong? The Blaze Realm is spreading the news that you were killed by Frankfurt with a single spear strike. You're the joke of Astral 10. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was truly angry now. Frankfurt, the Blaze Realm, Jared. You're a disgrace to Astral 10. You don't deserve to be the leader. Hui Day Knight shouted and charged at Lu Yin. He stretched out a finger and a light flashed from his fingertip. It was completely different from the Day Knight soul finger, but the soul-tearing sensation was several times more intense. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly and he raised a hand. Just like how he had crushed Hui Day Knight before, he grabbed Hui Day Knight's finger and snapped it. Hui Day Knight's pupils shrank. He had already changed. His strength had increased greatly under the guidance of the trial master, and he had even learned the Day Knight clan's new battle techniques. Why was he still like this? This person's physical body was so strong that the Day Knight clan's battle techniques were useless against him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 177. Remember, don't provoke me again or I'll cripple you. He then threw Hui Day Knight into the wall. Don't provoke me again, he said coldly, or I'll cripple you. Hui Day Knight clutched his fingers in pain and stared at Lu Yin in shock. Why was he unable to retaliate every time he faced Lu Yin? This shouldn't be the case as he was a member of the Day Knight clan. Lu Yin walked over to the teleportation device and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Hui Day Knight and asked, Is there a woman called Zhua Day Knight in your Day Knight clan? Hui Day Knight painfully replied, No. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. I don't like it when people lie to me. Hui Day Knight snorted. I don't care about lying. Lu Yin looked at him for a while, but he didn't say anything else and stepped into the teleportation device. He went straight to the treasury and met with Old Kai. Old Kai smiled as he fiddled with the Giant Emperor's third eye. Not bad, not bad. This is the Giant Emperor's third eye, a lock-breaking tool. He then tossed it to Lu Yin. Take it. It suits you very well. Lu Yin caught it and stored it in his cosmic ring. He was puzzled. How did you know that this is a lock-breaking tool, Mentor? The Day Knight clan, Puyu and the others all know about it, but the people of Umbral Butterfly Weave don't. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made hunting down the Giant Emperor a weave trial. Old Kai stroked his mustache. There are many useful things in the universe, but they may not be mature when we discover them. Take this giant emperor's third eye for example. Do you think it's easy to create? It's passed down from generation to generation. Every giant emperor passes it down to the next. When we first discovered it, it wasn't mature, and even if it was useful, it wouldn't have reached the level of a lock-breaking tool. Now that it's mature, it's yours. There was once a giant emperor who reached the explorer realm and tried to break through umbral butterfly weave seal, but he was killed. How could this be passed down? Luin was puzzled. Old Kai's gaze turned solemn. Kid, remember, never underestimate any life form. That space-exploring giant emperor was just cannon fodder, and he had already predicted his own death. Thus, he passed this thing down to the next giant emperor so that the next giant emperor could see their situation clearly. In the end, he was just probing, and the people of Umbral Butterfly Weave didn't know that. They foolishly thought that it would be fine as long as they didn't let the giant emperor become an explorer. But in reality, after that incident, no giant emperor ever became an explorer. It's no wonder why the giant emperor was the first to run away when the trial takers arrived. Luin suddenly understood, and a chill ran through his heart. Although the giant tribe did not possess any intelligence, the giant emperor's intelligence could not be underestimated. The giants only have one giant emperor, and the third eye is the giant emperor's key to breaking through the life aura immortality. It's very mysterious, isn't it? All living things have their own counter to each other, and there's always a way to neutralize poison in the surroundings. The giants don't have any intelligence, but they've given birth to an extremely intelligent third eye. Take good care of it. It wasn't easy for you to snatch it from the Day-Night Clan and the Outerverse Council. Luin nodded. What should I do next, Old Kai? Old Kai looked at Luin and suddenly laughed strangely, causing Luin's hair to stand on end. Astral, 10 has been quiet for too long. The mentors have given you a mission. Go to the trial zones and snatch a training ground. Luin's expression changed. Snatch a training ground? Old Kai's lips curled up. That's right. Go snatch a training ground. Luin was speechless. Old Kai, are you sure I can compete with those area masters? Old Kai sized Luin up with a deep gaze. I don't know. Just try. You won't die anyway. Those people have helpers, Luin said helplessly. Old Kai rolled his eyes. Don't you have helpers? Kid, do you know what it means to be a leader? You're the leader of all the students, so you have the right to gather them. They might not listen to me, Luin said helplessly. Whether they listen or not is up to you. However, the Academy will turn a blind eye to your actions because of your status as the leader. Old Kai laughed strangely. Luin's eyes flashed. Turn a blind eye? This sentence was very tempting, and the first person he thought of was Hui Day-Night. Wouldn't listen? Then he would beat him up until he submitted. As long as the mentors didn't interfere, everything would be easy. Right, I have to remind you to complete your mission as soon as possible. The Astral Combat Tournament is speeding up, and those old fellows have asked the 10 arbiters to find a group of sponsors. The Cosmic Network has been brought forward, Old Kai said. Luin frowned. He had already been pressured by Lu Xiaoqiu's incident, but he hadn't expected the network to be brought forward. How troublesome. However, it was unreasonable for the Astral Combat Tournament to expend so many resources to connect to the Cosmic Network. He had already guessed this, but it might be even more complicated than he had thought. Just as he was about to leave the treasury, Luin suddenly thought of something and looked at Old Kai. I remember that there are quite a few lock-breaking missions on the mission list. Are those source boxes in our academy? Old Kai raised an eyebrow. Don't worry about that for now. Go snatch a training ground. Luin felt strange, but he still left. Old Kai rolled his eyes. What a joke. If those source boxes were in our academy, they would have been unlocked by the trial master long ago. You wouldn't even have a chance. After leaving the treasury, Luin went straight to the trial zone entrance. There was no one under the teleportation stone except for Little Pao, who was bored out of his mind and chewing on a blade of grass. Senior Little Pao, long time no see, Luin greeted. Little Pao's eyes lit up when he saw Luin. You're back, Luin. It's only been a few months, but you've gotten stronger. Luin smiled. Why are you here, Senior Little Pao? Boring, Little Pao laughed. Right, are you here to enter the trial zone? Luin nodded. Senior, Xia Luo and the others have already entered, right? It's not just Xia Luo. Everyone else has already entered. Luin was surprised. That fast? Fast? Not really, it's just 100 victories, not 100 consecutive victories. You've been in the academy for more than half a year, And even if you meet a sentinel every day, you'll still have 100 victories in 3 months. Plus, they've been training under the tutelage of their mentors for a few months, so it'd be too bad if they didn't get 100 victories. Haven't you noticed the difference? Or do you think that you can act without restraint just because you have Karen's support? Lu Yin stared at Schutz. You're the one who hasn't noticed the difference. Schutz was stunned. What did that mean? This person could already challenge an area master? How was that possible? It had only been 4 months. You really want to snatch a training ground? Those area masters are the top powerhouses of their respective academies, and you've personally experienced how terrifying the Spear Mountain area master is. Besides, they don't fight alone. They have helpers, and any student who trains in their training grounds can be counted as helpers, Schutz probed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 178. Lu Yin smiled. I didn't say that I would do it alone. Astral, 10 may be small in number, but we're all powerhouses with 100 victories in ported battles. We're not any weaker than the others. Schutz shook his head. Those people won't care about you. They all have their own backings, and aside from Meng Yu and me, everyone else has their own training grounds. There's no need to complicate things. I'm Astral 10's leader, so I naturally have my ways to get them to help me, Lu Yin said confidently. Schutz stared into Lu Yin's eyes for a while before sighing. Fine, I'll accompany you if you want to do it. I don't care anyway, no one will really die. That's more like the Great Yu Empire's strongest youth. You're fearless, and I still remember when you challenged the Outerverse Council, Lu Yin praised. Schutz smiled bitterly. He had been too ignorant back then, and just like Lu Yin had said, he didn't know the difference between them. Now that he thought about it, Ghostfire was just a failure who hadn't been able to enter an academy, and even the Yu Academy's Hall Master had been helpless against him. Baser was an explorer, and even if he wasn't as strong as the Astral Combat Academy's explorers, he wasn't too far off. After all, he had the qualifications to join the Outerverse Youth Council. Tell me, where are we going and where should we meet? Schutz asked. Lu Yin answered without hesitation. Tao of Purgatory, Whitebones Gorge. The area master of Whitebones Gorge is Sharon. Is he your backer? Schutz asked. Many people had been shocked when Sharon had said that he would protect Lu Yin. Lu Yin had a reputation for harassing Shiyu, beating up other students, blackmailing, threatening, and completing a sentinel mission. He wasn't a nobody, he was even the leader of Astral 10. Lu Yin smiled at the mention of Sharon. He's my brother, a very good brother. No one in the universe knew Sharon better than he did. Schutz nodded. I was just killed inside. You go in first and I'll look for you when I recover. Lu Yin stepped into the trial zone mountain and glanced into the distance, vaguely seeing Xia Luo's figure. He didn't care about it at all, as others would still search for a secret place even if their physical bodies were protected. Lu Yin didn't mind, and he closed his eyes and silently accepted the Tao of Purgatory. His vision blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw that the ground was covered in darkness and a pair of pitch-black eyes. Lu Yin jumped in fright and immediately retreated. When he saw what was in front of him, he realized that it was a war spirit. The war soul did not have an appearance. Its outer appearance was pitch black, including its eyes. It was very easy to identify. Lu Yin cursed his bad luck, as he had come face to face with a war spirit as soon as he had entered. War spirits were extremely aggressive, and they were generally very powerful. When it sensed Lu Yin's arrival, the war spirit did not hesitate to attack. It transformed into a black longsword, and with a shake of the blade, it transformed into countless sword shadows that swept through everything within a 100-meter radius. Lu Yin was shocked. He had known that war spirits were very powerful, as they were all projections of powerhouses who had battled in the trial zones. However, he had not expected to meet one so casually. This sword was not inferior to Zhuo Dainite's White Void Sword, and it had traces of a domain. Lu Yin believed that the powerhouse who had formed this war spirit would have definitely grasped a domain if they were still alive. Lu Yin was about to attack when his expression changed. He used flash and reappeared 100 meters away. On the other side, 3 students appeared, and they were delighted to see the war spirit. Go. Leave the final blow for me. One of them shouted, and the other 2 simultaneously attacked the war spirit. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Although he had not been able to see all of Karen's memories when he had fused with him, he had still seen some of them, so he was not unfamiliar with them. What he did not understand was why these spirit hunters existed. Generally speaking, those who formed these teams might not be absolute powerhouses, but they were definitely people with powerful backgrounds. Some powerhouses would rather not fight for the position of area master to form a spirit hunter team, and they would even personally deal the final blow. It was very strange, and there were all sorts of reasons. The spirit hunters in front of him were quite different from the ones in Karen's memories. In Karen's memories, the spirit hunters he knew of were all very powerful, and their captains were almost as strong as an area master. Otherwise they would not have dared to go out and hunt war spirits. However, none of the three people in front of him were decent, and they would be at the bottom of Astral 10's rankings. There was a loud boom as the black ground shattered. The two students who had been attacking the war spirit were both heavily injured, and their faces were pale. Guerre, this war spirit is too strong. It even grasps a domain. We can't deal with it. The student in the lead was anxious and dodged the war spirit's sword. When he saw Louis not far away, he immediately shouted, "You come and kill it together. Remember, leave the final blow for me." Louis raised a brow. "Why should I listen to you?" Guerre snorted. "Either we kill the war spirit together or we give up on it and deal with you first. Choose one." Louis was so angry that he started laughing. What a threat. This guy's strength was not much, but he knew how to cut off all means of retreat. He thought about it and attacked, not because of Guerre's threat, but because he wanted to kill the war spirit. The spirit hunter captains were all here to deal the final blow, and Louis wanted to see what he could gain. Guerre thought that his threat was effective, and he secretly ordered the other two to retreat. He planned to use Louis as cannon fodder while they waited for an opportunity to attack. Louis had fought with Joie Day night before, and he was well aware of the strength of her domain. He attacked with a 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm, which caused 9 shocking explosions. First, it shattered the black longsword, and then the final explosion directly shattered the war spirit, causing it to dissipate into fragments. This scene shocked Guerre and the other two. The three of them had not been able to defeat the war spirit even when working together, but this person had actually killed it with a single blow. The moment the war spirit died, the black fragments disappeared before Lu Yin's eyes without any abnormalities. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and immediately activated the Sirius art. 9 stars appeared on the surface of his body, forming a perfect star system. Through the Sirius art, Lu Yin saw something different from the black fragments that were about to disappear. They were strange symbols, or rather diagrams formed from lines. The entire black fragment was formed from these symbols, and it quickly dissipated. Lu Yin frowned. What were these things? Were war spirits formed from these things? War spirits appeared from the battle images of powerhouses, but why were these strange symbols able to reflect war spirits through the images of powerhouses? Strange, very strange. No matter how Lu Yin guessed, he was still too far away from finding out. These were not things that he should know, and now he had to face the wrath of the three people behind him. Guerre clenched his fists and glared at Lu Yin. You actually dared to use the final blow. I told you to leave the final blow to me. Lu Yin turned around and looked at Guerre with amusement. Are you out of your mind? Why should I listen to you? Or do you think that the three of you can deal with me? Lu Yin's words caused the other two to react, and a trace of fear flashed through their eyes. This person in front of them was an existence that had instantly killed a war spirit, and he was probably very close to being an area master. He was not someone that they could afford to offend. Guerre also reacted and forcefully suppressed his anger. He had been so used to being arrogant that he had forgotten about the strength of this person in front of him. He casually glanced at the back of Lu Yin's hand and saw the word 10. Guerre was astonished and looked at it again. It was indeed a 10. He smiled and regained his arrogance. You're from Astral 10? Lu Yin did not deny it. With his strength, as long as he did not encounter an area master or realm master, it was unlikely that anyone could kill him. Guerre's lips curled up and he looked at Lu Yin arrogantly. Do you know who I am? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person's attitude had changed multiple times, and after learning that Lu Yin was from Astral 10, he had become even more arrogant than before. It seemed that he had some background that was related to Astral 10. I'd like to hear the details, Lu Yin said calmly. Guerre snorted and raised his head. My father is Old Gouda, the current Astral River Flow Zone envoy. Listen carefully, I'm talking about the Astral River Flow Zone envoy. Lu Yin's eyes went wide and he stared at Guerre in shock. This was too much of a coincidence and his gaze grew colder. The human domain was divided into the inner verse and the outer verse. The outer verse had 72 weaves and was infinitely vast, but the inner verse was not small either. The two universes were separated by an incomparably large astral river that resembled a ribbon. The astral river was composed of all sorts of liquid energy, and it was not a true stream of water. It was just energy that was visible to the naked eye as it flowed through space. This astral river divided the innerverse and the outerverse. The astral river was violent, and no spacecraft could cross it. Only a type of giant boat could cross it and connect the innerverse and the outerverse. The outerverse did not have an astral river, while the innerverse was filled with tributaries. These tributaries divided the innerverse into countless regions known as flow zones. These regions were separated by astral river tributaries, and the only way to cross them was to use a giant boat that connected the two sides of the astral river. The person who controlled the boat was called a flow zone envoy, and the flow zone envoy who controlled the innerverse tributary boat was called a tributary flow zone envoy. The person who controlled the astral river vessels in the innerverse and outerverse were the astral river flow zone envoys. Old Gouda was the current astral river flow zone envoy, and he had the special authority to control the innerverse portal. Unless one had a special status, entering or exiting the innerverse required his permission. Although this person was only a gatekeeper, his authority was immense, especially since he held this position. He was at least a cruiser or even a hunter. It was no wonder why this person was so arrogant. His father controlled the opportunity to enter the innerverse that countless people in the outerverse dreamed of. Gu-Er looked at Lu Yin with satisfaction as he was waiting for Lu Yin to admit defeat. It felt great to see a powerhouse admit defeat, and this was not the first time he had done so. Back on the Astral River Arc, an outerverse explorer had even half-knelt to Gu-Er in order to enter the innerverse. Gu-Er did not care about powerhouses. As long as they did not have a special status, his father could suppress them. Lu Yin looked at Gu-Er deeply. How long is your father going to stay as the Astral River Flow Zone envoy? Gu-Er sneered. My father hasn't even been in the position for 10 years. He'll stay there for at least 50 years before retiring, and he might even continue to control the Astral River Arkansas. Lu Yin nodded. That's good. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to kill him on the Astral River Arc while I was still alive. Gu-Er was furious. What did you say? Lu Yin's gaze was icy. Remember, I'll kill you every time I see you. He then pressed a hand against Gu-Er's head and exerted some force. Gu-Er's head was crushed and he died in an instant. The other two felt their scalps go numb, as this person had a grudge with old Gouda. They hurriedly tried to escape, but Lu Yin still caught up to them and easily dealt with them with a single palm strike. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 179. As he watched Gu-Er's corpse slowly disappear, Lu Yin looked up at the dark sky with a complicated expression. If not for old Gouda's deliberate delay, they would not have ended up in such a miserable state. He would have his revenge sooner or later. Due to Gu-Er's appearance, Lu Yin's mood had become heavy. He asked a random student and learned that this place was 2 days away from Whitebone's Hollow. The trial zones were very strange. After death, one would appear in a random location, but if one did not die, they would exit normally and remain in the same place. Lu Yin did not think too much about the 2-day journey and continued towards Whitebone's Hollow. The Tao of Purgatory was completely black, and it was easy to get tired of looking at it for too long. Actually, the Tao of Purgatory was very suitable for Lu Yin. As long as he revealed his identity as a lockbreaker, no one in the Tao of Purgatory would dare to make an enemy out of him. This was because the realm master of the Tao of Purgatory was Dao Bo, a genius lockbreaker who had surpassed Sharon. In the Tao of Purgatory, lockbreakers had more privileges than any other trial zone. However, Lu Yin did not want to reveal too many of his trump cards. The Astral Combat Tournament was approaching, and he did not think that it would be completely fair. Many powerhouses would be analyzed before the tournament, just like Lu Xiaoqiu, whom Madame Naylan had introduced to him. If he revealed too much of his strength, he would also be analyzed and targeted, and he might even be harmed. Lockbreakers had a very high status, but it was too easy to plot against someone in the universe without being discovered. Lu Yin felt that he should try his best to stay out of the limelight before the Astral Combat Tournament to avoid being targeted. However, the mission that Old Kai had given him to snatch a trial zone was a little difficult. Any trial zone master could rank in the top 10 or even the top 5, and these people would definitely be the focus of the Astral Combat Tournament. If Lu Yin fought against them or even won, it would be troublesome. What should he do? Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Half a day later, Lu Yin sensed no less than 30 students passing by, all of them heading in the same direction. They were heading in a different direction from the one Lu Yin had been traveling in, but he could not suppress his curiosity and headed in that direction as well. It didn't take long for a vast black lake to appear in front of him. The water was also black, but strangely it was very clear. Dozens of students were hidden around the lake, staring intently at the center where 5 figures were fighting. The black lake was in chaos, and the shockwaves from the battle even tore through the shore and faintly tore space apart. Lu Yin was astonished. This was a battle between area masters, or rather, a battle between powerhouses who were close to area masters. The only area master that Lu Yin had ever fought against was Frankfurt, and the might of that spear was still unforgettable to him. Furthermore, that person had also been a powerhouse with 2-line battle force. Lu Yin's physical strength and flash step allowed him to be confident that he would not be defeated by Frankfurt, but it was almost impossible for him to win. The people in front of him were probably weaker than Frankfurt. He looked around and found a student to ask. Of course, the process wasn't that smooth, but under Lu Yin's powerful fists, the student finally spilled the beans. This trial was called Blackwater Lake. The previous area master had broken through to become an explorer and left the academy, leaving this place without a master. Thus, several people were vying for the position of area master. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he heard this. Old Kai had told him to snatch a training ground, but he hadn't said that he had to defeat an area master. There was one right in front of him. However, the problem was that there were so many people vying for it. Lu Yin wasn't afraid of fighting one-on-one, but it would be difficult to suppress everyone. After all, these people were all extremely close to being an area master, and they were all peak leaders. Just as Lu Yin was having a headache, a strange fluctuation appeared at the bottom of Blackwater Lake, and he could faintly hear Sanskrit chanting. Lu Yin's gaze changed and he looked at the bottom of the lake. At the same time, everyone around Blackwater Lake heard the chanting, and their eyes lit up as they looked at the bottom of the lake. This was a phenomenon. Ancient phenomena would often appear in the trial zones, and it was like an inheritance that spanned across the ages. Many people had obtained powerful battle techniques or cultivation methods, and this was the trial zone's greatest value. Now, this phenomenon was right in front of them. Everyone rushed to the bottom of the lake without hesitation. Lu Yin did the same. At the center of the lake, the 5 people who had been fighting also rushed to the bottom of the lake. However, unlike the others, they seemed to have discussed how to attack the other students. Within the trial zones, the fewer people there were in a certain area, the clearer the phenomenon, and the more they could sense and hear. This was the reason why Lu Yin had been expelled when he had first arrived in the Tao of Purgatory. Now, it was the same reason that everyone else was being expelled by these 5 powerhouses. One figure after another either died or was thrown out of the lake. These 5 powerhouses who were close to being an area master were not something that the other students could resist. Behind Lu Yin, someone attacked with a spear that pierced through the lake's water. Lu Yin frowned and dodged with flash, grabbing the spear with his hand. The attacker sneered, and the spear suddenly became scalding hot, causing the surrounding lake water to boil. A stream of air revolved around the spear as it tried to push Lu Yin away. Lu Yin was shocked. Battle force. This person also possessed battle force, and they were both at the initial realm like him. As expected of someone who dared to fight for the position of area master. Bang. The lake water was shaken apart, creating a vacuum that forced Lu Yin and the attacker to retreat at the same time. The attacker was a man dressed in gray, and he stared at Lu Yin in shock. He probably hadn't expected a melder to be able to block him. Lu Yin moved his numb palms. Without using battle force, he would be at a disadvantage if he used only his physical body to resist the opponent's battle force. However, it wasn't impossible. The man in gray stared at Lu Yin and attacked again. His spear was wrapped in battle force, and the tip of the spear pierced out with extreme speed, tearing through space itself. Lu Yin exerted strength in his calves and tensed up his muscles. You can either leave Blackwater Lake or be frozen. If you want to leave, just kill yourself. Kill myself? I'm not stupid. By the time I return to Blackwater Lake, this place will have changed hands. Garth rolled his eyes. At that moment, the gray-robed man spoke up. Your Frostmoon sect is quite bold to dare attack a lockbreaker in the Tao of Purgatory. Everyone was shocked. A lockbreaker? There were lockbreakers here? Lu Yin saw the gray-robed man look at him, and his eyes trembled. This person shouldn't have known that he was a lockbreaker. You're Astral 10's Lu Yin, right? I've seen you before at Spear Mountain, the gray-robed man said coldly. Everyone else looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin? That name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it before. Atop the lake's black ice, Can Shuer and Can Mei's expressions suddenly sank. They looked at each other as they finally remembered. Wasn't Lu Yin the person that Sharon had said he would protect? This was troublesome as Sharon had been dragged into this mess. They didn't care about the others, but Sharon was a lock breaker, and this group couldn't be provoked. If one was provoked, a second or even a third might appear. Most importantly, the Tao of Purgatory's realm master, Dao Bo, was a lock breaker, and that guy was extremely protective of his own people. I remember now. Karen's lover. Garth shouted. Everyone looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lu Yin's face immediately darkened and he glared at Garth. Sharon is my friend. Don't spout nonsense. Garth was embarrassed. I'm sorry, it slipped out of my mouth. No, I said it too quickly. No, that's not right either. I'm sorry, ha. Lu Yin clenched his fists. This guy had a bad mouth. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 180. How about it? Let us go immediately, or you won't be able to withstand Karen's wrath. Don't forget there's still Dao Bo. The man in gray threatened the twins. The twins' eyes flashed as they looked at Lu Yin. This person was very troublesome. No need, this place is fine. I don't want to leave for now, Lu Yin casually said. The others immediately looked at him. Hey, are you crazy? Don't spout nonsense. Garth grew anxious. The man in gray also glared at Lu Yin. He wanted to fight for the position of area master, but he did not want to be frozen at the bottom of the lake. Lu Yin sneered. He did not want to be used by others, especially by someone from Spear Mountain. Student Lu, as long as you help us, the Frost Moon sect will remember your kindness. Snowmelt smiled at Lu Yin, her eyes sparkling. The man in gray glared at Lu Yin. Think carefully. With Karen's background, they won't dare to freeze you. As long as you take us out, I can help you resolve your grudge with Frankfurt. Frankfurt? I know him too and I can even talk to him, Garth said. The others also spoke up. They did not want to be trapped. Lu Yin was disdainful. Frankfurt? Who the hell is he? Would he dare touch me? The man in gray was furious, but he could not say anything. Lu Yin was right. This person had Karen's background, so Frankfurt would not touch him. The others were helpless as well. Lu Yin had a powerful background and no one could force him to do anything. After waiting for a while, Lu Yin looked at the twins' complicated expressions and suddenly said, Actually, it's not that difficult to leave. I have a way without Karen's background, but why should I take you out? What are your conditions? The man in gray asked coldly. Lu Yin said, 20,000 crystals per person and I'll take you out. Alright, no problem, Garth immediately agreed. Although 20,000 crystals was not a small amount, it was still acceptable to the absolute elites of the Astral Combat Academy. They could easily earn more than that on a single mission. The others agreed as well. Lu Yin was not afraid that they would go back on their word. After all, they were all powerhouses, and doing so would cause unnecessary burdens that would affect their cultivation. This was a problem with their mental state, and no one would be willing to affect their path to becoming stronger for a measly 20,000 crystals. Lu Yin quietly explained the method, and the 5 of them were stunned. Was that even possible? Actually, the method was very simple. Just like how the twins had attracted them, it was to create an anomaly at the bottom of the lake. In a place like the trial zones, anomalies could appear at any time, let alone in a trial ground like Blackwater Lake. As long as an anomaly appeared, even if the twins were 90% sure that it was fake, they would still check it out. It was simply too important. Any anomaly could create a peerless powerhouse. This was an overt scheme. Even if Lu Yin told the twins that they had faked the phenomenon, the twins would still break the mysterious ice and investigate it themselves. This was human psychology. The method was simple, but as long as one couldn't think of it, they would never be able to think of it. There were a total of 6 people at the bottom of the lake. In order to avoid being discovered by the twins, they discussed for a moment and separated at the same time. Above the profound ice on the surface of the lake, the twins were puzzled. They looked at each other and stared at the bottom of the lake. They were confident that these people would not be able to break the profound ice, but the sudden movement made them feel uneasy. When will the young lord arrive? Residual Snow asked in a low voice. Can Mei shook her head. I'm not sure, but it should be soon. These people are all strong enough to fight for the position of area master. They might have a way to break through the mysterious ice formed by our innate gifts. I hope that the young lord will arrive as soon as possible. Just as she finished speaking, A blinding light flashed at the bottom of the lake. A phantom could be vaguely seen stirring up the water, bringing with it an ancient aura. Above the lake's surface, the void distorted and resonated with the bottom of the lake, forming a huge tornado that wreaked havoc. Everyone around Blackwater Lake was stunned by this scene and stared blankly. Was this an anomaly? At the bottom of the lake, Luin was flabbergasted. This was too real. Wait, no. Luin suddenly realized that this anomaly was a little strange. Could it really be an anomaly? He immediately looked at the bottom of the lake. Gus and the pale-faced man did not come up. They were responsible for creating the anomaly. According to the plan, in order to avoid being discovered by the twins, they had to immediately float up when the anomaly appeared. However, it had not appeared until now. No, this was a real anomaly. Luin immediately dove down. The others reacted as well, and the gray-robed man stabbed his spear into the water, splitting it apart as he rushed to the bottom of the lake. On the surface of the lake, the twins looked at each other in shock. They immediately shattered the mysterious ice and rushed into the lake. Many people rushed in at the same time. Anomalies in the trial zones could create top-notch powerhouses, and this one was huge. There was definitely a great opportunity waiting for them. At the bottom of the lake, Gus and the pale man stared excitedly at the vortex that had formed at the bottom of the lake. A phantom stood there quietly, its appearance unclear, but its influence on the lake bottom was growing. Strands of water left the vortex and fused with the phantom. Spatial tears occasionally streaked past like lightning. The pale man rushed over, wanting to fuse with the phantom to comprehend this peerless battle technique. Gus immediately rushed over as well, but he was slightly slower. The pale man had just rushed into the vortex when he was shredded to pieces without being able to resist at all. This scene caused Gus' expression to change, and he immediately retreated. At the same time, Luin and the others had just arrived and were shocked to see this scene. Everyone here was a powerhouse close to an area master, but they had been easily killed by an ancient anomaly. It was too terrifying. Soon after, the twins appeared from behind, but no one bothered to argue with them as they all stared ahead. More and more people appeared and looked excitedly at the phantom in the distance. They all hoped that they would be able to obtain the legacy of this anomaly and rise up in the Astral Combat Academy. The ancient phantom stood at the bottom of the lake as the vortex around it grew larger and larger, gradually enveloping the entire Blackwater Lake. Luin and the others had already retreated until they finally left the area of the lake. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 181. The Frostmoon sect was not something that the Blaze Realm could compare to. There was a special characteristic in the universe. The closer one was to the center of the innerverse, the more powerhouses there would be, and the easier it was for freakish geniuses to appear. The Blaze Realm's blazing mist flow zone was located at the very edge of the innerverse. Even the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons were located in the blazing mist flow zone. However, there wasn't much of a difference between them and the Outerverse as they were merely gatekeepers. The Frostmoon sect was located in the innermost part of the day-night flow zone. Even though it was rumored that the Frostmoon sect had relied on marriage alliances and other methods to survive in the day-night flow zone, the fact that they were able to survive in the day-night flow zone was already a problem. Yushinzi's status was even higher than Jared's, and she was comparable to the geniuses of the Myriad Swords Peak and the Day-Night clan. Luin did not plan on fighting with Yushinzi over Blackwater Lake, as only the heavens knew what kind of inheritance she had obtained from the phenomenon. However, this person made Lu Yin's heart sink as she was here for the Astral Combat Tournament. After confirming the direction, Luin headed towards Whitebone's Gorge. A day later, Luin finally arrived at Whitebone's Gorge. He looked at the cold valley in front of him and the white bones that covered the ground. This place made one's hair stand on end. Sharon was the master of this area. Whitebone's Gorge was filled with countless skeletons. Legend had it that on every full moon night the skeletons would dance. It could be a battle technique, a sacrifice, or an ordinary song and dance. No one knew why such a phenomenon would occur. However, Whitebone's Gorge was the only mysterious place in the Tao of Purgatory that had a definite time for such a phenomenon. Through Karen's memories, Luin knew that the struggle for Whitebone's Gorge had been extremely intense. Even Frankfurt and the others had taken action, as well as other area masters from other academies. There had been no less than 10 people in total, and that battle had shocked all 10 academies. In the end, it had been the Tao of Purgatory's realm master, Dao Bo, who had chased away everyone else. Only then had Sharon become the area master of Whitebone's Gorge. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to succeed. A lockbreaker's status was very high, but it did not mean that they were above everyone else. Furthermore, this was the trial zone where battles were fought. Sharon was a genius lockbreaker, and most of the people cultivating in Whitebone's Gorge were lockbreakers from the Astral Combat Academy. There weren't many of them, but they were all elites. Lu Yin's appearance quickly attracted the attention of Whitebone's Hollow, and when Sharon saw the smiling Lu Yin, his face darkened. He forced a smile. "Welcome to Whitebone's Hollow, Brother Lu." Lu Yin looked at Karen's fake smile and stepped forward enthusiastically. "Brother Sharon, I thought you'd forgotten about me." "How could that be?" "When I found out that Brother Lu had joined Astral 10, I immediately announced that no one was allowed to attack you. Otherwise, I'd fight to the death," Sharon said, emphasizing the words "fight to the death," as if he had a deep grudge against Lu Yin. It was obvious that he wasn't just targeting the others, but also Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled happily. "Thank you, Brother Sharon. By the way, my uncle asked me to send his regards." Karen's face twitched and he subconsciously grabbed Lu Yin's collar, but he quickly recovered and laughed dryly. He patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Is Uncle doing well? He's not dead, is he?" Lu Yin laughed and patted Karen's shoulder as well. "Of course, Uncle's doing well." After that, Lu Yin had grasped the realm of infinite changes. After that, he could integrate his own will and change the color of his star energy. The final step was a domain, a power that ruled supreme. The chip had only briefly mentioned a domain. Clearly there were too few people who had grasped a domain. Perhaps it was even rarer than Battle Force, but every single one of them was an absolute powerhouse. Lu Yin recalled Karen's unlocking of the sword-shaped source box. It was no wonder that he had been able to successfully unlock it with his familiarity with star energy. "What's your domain like?" Lu Yin asked curiously. Sharon looked up. "Don't go too far." Lu Yin turned away and did not ask any further. This question had indeed gone too far. Sharon suddenly thought of something and narrowed his eyes. "Do you really want to know what my domain is like?" Lu Yin turned around with a strange expression. "Sure, we can spar. You can experience it for yourself," Sharon said, his lips unconsciously curling into a strange smile. It was obvious that he was not very friendly. Lu Yin wisely declined, as he did not have a habit of being beaten. Although he wanted to spar with a domain expert, he could wait. There was no rush. He had his die, and the next time he rolled enhance he might be able to fuse with a domain expert. Sharon was disappointed. "You don't have the heart to fight." Lu Yin ignored him. Compared to Zhang Dingtian, Schutz, and the others, his attitude towards cultivation was much worse. "Judging by the time, Schutz should be here by now," Lu Yin muttered to himself. "Sharon, is Whitebone's Hollow coming with me?" "Up to you." "Just don't bother me," Sharon said impatiently before turning around to leave. As he stepped on the endless skeletons, Lu Yin once again heard the cries, fanaticism, sorrow, despair, and all sorts of other emotions that covered the entire Whitebone's Hollow. He did not know if the others could hear them, but he did. This environment was not suitable for humans to live in, or else they would be driven mad. Lu Yin casually found a protruding valley and sat down, circulating the serious art as he waited for Schutz. 2 days passed and no one came looking for Lu Yin. Sharon had also left the trial zone, and the people who were training in Whitebone's Hollow were all separated from each other. Lu Yin did not see Schutz and he felt strange. He left the trial zone and appeared on the trial zone mountain. When he opened his eyes, he saw Schutz wiping his blade in the distance. "You haven't gone in yet?" Lu Yin was astonished. Schutz did not even turn around. "I went in and I died." Lu Yin was speechless. "That fast?" Schutz stopped what he was doing and said helplessly, "I appeared in the middle of a group of war spirits. What do you think?" Lu Yin blinked. This was too unlucky. War spirits were all very strong, and even he would be finished in a group of them. Lu Yin muttered to himself as he watched Schutz wiping his blade helplessly. Although the students of Astral 10 had all achieved 100 victories in the ported battles and were not weaker than the students of the other academies, they were only slightly stronger. Schutz, Coco, and Zora were not much stronger than the students of the other academies at the same level, and they would easily lose against those with better innate gifts. Only a few of them could compete with the top powerhouses of the other academies. Bringing Schutz along to snatch the trial zone was not a good idea. His existence would not be of any help, and they could easily die in the trial zone as well. He could not just wait around for them. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Of the 12 new students, only half of them could compete with the powerhouses of the other academies. Even Hui Day Knight was not qualified. After thinking through all of this, Lu Yin did not plan to invite Schutz to participate in the battle for the trial zone. However, he had already invited him. That would hurt his pride. It just so happened that Michelle entered the trial zone mountain. She was still as enchanting as ever, and her red eyes swept over Lu Yin and Schutz before she coldly walked towards the other side of the mountain. "Wait," Lu Yin called out. Michelle stopped and looked at Lu Yin. "What is it?" Lu Yin stood up and walked over to her. He looked into her red eyes and asked seriously, "I want to snatch a trial zone. Are you interested in joining me?" "Not interested," Michelle replied bluntly. "What about Battle Force? Not interested as well?" Lu Yin asked. Michelle stopped and looked at Lu Yin with bright red eyes. "Battle Force." Lu Yin's lips curled up and he raised a hand, causing a stream of energy to revolve around him. Michelle's eyes burned with passion. There was no one who did not want to comprehend Battle Force. Shiyu comprehended Battle Force. This sentence caused Michelle's mood to change drastically. She had replaced Shiyu in the 10 Arbiters Council, and because of this matter, the two of them had fought to a draw. Michelle did not seem to care, but she had already acknowledged Shiyu as her opponent. She had thought that she could easily surpass Shiyu with her hard work during this period of time, but things would be different if Shiyu had Battle Force. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 182. How do you know? Michelle's tone was cold and somewhat anxious. Lu Yin casually dispersed his battle force. "I was the one who helped her comprehend it in the second level of the Sand Ocean." Michelle stared at Lu Yin. "What are your conditions?" Lu Yin smiled. "Help me snatch a training ground." Michelle frowned. "You should know how terrifying an area master is. You've seen Frankfurt's strength." Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. Everyone knew that he had been killed by Frankfurt, and he would get his revenge sooner or later. Unfortunately, Spear Mountain was not suitable for him, or else he would have snatched it this time. "Are you afraid?" Michelle coldly replied, "At worst I'll just die once. I don't mind." She then added seriously, "But I'll only help you once. I can't help you forever." "Sure, just once is enough." Lu Yin smiled. "Where are we going?" Michelle asked. Schutz looked over as well. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he answered, "The Tao of Purgatory, the Fathomless Pool." The Fathomless Pool was the smallest training ground in the Tao of Purgatory. The smallest only referred to its size, but it was actually very useful because it could help cultivators cultivate battle force. The deeper one went into the pool, the greater the pressure. Unfortunately, it was too small and could only accommodate 2 people at a time, which meant that there were not many students cultivating there. The other trial zones also had places that were suitable for cultivating battle force, but the Fathomless Pool was rather useless. Aside from Area Master Euro, almost no one else cultivated there. Lu Yin had chosen the Fathomless Pool for another reason. Euro was a good friend of Jared. Euro is the only Area Master in the Fathomless Pool, but he's very strong and has the innate gift of life. It's rumored that his battle force has reached the One-Lined Realm, so he won't be easy to deal with. "Who else did you find?" Michelle asked. Lu Yin looked at Schutz. Michelle frowned. This person was useless. "Can you cultivate battle force in the second level of the Sand Ocean?" Schutz suddenly asked. Lu Yin nodded. "That's where I grasp battle force." Schutz lowered his voice. "I can't help you snatch a training ground this time." Lu Yin sighed. Schutz wanted to, but he did not have the ability. "You want to go to the second level of the Sand Ocean?" Schutz nodded. "I'll help you after I comprehend battle force." He then walked out. Lu Yin frowned. The second layer of the Sand Ocean was no small matter. Even Shiyu had needed Lu Yin's help to survive the destructive winds. Schutz definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it with his current strength, but Lu Yin knew that there was no point in saying anything. Schutz had the heart of a powerhouse just like Zhang Dingtian. If you're looking for people like that, then forget it. Euro is a true expert at the level of an area master, and his innate talent is also very strong. He's not much easier to deal with than Frankfurt. "The two of us are definitely not a match for him," Michelle said coldly. "Don't look down on them. Who knows, they might even have battle force when they come out," Lu Yin said. Michelle glanced to the side, obviously not taking it to heart. Although this girl's words were harsh, they were the truth. Currently, the only people who could help Astral 10 in the face of an area master were the top few: Xia Luo, Silver, Dark Void, and Lulu. Head 10 kilometers north of the Tao of Purgatory's fathomless pool. Once I've gathered enough manpower, we'll start the fight, Luine said to Michelle. Michelle was puzzled. 20 miles north of the fathomless pool? Where is that? I don't know. You want me to go if you don't know? Why don't you pick a place that you're familiar with around the fathomless pool? Michelle was speechless and directly entered the trial zone mountain. I'll wait for you for 5 days at most. If you don't show up in 5 days, then the deal is over. You still have to help me comprehend battle force. Luine was helpless. She was really hard to please. After Michelle entered the trial zone, Luine circled around the trial zone mountain and found Xia Luo, Silver, Lulu, and Dark Void. This was good as well since he didn't have to go out and look for them. Thinking about it, Luine sat at the entrance of the trial zone mountain and waited for them to wake up. Half a day later, someone woke up, but it wasn't those people. Instead, it was Coco and Zora. The two were disciples of Windrift Hall, and there were experts from Windrift Hall in the trial zone. Although they weren't area masters, they had no problem protecting them. Windrift Hall had a good reputation in the Innerverse, and with Coco's kindness and cuteness, they had never been bullied in the Innerverse. Coco was very happy to see Luine. Brother Lu, it's been so long. Where have you been? Luine smiled. Out on a mission. Congratulations on your 100 victories in the ported battles, Coco. Coco stuck out her tongue. That's a terrible record. Brother Lu, don't make fun of me. 100 victories is an improvement. Coco, which Tao are you in? Luine asked. We were in the Tao of Heaven. Next, we'll go to the Tao of Slaughter or the Tao of Purgatory. Luine was envious. It was different to have a backer. If not for Sharon, he would have been hunted down no matter where he went. Coco, let's go. Mentor is waiting for us, Zora said, nodding at Luine. Luine watched the two leave. He didn't plan on summoning them. Although healing was important, it wasn't important in the trial zones. As long as they didn't die, they would recover quickly. With their current strength, they might even be weaker than Schutz when it came to fighting against an area master. Not long after, Dark Void woke up and glanced at Luine before coldly walking out of the trial zone mountain. Luine asked, Dark Void, are you interested in snatching a training ground from me? Not interested, Dark Void replied. He rarely spoke. I can help you comprehend battle force, and I can also let you cultivate in Whitebone's Hollow, Luine tempted. However, Dark Void remained unmoved. He stepped out of the trial zone mountain and disappeared from Lu Yin's sight. Luine felt helpless. If it had been Hui Day Night, he would have just beaten him up, but he didn't know where to start with Dark Void. This person was like a rock and no one knew what he was thinking. As the academy's leader, he could supervise and judge the students within a reasonable range, but that was only if it was reasonable. Luine didn't think that forcing others to accompany him on a mission was reasonable. His failure to summon Dark Void didn't affect Lu Yin's state of mind. He didn't have much hope for Dark Void in the first place, and his focus was on the others. He had to succeed. Another day passed and it was Silver's turn. This smiling, fox-like person was hard to see through. I just said it randomly. Xia Luo smiled warmly and entered the trial zone once more. Where there were people, there would be news, and where there was news, there would be reporters. Wuda was a reporter, and he had aspired to become the greatest reporter under the heavens ever since he was young. To achieve this goal, he had worked hard for a long time and finally managed to enter the Astral Combat Academy with his innate gift. Everything had been perfect, but after entering the Astral Combat Academy, Wuda realized that he had been overthinking things. He wanted to report on the news, but what was the biggest news in the Astral Combat Academy? Of course, it was not entertainment gossip or unpopular weekly magazines. It was a battle between powerhouses, but could such a battle be reported? The answer was no, as no one wanted others to know everything about them, and no one wanted their battle techniques to be known by everyone, especially as the Astral Combat Tournament was approaching. This was why Wuda had tragically discovered that everything was just a fantasy. He had once reported on a battle between two powerhouses, and he had even described the details of the battle in great detail. After that, he had been hunted down for an entire month. However, Wuda did not give up. He had even established the Astral Combat Academy's newspaper in order to fulfill his dream. Although he was the only one reporting on it, he would not give up. Since he could not report in the real world, Wuda decided to set his sights on the trial zones. This place was also filled with battles, and it did not matter if he was hunted down. At worst, he would die once. The only downside was that he could not record any videos, and no external objects could enter this place. But that was fine, as Wuda was very confident in his own judgment. He could use a short description of a unique battle without any problems. On this day, Wuda arrived at the Tao of Purgatory and recalled the recent news that had been published in the Astral Combat Academy's newspaper. In particular, the news about Blackwater Lake had attracted a lot of attention. Yu Xianzi's inheritance had shocked countless people, and his newspaper's sales had skyrocketed. Although he was being hunted down by the Frost Moon sect, it did not matter. It was just a small matter and he could handle it. Most importantly, he had received sponsorship from an internet company called Starlink. To Wuda, sponsorship was a small matter. What he cared about the most was being recognized. He felt that he was only one step away from becoming a great reporter. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Wuda stood in place and looked at the darkness before him. He muttered to himself for a while before running off in a certain direction. His gossipy soul had a premonition that there would be news in that direction. The fathomless pool was an unremarkable pool of water that was similarly black. If not for the fact that it was so far away from Blackwater Lake, some people would have even guessed that it was connected to Blackwater Lake. 20 kilometers north of the fathomless pool, Michelle and the other two sat calmly on a large black tree. In the distance there was a group of wandering war spirits. The gathering place that Lu Yin had casually mentioned was actually a gathering place for war spirits. When Lu Yin appeared and saw the group of war spirits, he was a little stunned. "You sure know how to pick a place," Michelle commented coldly. Lu Yin felt awkward. "Lower your voice. Don't be discovered. This is a group of war spirits." Michelle snorted but did not say anything. A few hours later, Xia Luo arrived and looked at the group of war spirits in astonishment. "This is a good place for a spirit hunter." "No spirit hunter would dare to attack this place," Lulu said. Xia Luo shook his head. "You don't understand the desire of a true spirit hunter for war spirits. These war spirits should have only gathered here recently, or else they would have been targeted by a spirit hunter long ago." "Why do spirit hunters hunt war spirits?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "I don't know, but apparently it has something to do with an ancient inheritance," Xia Luo answered. "Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's go to the fathomless pool," Michelle said before heading towards the pool. The five of them quickly arrived at the fathomless pool. The fathomless pool was located in a valley, and it had been a coincidence that they had first discovered it. At this moment there was only one person there. Euro, one of the only 3 area masters of Astral 6. The Tao of Purgatory's training grounds were Spear Mountain, Blackwater Lake, the Fathomless Pool, Whitebones Gorge and the Sky Platform. 4 of them were occupied by Astral 6, and only Blackwater Lake had been taken by the Frost Moon sect. Every academy had about the same number of area masters because these training grounds were very rare. Lu Yin had also considered this factor when he had decided to take the Fathomless Pool. If he tried to take any of the training grounds, he would be hunted down by the powerhouses of the academy that had occupied it, or even the Realm Master himself. Only the Tao of Purgatory would not be affected because Lu Yin was a lockbreaker, and so was Realm Master Dao Bo. Attack. Lu Yin barked before charging towards the Fathomless Pool without any warning. This was a trial zone where the strong were respected, and there was no reason to speak of. A few meters away from the Fathomless Pool, a bare-chested man with disheveled hair suddenly looked in Lu Yin's direction. When he saw Lu Yin charging towards him, his eyes turned cold. "You don't know what's good for you." He then extended his right palm, causing a stream of energy to revolve around him. The stream of energy then transformed into visible veins that covered his entire body. Lu Yin raised his palm and unleashed the Sky Beast Claw. There was a bestial roar as the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw slammed towards Euro. With a bang, the Sky Beast Claw was easily torn apart. Euro then grabbed at Lu Yin, the star energy in his palm taking the form of a flame. The scorching heat instantly swept through the ground and spread out in all directions. Lu Yin retreated as a silvery white radiance flitted past him. The butterfly blade flickered as the star energy in Euro's palm pressed down in an attempt to incinerate the butterfly. However, he was unable to do so. Surprise flashed through his eyes as he changed the direction of his palm and slammed it towards the ground. At the same time, his battle force surged and forced Silver to retreat. Lulu shouted from above and smashed down with a fist. Euro's eyes narrowed as he dodged once again. The ground was smashed apart by the fist, and the entire valley cracked apart, giving Euro a fright. "Don't run!" Lulu shouted as she lashed out with her leg. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 184. Lu Yin used flash to appear in front of Euro. I'm sorry, but please give up the fathomless pool. He then struck out with his palm, causing stars to appear and battle force to revolve around his palm. Euro's expression changed and he raised his arms in front of him to block the attack. There was a thump as his entire body was smashed into the mountain wall and then into the ground, causing intense pain in his arms. Euro gritted his teeth in anger. Another battle force powerhouse. How did Astral 10 have so many freaks? Suddenly, a black shadow covered the sky as another palm pressed down. This time it was not Lu Yin but Xia Luo. Euro growled and raised his palm. He used the Blaze Realms battle technique, Heaven-Burning Sea of Flames. Star energy transformed into flames that enveloped Xia Luo and everything within a kilometer of him. The flames even burned down the valley in an attempt to injure Xia Luo. However, his palm inexplicably dissipated when it neared Xia Luo. His star energy had been dissolved. If this had been someone from another academy they would have been stunned, but Euro was not. He was a student of Astral 6, which had gathered almost all of the Astral Combat Academy's lockbreakers. He was very familiar with this scene, as it was a lockbreaker's ability to dissolve star energy. There was actually a lockbreaker among these people. Euro was once again smashed into the ground. The five continued to attack. Even though Euro was a peak limiter, it would still be difficult for any area master to withstand their attacks. It was already impressive that Euro was still alive. Lu Yin and the rest stood quietly as they looked at the ground. Euro had the innate gift of being a Shiki, and his true strength had only just begun to show. The Shiki was an astral beast with red fur that resembled a fox. Its entire body was covered in flames, and it had a third eye on its forehead that could shoot out extremely high temperatures. It was a very powerful astral beast. There was a sharp hiss as the ground shattered and flames surged out from the cracks. Euro's hair was disheveled as he charged out of the ground. Behind him was a phantom of a Shiki. You Astral 10 trash, I'm going to slaughter you. With a loud roar, Euro's one-line battle force became even more obvious as he charged towards Lu Yin. He recognized this person as the one who had said that he wanted to steal the training grounds. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and it was still serious as palm. 9 stars revolved and wrapped themselves in battle force as they collided with Euro. As their battle force collided, shockwaves swept across the land and spread into the distance, tearing apart the black earth. More than 10 kilometers away, Wuda looked ahead in shock. A crack had appeared under his feet. His eyes were filled with excitement. There was a great battle ahead. Thinking about it, he immediately rushed over. Bung! The ground crumbled as Lu Yin and Euro were pressed into the ground. Lu Yin's battle force was a level lower than Euro's, but Sirius's palm had made up for it, and it was even stronger than Euro's. Euro's internal organs trembled and he forcefully suppressed his shock. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes as the third eye of the Yuan-Chi phantom behind him stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he tried to use flash to evade the attack, but Euro grabbed onto him tightly. Just as the Yuan-Chi phantom shot out the red beam, the silvery white radiance flickered once more, but this time, it did not attack Euro. Instead, it slashed towards the red beam, causing its trajectory to shift by a few centimeters. The beam brushed past Lu Yin's forehead and shot into the ground, melting the black surface of the ground. Euro was enraged and he raised a hand to slap Silver. Behind him, another red lotus arrow shot out. This arrow was not only aimed at Euro, but it also enveloped Silver. Silver did not retreat, and he even took Euro's attack head-on. He grabbed onto Euro with a smile on his face. Let's die together. Euro's pupils shrank. This madman. The Yuan-Chi phantom behind him turned around and shot out a red beam from its third eye to melt the red lotus arrow. It then raised a leg and kicked Silver away. At the same time, Lu Yin's palm slammed into Euro's abdomen. Euro's battle force was blocked by Euro's own, but the shockwaves from the explosion of the 9 stars still heavily injured Euro. Euro's body was sent flying once more, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before crashing into the ground. Xia Luo and Lulu appeared at the same time and attacked with all their strength. Blood flowed from Euro's teeth, and he growled as the Yuan-Chi phantom behind him exploded. The extreme heat distorted the void and caused it to crack open, forcing Xia Luo and Lulu to retreat. Euro himself absorbed the extreme heat, and his body began to burn with flames. His hands floated in the air as he created a fireball that evaporated the ground. Wuda had just arrived and he was shocked by the scene before him. He recognized this person as the area master of the bottomless pool Euro. He was one of the top 5 powerhouses in Astral 6, but he had been beaten so badly. "You don't have the right to kill me." Euro roared as he raised the fireball with both hands and smashed it towards Xia Luo and Lulu. The fireball burned with an extremely high temperature that was condensed from Euro's innate gift. It burned through the void, causing cracks to appear in space as it evaporated into a gaseous state. This was Euro's full-strength attack, but what was even more terrifying was that there was even a trace of battle force wrapped around the fireball, causing it to be compressed even further. This attack could only be blocked by an area master. Wuda was shocked. This was an area master's full-strength attack. Xia Luo's gaze turned serious, and he leapt up to face the fireball with a single palm. His arm moved in a random pattern as he immediately slowed down the fireball. At the same time, he disintegrated the battle force that was wrapped around the fireball. He was also forced back 100 meters by the fireball, but this distance caused the fireball to shrink slightly. Euro was shocked. Even a lockbreaker would not be able to disintegrate his attack so easily. This person was definitely not ordinary. Was he really someone from Astral 10? A green figure flashed before his eyes as Lulu appeared right in front of Euro. She lifted her leg and stomped down. Euro had used his full strength, so not only had his battle force been severely depleted, but his reaction speed had also slowed down. He was unable to dodge and could only raise his arms to block the attack. With a bang, the ground shattered once again. Euro's entire body was smashed into the ground, and the valley around him crumbled. Wuda was almost buried, but he still watched this scene excitedly. Michelle immediately left as well. Xia Luo and the other two looked at each other and then walked towards the fathomless pool. That place would belong to Astral 10 in the future. In the distance, Wuda was very excited and kept muttering. He was reciting the words that he was about to publish and memorizing them without missing a single word. The news of the battle at the fathomless pool would definitely cause a sensation. After all, these people were all from Astral 10, and it was time to investigate their backgrounds. In Astral 10's treasury, Old Kai raised his brows. "You seized the fathomless pool?" Luin nodded. "Yes, I did." Old Kai grunted. "All right, you've completed the mission." He then stared at Luin. "Kid, do you know why I gave you this mission?" Luin shook his head. "The Astral Combat Tournament is not just about fighting. Aside from determining the strongest of the 10 academies, it also determines the rankings of the 10 academies," Old Kai explained slowly. When he saw that Luin did not understand, he continued, "The Astral Combat Academy is still an academy, not a purely combat organization. The most important thing for an academy is education, not just for one person but for a whole group. Only when there are enough powerhouses can an academy's education be successful." "Are you saying that the Astral Combat Tournament requires all of us to work together?" Luin was astonished. Old Kai nodded. "Of course. Even if you're recognized as the strongest of the 10 academies, you won't even be able to enter the finals without the help of the other students." Luin muttered to himself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 185. The first round is called the 3 Academies Challenge. 3 academies will be randomly selected, and each academy will send one person to guard an area. All the other academies will be allowed to charge forward, and they are not allowed to use any battle techniques or innate gifts. As long as they can charge past the area that they are guarding, they will be able to proceed to the next round. If more than half of the total number of participants manage to charge past the area that they are guarding, then the 3 academies will be judged as having failed and will be eliminated from the competition, Old Kai said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Old Kai paused for a moment before continuing. The second round is called the knocking on the dragon's door. It can also be called the beating of the war drums. The war drums signify the start of the Astral Combat Tournament, and each academy will send one person to guard the drums. Once all the participants from their respective academies arrive, they must sound the drums. Those who fail to sound the drums will be judged as having failed and will be eliminated from the tournament. The third round is called the paying respects to the ancestors. Similarly, each academy must send one student to guard the third round. Once the participants from their respective academies who passed the first 2 rounds arrive, they must light incense to pay respects to the ancestors of the 10 academies. Those who fail to light the incense will be judged as having failed and will be eliminated from the tournament. As for the fourth round, It's the drawing of lots to determine the true strongest of the 10 academies. Lu Yin answered seriously, the war drums and incense to the ancestors aren't simple, right? Old Kai laughed strangely. Of course. The war drums are made from the skin of astral beasts, so it's not easy to sound them. One must at least comprehend battle force to be able to sound them. Lu Yin raised his brows. What about the incense? Same. Those who haven't reached a certain level can't even touch it, Old Kai said. Lu Yin grew serious. One seed, one knocking on the dragon's door, and one paying respects to the ancestors. This means that each academy has eliminated at least the top 3, and 3 academies have eliminated the top 4. You can interpret it that way. That's why we're giving you the mission of snatching training grounds. Otherwise, how can you compete in the Astral Combat Tournament when you don't even know who can do what? Old Kai rolled his eyes. Lu Yin silently calculated that Astral 10's current lineup was enough. Old Kai, what should I do now? Keep a low profile and bide your time. Don't let others see through you before the Astral Combat Tournament. Right, maintain your battle force at all times but don't let others detect it, Old Kai said. Lu Yin nodded. Battle force circled around his body, but he suppressed it to the surface of his body so that it could not penetrate his clothes. This way no one would be able to detect it. However, maintaining this form for a long time was too tiring. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Michelle was waiting for him not far away. Should I help you comprehend battle force now? Lu Yin asked. Michelle pondered for a moment. Wait for me for a month. I'll see you in a month at the Sand Ocean. Sounds good, Lu Yin agreed. He could go out and earn some crystals in a month. He hadn't rolled the die in a long time and he didn't have any money. Now he needed at least 100,000 crystals to roll the die. Otherwise, if he rolled possession, it would be a huge loss. Possession was a point that could transform him and he couldn't waste it. The next day, a piece of news shook the entire Astral Combat Academy. The Tao of Purgatory's fathomless pool had been robbed, and the culprit was Astral 10. This news came from the Astral Combat Academy's newspaper, and the title was, Astral 10's Glory Reappears, Snatching the Fathomless Pool. This article vividly described the battle between Euro and the students from Astral 10. The editor, Wu Da, used his experience writing to describe the battle so vividly that it made the audience feel as if they had been there. More importantly, the introduction of the students from Astral 10 shocked many of the Astral Combat Academy's students. Xia Luo, a new student from Astral 10, a new lockbreaker and a rising star. He easily dispelled an attack from Area Master Euro and set the stage for Euro's defeat. The author believes that without Xia Luo, there would have been no victory in this battle. He was the one who dealt a decisive blow to Euro and received Euro's strongest attack. His strength is comparable to an Area Master's, but more importantly he is only a melder, a monstrous genius buried in Astral 10. Silver, a new student from Astral 10, a killer with a smile and a butterfly blade. His butterfly blade is strange and ever-changing, and he has injured Euro multiple times, making it impossible for him to dodge. In the end he even decapitated Euro. His smile instills fear of death in others, and his blade can slice through the void. The author even believes that he possesses the power of a domain. He was the one who restricted Euro's attacks and prevented him from casually attacking. This person is also a melder and yet another monstrous genius buried in Astral 10. Lulu the Mavis. She has inherited the Mavis family's terrifying innate gift, and each of her attacks can split the heavens and the earth. She looks beautiful and delicate, but she possesses the strength of a war god. Euro was unable to withstand her heavy attacks, and she sent him crashing into the ground multiple times. She even pierced through a mountain wall. Euro was helpless against her existence, but what was even more shocking was that she possessed battle force, which made her incomparably powerful. This person is still a melder and is also a monstrous genius buried in Astral 10. Red Lotus, the Red Lotus Witch. She is the younger sister of the Red Lotus Witch Bao, and an exception was made for her to join the 10 Arbiters Council as a melder. She has a charming appearance but she has a cold heart. Her Red Lotus arrows can pierce through the void, and every step that Euro took was precisely calculated by her. In the end she dealt a decisive blow to Euro. She is the goddess of this author's heart. She has a perfect appearance, and it is worth mentioning that she is also a melder. Too many geniuses have been buried in Astral 10. What a pity. Lu Yin, the rumored leader of Astral 10. He defeated Phoenix, a powerhouse on the Blaze Realm's smelting list, and was the one who teased Shiyu. His strength is not bad, but he did not display any decisive power in his battle with Euro. This author believes that he might be a smokescreen from Astral 10. Fog Bullet. In order to hide the existence of the others, if we use his performance in his battle with Euro as a benchmark, then this person might not even be able to enter Astral 10's top 5. Of course, his strength is not too bad either, and he can compete with the average student from the other academies. However, compared to his previous battle results, his current performance is too lacking. This author believes that the credibility of his previous battle results needs to be reconfirmed. This was Wu Da's introduction of the battle at the Fathomless Pool. This introduction had thoroughly boosted Astral 10's popularity, and Xia Luo, Silver, Lulu, and Michelle were all exposed to the eyes of everyone in the Astral Combat Academy. Of course, Wu Da had also learned his lesson and did not go into detail about their battle characteristics. However, his description of the battle was exceptionally brilliant, and many students treated it like a novel. Unfortunately, when Wu Da appeared, the battle was already about to end. Thus, the first half of the battle had been fabricated by him, and he did not see Lu Yin and Euro fight. His introduction of Xia Luo and the others was also exaggerated, but that was not important. What was important was that the news had become popular. Regardless of whether it was entertainment gossip or battle news, there would always be a difference in quality. For example, Xia Luo and the other three had been highly praised by Wu Da, but he had only dropped Lu Yin in order to gain some attention. In Wu Da's eyes, Lu Yin was indeed not worth reporting. His Skybeast claw was not that strong, and Wu Da did not even have the desire to investigate Lu Yin. He believed that his guess was correct, and that Lu Yin had been released by Astral 10 to mislead the other academies. Otherwise, how could a mere Astral 10 have such a terrifying powerhouse that could suppress Xia Luo and the others? In Astral 2, Lu Tang read the news with interest. Not bad, Astral 10 was able to defeat Euro. Although they teamed up, they were all melders, so they have some strength. However, is this Lu Yin the genius lockbreaker that she was talking about? Why didn't she mention his identity as a lockbreaker? In Astral 6, Sharon laughed heartily. He could not do anything to Lu Yin, but when he saw the news belittling Lu Yin, he felt very happy. Very good, this news has a bright future. Lu Ji stared at the news with a frown. She recognized Xia Luo and Silver among the names mentioned, so the reviews were quite pertinent. However, the introduction of Lu Yin was a little biased. She had not expected this guy to be Astral 10's leader, but why had they not reported that he had become a lockbreaker? Furthermore, he was a one-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. This Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Editor was irresponsible. As for Lu Yin's strength, Lu Ji could not really evaluate it. Perhaps Astral 10 really had released him to mislead the other academies. In her mind, the most terrifying people were the smiling Silver and the black-haired man. In Astral 8, Craner slammed the news shut. That bastard Wu Da, don't let me see this. He actually dared to say that Lu Yin's battle results were not credible. Craner had been completely crushed by Lu Yin. That person's strength was definitely not simple. In Astral 10, Big Pow Little Pow, and the other students also saw the news and were pleasantly surprised that Astral 10 had become famous once again. Michelle frowned as she had not expected that someone else had seen that battle. Furthermore, Lu Yin's strength had been severely underestimated. If he had not exhausted Euro's battle force, that battle would not have been so easy. Furthermore, Lu Yin had been the one who had caused Euro's first injury, and he had not been injured until the end. She had even guessed that he could fight against an area master, but he had been demoted to such a low level. Did that person not see the first half of the battle? At this moment, Euro was in a very bad mood. The news had described him as a villain, and he had sworn to hunt down that bastard called Wu Da. He scanned the news again and finally stopped at the report on Lu Yin. Others might not know, but he was well aware of the trouble this person had caused him. His battle force had not been able to harm this person, and this person also had battle force. His physical body was terrifyingly strong, and the palm strike that had severely injured him had left a deep impression on Euro. How could Lu Yin be so weak? This Wu Da must be blind. Euro closed the news and decided to take revenge. He wanted to snatch back the Fathomless Pool. As he thought about it, he endured the pain in his head and entered the trial zone. While the students of the Astral Combat Academy were discussing the news, Lu Yin had already left Astral 10 and appeared in outer space. He had also seen the news and smiled. He had originally wanted to spend some time in peace, but he had not expected Wu Da to help him. Now, even if Lu Yin announced that he had become the student leader through his own strength, no one would believe him. However, the evaluation of Xia Luo and the others was still quite accurate. Wuda himself had thought that it was exaggerated, but Lu Yin felt that it was not enough. He had always felt that Xia Luo and Silver had been hiding something. At the very least, Lu Yin had not seen the battle techniques that they were proficient in. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 186. In the Tao of Purgatory, Euro appeared outside the fathomless pool. He had arrived secretly. Because of the newspaper, this place had attracted the attention of many students. If he was discovered, he would definitely attract attention, but he did not want to be noticed before he could take back the fathomless pool. Xia Luo and Silver were not far from the fathomless pool, but Lulu had already dived in. Euro's eyes flashed coldly when he saw the two of them. These two were not easy to deal with. Although Wuda had exaggerated his battle with the five of them, it had not been exaggerated by much. These two were indeed very strong. Euro left the Tao of Purgatory and went to find Frankfurt. You want my help? Frankfurt was surprised. Euro's face darkened. If those people from Astral 10 join forces, I won't be able to handle them alone. Frankfurt could not help but laugh. That's not easy. Could it be that the report is true? Did those melders beat you up so badly that you lost your temper? Euro's eyes darkened. I'll tell you the truth. They aren't my match in a one-on-one fight, but if they join forces, even you will die without a doubt. Frankfurt was disdainful. Out of all the area masters in Astral 6, Euro was at the bottom, followed by Sharon, who was second only to Realm Master Dao Bo. If I ask for your help, I'll naturally pay the price. Just tell me if you're going to help or not, Euro said impatiently. Frankfurt sighed. Sorry, I don't want to cause internal strife in Astral 6. What do you mean? Euro was furious. Frankfurt looked at Euro. Don't tell me you haven't heard that one of the 5 people who attacked you is called Lu Yin. His backer is Sharon. If I make a move, Sharon won't just stand by and watch. Euro was shocked. He had not heard of this since he had been cultivating in the fathomless pool all this time. Why would Sharon help him? I don't know about that. Or you can ask Jared. Aren't you on good terms with the Blaze Realm? Even your battle techniques are from the Blaze Realm, Frankfurt said. Euro had left and Frankfurt had made it clear that he would not help. There was no need for Euro to ask for help anymore. Did he really have to go to the Blaze Realm? Although he had a good relationship with the Blaze Realm, they were on equal footing. If he asked Jared for help because of this matter, then it would be troublesome in the future. After thinking about it for a long time, Euro finally decided to ask Jared for help. The fathomless pool was very important to him, and the Astral Combat Tournament was just around the corner. He hoped to obtain a good ranking and become famous throughout the universe. Before long, Jared appeared near the sky platform in the Tao of Purgatory. This was where he had left the Tao of Purgatory. Gazing at the sky platform in the distance, Jared had a complicated look in his eyes. Back then he had wanted to compete for the sky platform as well, but he had been powerless against Dao Bo. The person who occupied the sky platform was the Realm Lord. Jared didn't want to be a domain lord. His goal was to become a Realm Lord. However, whether it was Dao Bo of the Tao of Purgatory or Feng Shang of the Tao of Illusion, they were both terrifying beyond imagination. He could only watch them from afar. Sooner or later, I'll become a Realm Master, Jared muttered to himself before looking into the distance and walking away. He was going to the fathomless pool to accept Euro's invitation and help him teach those people from Astral 10 a lesson. Because of Lu Yin, the Blaze Realm had banned all of Astral 10 students. However, he had not expected that each one of them would have such a powerful background. Now he had no choice but to take action personally. The Blaze Realm was not afraid of trouble. Suddenly, Jared stopped and stared in front of him. A man was leaning against a black tree trunk with a smile on his face. Jared narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists before lowering them again. Dao Bo Realm Master. The person in front of Jared was Astral SAX's strongest student, a member of the Council of Astral Academy, the Realm Master of the Tao of Purgatory, Dao Bo. He was also recognized by the Lockbreaker Society as a genius, a lockbreaker who far surpassed Sharon. He was also a monster who had once defeated Mira, who had yet to break through to the Explorer realm. Dao Bo's hair was silver gray and his appearance was ordinary. At first glance, he didn't attract much attention, but this person had beaten all of Astral SIX's students into submission. No one dared to resist and Jared couldn't help but feel fear. This person was a true monster. He could have broken through to become an explorer and left the Astral Combat Academy, but he had chosen not to. Most of the Astral Combat Academy's realm masters were like this. Only this kind of person could make Jared despair, and he would never step into the Tao of Purgatory unless he had no other choice. Jared, long time no see. Dao Bo leaned against the tree trunk, smiling as he stared at Jared. He seemed harmless, but in Jared's eyes, this person was a monster who could kill him at any time. Realm Master Dao Bo, long time no see. Jared's voice was hoarse. Dao Bo's smile remained. Why have you come to the Tao of Purgatory? I've been invited by a friend to help. Dao Bo looked up. Euro? Yes. Jared didn't deny it. Go back. There's no place for you here, Dao Bo said domineeringly. Jared's eyes narrowed. The Astral Combat Academy's rules state that anyone has the right to set foot in other trial zones, and they aren't under the Realm Master's jurisdiction. Realm Master Dao Bo, I have the right to enter the Tao of Purgatory. Dao Bo looked at Jared. Of course rules are rules. Of course you can enter, but I can also kill you on the spot. When he heard this, Jared's pupils shrank, and he clenched his fists as he stared straight at Dao Bo. Dao Bo didn't seem to care at all, as if killing an area master was an easy matter for him. After a while, Jared deflated. I understand. As long as Realm Master Dao Bo is in the Tao of Purgatory, I, Jared, will never come back. He then left the Tao of Purgatory. Dao Bo's smile faded and his gaze turned cold. How can someone from my society be bullied by someone like you? You piece of trash. Just as Jared left the Tao of Purgatory, a shocking event occurred in the Astral Combat Academy. The impact of this event far surpassed that of the Fathomless Pool. Astral 10's Big Pow and Little Pow had teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master. Realm Masters were a group of people who looked down on everyone in the Astral Combat Academy. Even a genius from the Blaze Realm like Jared could only retreat in front of a Realm Master. Any Realm Master was someone who had emerged from the ranks of geniuses of the same generation and was looked up to by countless people. Any Realm Master who broke through to the Explorer Realm and left the Astral Combat Academy could directly join the 10 Arbiters Council, and they could even make their own decisions to a certain extent. This was the power of a Realm Master, an existence who could speak with the 10 Arbiters. The Tao of Heaven had the ocean of death, and anything that fell into it would sink. No one could walk on it, and even birds would find it difficult to cross. Only extremely powerful beings could cross it. It was rumored that on the other side of the ocean of death, there was an island where the skeletons of countless powerful beings were buried. There was also an ancient inheritance there, but rumors were just rumors. No one could verify them as no one had ever set foot on that island. Even the 10 Arbiters had avoided talking about it after crossing the ocean of death. The ocean of death was the Tao of Heaven's largest training ground, and it was also where the Realm Master resided. At this moment, there were dozens of people gathered on the shore of the ocean of death, all of whom were students who had entered the Tao of Heaven. All of them looked at the shore in shock as if they were dreaming. The Tao of Heaven's Realm Master had been suppressed. Boom. The shore trembled once more as Big Pow leapt up. His eyes were cold and he looked completely different from his usual self. He had an ancient spear on his shoulder and he growled at the shore. The spear shot out countless bullets that emitted hot steam towards the shore, tearing the void apart as the rain of bullets shattered the ground. The shore caved in and the ocean of death's seawater flooded over. Little Pow also leapt up and raised his palm. Black lines that resembled flames appeared on his palm and spread out from his palm, forming a giant black flaming palm that pressed down on the shore. It slammed into the shore and left a giant black palm imprint on the shore. This was Little Pow's battle technique, the Black Inferno Palm. The shore of the ocean of death was silent as more and more students appeared and stared at the scene in shock. The Tao of Heaven's Realm Master had been suppressed by 2 of Astral 10's trash. It was rumored that the other academies had refused to accept those 2 because of their poor aptitudes. But what the hell was this? How could poor aptitudes suppress a Realm Master? High up in the sky, Big Pow and Little Pow stared at each other. Was the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master really being suppressed? Was it really that easy? Realm Masters were all monsters, and the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master was not alone. He came from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, one of the Interverse's 8 great flow zones. His tamed beast was the Azure Dragon, which had yet to appear. A gust of wind blew past, causing the waves of the ocean of death to sweep towards the shore. Everyone stared at the waves as a figure slowly stood up, bent over and coughed a few times. As the waves receded, the figure straightened up, revealing a rough and powerful face. He grinned at the sky. This person was the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master, Quang Wang. Quang Wang was the name of the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master. He would not change it, nor did he want to. I can't figure out how to hide your strength. You two clearly have such great strength, so why did you hide it until now? Kwang Wang raised his head and stared at Big Pow and Little Pow with excitement in his eyes. Big Pow and Little Pow landed on the shore. It's just our personalities. Then why did you reveal yourself now? Kwang Wang was curious. Little Pow shrugged. Our juniors have already caused such a huge commotion. As seniors, how can we not step forward? We have to tell everyone that Astral 10 is not without people. If anyone dares to stretch out their claws, we'll chop off their claws. Little Pow's words made one of the spectators' faces turn ugly. He was from the Blaze Realm, and the Blaze Realm was Astral 10's greatest enemy. Ha 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 ha. Kwang Wang laughed. Well said. I like it. Just because of what you've said, I'll show you the difference between a realm master and a normal student like you today. He then raised his arm and everyone stared at the tattoo on his arm. It was an azure dragon. Those from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone would seal their tamed beasts within their bodies, and Kwang Wang was currently taming an azure dragon. A resonant dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and everyone's hearts trembled. The azure dragon's appearance shocked everyone, and even the void seemed to freeze for a moment. On the shore, the tattoo on Kwang Wang's arm gradually expanded, transforming into an azure dragon that was 100 meters long. Its appearance was similar to a sylvan dragon, but it did not have a tumor on its tail. Its entire body was silver gray, and it looked much more imposing than a sylvan dragon. This was an azure dragon. Many people retreated as they stared at this scene in fear. Azure dragons were a type of astral beast, and they were powerful creatures that could not be faced by normal people. In the entire Beast Tamers Flow Zone, only the freaks from the Divine Great Hall could tame such creatures, and Kwang Wang was from the Divine Great Hall. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 187. Big Pow and Little Pow's faces turned serious. They had already investigated Kwang Wang and naturally knew of the Azure Dragon's existence. However, when faced with this colossus in front of them, they could not help but feel shocked. The Azure Dragon rose into the sky and circled above the shore. Its enormous eyes stared at Big Pow and Little Pow as the sunlight cast its shadow over them. As Kwang Wang pressed down with his finger, the Azure Dragon roared and swung its tail at the two. Everyone felt their scalps go numb as they subconsciously retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Big Pow and Little Pow both retreated at the same time. A huge crack appeared on the shore as the waters of the Ocean of Death flooded the area. The Azure Dragon brandished its claws, and the wind and the void condensed into a terrifying blade that slashed at the two. The blade instantly tore through space as if it was made of paper. Big Pow raised his spear and fired at the Azure Dragon. Countless bullets rained down on the Azure Dragon's body, causing it to roar. Despite facing Big Pow's attacks, the Azure Dragon's body remained unaffected. Kwang Wang laughed. In the entire Astral Combat Academy, there are less than 20 people who can injure the Azure Dragon. This is a realm master. Do you understand now? Big Pow was still unwilling to give up and continued to attack the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon was enraged by his attacks and slammed down, causing the entire shore to tremble. At that moment, Little Pow appeared above Kwang Wang's head. He raised his palm and a black flaming palm pressed down. This was their strategy. One person would delay the Azure Dragon while the other dealt with Kwang Wang. Of the 9 realm masters, only Kwang Wang was from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. The Beast Tamers Flow Zone's main power lay in their tamed beasts, so as long as they could delay their opponents, defeating them would not be impossible. The Azure Dragon accounted for more than half of Kwang Wang's strength, and Little Pow was confident that he could defeat the current Kwang Wang. At this moment, the spectating students understood that one person was delaying the Azure Dragon while the other was defeating Kwang Wang. These two from Astral 10 had come prepared. More importantly, Little Pow had been hiding his true strength all this while. When the black flaming palm landed, black lines appeared on his body. This was Battle Force 2-line Battle Force. It was on the same level as Frankfurt's Battle Force. Bang! Kwang Wang was once again slammed into the shore by the black blaze palm. Little Pow rushed down and punched out. Little Pow, be careful. Big Pow suddenly shouted. Little Pow's expression changed as he subconsciously switched from offense to defense. He raised both arms in front of him to block, but in the next second, his entire body was struck by an enormous force. His 2-line battle force was immediately shattered, and the sound of his arms breaking could be heard. Little Pao's pupils shrank, and through the smoke and dust, he saw Kwang Wang's cold smile and the purple stripes on his black battle force. It was three-line battle force. Little Pao had never thought that Kwang Wang had actually cultivated three-line battle force, and no one in the entire Astral Combat Academy knew about this. Little Pao had been thrown into the ocean of death by a terrifying force that he could not dispel. No living person could cross the ocean of death, and falling into the ocean of death meant certain death. Big Pao's face paled, and he used the Azure Dragon's sharp claws to retreat 100 meters away. He looked at Kwang Wang in shock. It wasn't just him, everyone was staring at Kwang Wang in shock. When had the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master managed to cultivate three-line battle force? Kwang Wang slowly floated into the air, and the purple stripes on his black battle force dazzled everyone's eyes and sent a chill down their spines. This was a Realm Master, a terrifying powerhouse that far surpassed an Area Master. He was a member of the Council of Astral Academy and a freakish genius who had the qualifications to meet with the 10 Arbiters. They did not know how powerful the other Realm Masters were, but the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master in front of them made them feel despair. He had an invincible Azure Dragon and his own three-line battle force. Who could defeat such a combination? Big Pao and Little Pao were already very strong, and they were at the peak of the Area Master level. However, even if they worked together, they still could not defeat a Realm Master. Kwang Wang looked at Big Pao and praised, "You guys are not bad. I don't like to hide my strength, but it's a pity that everyone in Astral 5 is trash. No one was able to force me to use my true strength, but you guys did. Astral 10 is not bad." Big Pao bitterly replied, "I've heard that Realm Masters are all monsters, but I didn't expect them to be this strong. Also, is this really your bottom line?" Kwang Wang laughed. "Prove it yourself if you have the ability. You guys are still too weak." He then waved his hand, and the Azure Dragon roared as its claws pierced through Big Pao's body. At this point, Big Pao and Little Pao were both dead. They could not defeat a Realm Master. However, no one dared to underestimate them. There were very few people in the Astral Combat Academy who could fight a Realm Master to this extent. At Euro's level, even if there were 3 or 4 of them working together, they would not be able to shake Kwang Wang in the slightest, let alone 2. This was something that everyone understood. Astral 10's 2 publicly acknowledged trash were strong enough to compete with the most powerful Area Masters. Astral 10 was not without talent. The dark sky was always beautiful. Meteorites streaked past him as Lu Yin held onto the giant emperor's third eye and looked away from the sky. He had been like this ever since he had left Astral 10. Battle force enveloped his body as he used the giant emperor's third eye to observe the sky. He could cultivate his battle force and also simulate the stars. The 9th star was becoming clearer and clearer, and it had even stabilized. The universe that he could see now was completely different from what others could see. He was confident that if he continued to lock break in this state, his chances of success would be very high. This time he was going to the Dark Mist Weave to complete his lock-breaking mission. Since he had a month of free time, it would be good if he could improve his lock-breaking skills. The person who had surprised Lu Yin the most during his battle with Euro was Xia Luo, as he had actually been able to neutralize Euro's attack. Xia Luo's control over star energy had definitely surpassed Lu Yin's own. It was impossible for Xia Luo to comprehend a domain, but Xia Luo was very close to it. Xia Luo's innate gift was extremely high, as Lu Yin had only been able to control his star energy to the realm of infinite changes after fusing with Delay. Right in front of Lu Yin, a medium-sized spacecraft was slowly cruising along. There were hundreds of people on board, most of whom were seekers with weapons in hand. There were only a few sentinels and melders, and there was only one limiter. "Captain, there's a signal from the front. Another spacecraft is approaching and it's quite fast," a ruffian-looking man reported excitedly from the command deck. The captain was a middle-aged man with a fierce gaze and a machete in his hand. He did not look like a good person, but his eyes lit up when he heard the report. "How fast?" "It's at least 7 to 10 times faster than our spacecraft," the man replied. The captain was delighted. "All right, get ready to rob him immediately. It looks like he's a fat sheep." "Yes, Captain." The hundreds of people in the spacecraft busied themselves with the order. They were pirates that had just been formed and had not even completed 5 missions. Although they were not professional pirates, they were still quite strong, and there was at least one limiter among them. Generally speaking, most small-scale interstellar pirates did not have any limiters. Only professional, large-scale pirate groups had limiters or even space-exploring powerhouses. This pirate group was not bad in the field of non-professional pirates. Of course, it was precisely because they were not professional that they had poor vision. At the very least, they did not recognize the Astral 10 insignia outside Lu Yin's personal spacecraft. Warning, warning, the area ahead has been sealed. Warning, warning, the area ahead has been sealed. Warning, warning, the area behind has been sealed. Please be prepared, please be prepared. Lu Yin was astonished and looked outside the spacecraft. It's been sealed? Pirates had plenty of ways to seal off the void. Many of their spacecraft had been modified to seal off an entire region of space. Without such methods, they would not be able to rob them. Give up resisting, friend. You should have guessed who we are. Cooperate obediently, and I guarantee that I won't hurt you. Listen up, connect your spacecraft to mine immediately. I said, immediately, don't make me repeat myself. You're right. Lu Yin was stunned. He was stunned. Lu Yin was astonished, he had just been robbed. He turned to look into the distance and saw a medium-sized spacecraft quietly parked in space. It looked rather sinister and had a strange pattern on it. This was a pirate ship. Strange undulations pulsed all around them, and it was these undulations that had sealed off the void. Anyone who tried to barge through would be hit, and they would interfere with the spacecraft systems and cause it to malfunction, forcing it to stop. Friend, are you testing my patience? Bring your spacecraft in immediately. The captain's tone was much more solemn. Lu Yin took a deep breath and controlled his spacecraft to enter the pirate ship. There was a swaying sound as the spacecraft came to a steady stop. The hatch opened and dozens of star energy guns were aimed at Lu Yin. There were dozens of pirates waiting for him inside, and there were at least 5 melders among them. Get down, someone shouted, glaring fiercely at Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft and was immediately searched by a fierce-looking man. Lu Yin frowned. Brother, I don't have a habit of being touched by men. Behave yourself. The man barked as he reached out to grab Lu Yin. At that moment, another man was about to enter the spacecraft to search. Lu Yin had no choice but to kick the man in front of him away. At the same time, he turned around and kicked the other man away as well. Dozens of star energy guns were aimed at him again. Don't move, kid. Don't you dare resist. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and saw that the highest power level in this area was 7,000, which meant that he was a Lemmeter and not even a peak Lemmeter. His lips curled up. Sorry you've caused trouble. He then released his star energy and stunned the surrounding pirates. He then walked towards the spacecraft's command center. At that moment, the middle-aged pirate captain was staring at a screen in the command center. Beside him, the ruffian man was stunned. Captain, this kid isn't simple. It looks like you'll have to act personally. The captain's face twitched as he noticed a small detail. That kid had looked at his gadget before attacking, and the gadget could detect his power level. The captain hadn't hidden his power level, so Lu Yin must have known about it. If he still dared to attack, it could only mean one thing. This kid was fearless. He wasn't afraid of the captain. How could a melder challenge someone of a higher realm? People like him were known as realm breakers in the universe. They were rare, but they were all geniuses. The captain regretted provoking such a genius. There was a saying in their pirate circles that they shouldn't provoke a young man or a dying old man. He had forgotten about it, but now that he thought about it, he seemed to have offended one of them. Captain, he's here. The ruffian man shouted in surprise, a trace of fear in his eyes. The captain gritted his teeth and walked out of the command center. The grudge had already been formed, and now it was time to see how to resolve it. The captain didn't have to wait long before he saw Lu Yin. Behind him was a group of unconscious pirates. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.